Hunting Hollywood. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 726. Before the election. October 28th, the same day Simon returned to Los Angeles, the Halloween season of 1994 officially opened. The second film in the Conjuring Cinematic Universe series, The Haunting of the Mortuary, was released on this day. Relying on the good start of the summer season, The Conjuring, The Haunting of the Mortuary opened on 2,361 screens, and the film cost $15 million to produce. Although it has accumulated considerable popularity with the gimmick of the Conjuring Cinematic Universe, the New World Pictures distribution team still invested the same $15 million in the publicity and promotion budget. Film publicity and promotion are as important as the quality of the film. This is the deepest feeling of more and more film companies after the rise of the comprehensive distribution model in recent years. Although it is not as exaggerated as the summer season, The Conjuring, with a budget of $15 million plus $25 million for publicity and promotion, the equal investment in production and publicity and promotion of The Haunting of the Mortuary is still quite rare in the face of the general Hollywood budget rule that publicity and promotion investment is only half of the production cost. Moreover, as long as the box office of the film reaches expectations, the New World Pictures team will continue to make additional investments. Simon's goal is to make the brand of the Conjuring Cinematic Universe more popular as much as possible by spending a large proportion of the publicity and promotion budget for 2 consecutive films, even at the cost of compressing the profit margin. As long as this can be achieved, the subsequent series of the Conjuring Cinematic Universe will achieve twice the result with half the effort in publicity and promotion, and the peripheral income of the series, such as videotapes and TV broadcasts, will also increase significantly. In the early internal preview, the reputation of The Haunting of the Mortuary was roughly around 7 points, which was obviously not as good as The Conjuring. However, through the operation of the Deanery's entertainment publicity and promotion team, on the first day of the film's large-scale opening, the public comprehensive media score still reached 7.8 points, which was close to an excellent result. In addition, the film spared no effort to promote it widely, and many viewers chose to buy tickets to watch the film at the first time. As the second-tier schedule that major Hollywood studios pay more and more attention to, the films that opened on more than 1,000 screens during the same period as The Haunting of the Mortuary include Sony's Frankenstein, Warner Bros.' Silent Trap, and Disney's The Last Warrior. In the past 2 years, Sony no longer follows some of its original promises and has gradually abandoned the Columbia label and started to use the Sony Pictures logo to produce and distribute movies. Frankenstein, a film aimed at this year's Halloween schedule, cost $45 million and invited 3 first-line movie stars, Robert De Niro, Kenneth Branagh, and Helena Bonham Carter, to join. The number of screens open reached 2,177. However, after the large-scale opening of Frankenstein, the media's comprehensive word of mouth was only 3.9 points, which inevitably cast a shadow on the film's box office prospects. Silent Trap, produced by Warner Bros. Pictures, tells the story of a down-and-out psychiatrist who accidentally accepts an investigation into a strange murder case. The film stars Hollywood veteran actor Richard Dreyfuss, Terminator series actress Linda Hamilton, and Hollywood newcomer actress Liv Tyler. The production cost was $30 million and the number of screens open was 1,251. Compared with the 3.9-point comprehensive media score of Frankenstein, the reputation of Silent Trap can only be described as collapse. On the first day of the film's release, the media gave almost one-sided negative reviews, with a comprehensive media rating of only a pitiful 2.2 points. In fact, despite its poor reputation, Frankenstein still has great hope of harvesting a wave of box office revenue with its strong creative lineup, and there is even a chance that it will become a dark horse, because horror thriller films are similar to vulgar spoof comedies, and media reviews are not a decisive factor. The key is whether the audience likes it. However, media reputation is certainly not dispensable. For example, The Silent Trap, which has hit the bottom in public opinion reviews, is almost impossible to become a dark horse. Richard Dreyfuss, a veteran actor who once starred in Spielberg's Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Until Forever has also become outdated in recent years, and his box office appeal is not satisfactory. The two actresses Linda Hamilton and Liv Tyler do not have the strength to carry the box office alone, so the box office prospects of The Silent Trap can be imagined. Finally, Disney's The Last Warrior, which tells the adventure story of an Indian, has a production budget of $20 million and opened on 1,022 screens. Compared to Frankenstein and The Silent Trap, the media reputation of Unforgettable is also good, reaching the passing level of 6 points. However, compared with the media popularity of The Haunting of the Morgue, Frankenstein and even Silent Cash, this biographical film with a niche theme has not received much attention. Disney made Unforgettable obviously wanting to replicate the success of Dances with Wolves or The Last of the Mohicans. Unfortunately, in recent years, many similar themes have become cannon fodder because such films are ultimately too far away from the mainstream. Moreover, Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans have two big names in the cast, Kevin Costner and Daniel Day-Lewis, respectively. In Disney's Unforgettable, the two leading actors Gus MacDonald and Don Carmody are both unknown, and the film's reputation has not exploded, so the ending can be imagined. In any case, with 4 mainstream films opening on more than 1,000 screens, plus some other small studios trying their luck, the beginning of this Halloween season can be said to be very lively. Back in Los Angeles, Simon spent 4 consecutive days at the Cape du May Manor with the women and children. It was not until November 2nd, after Halloween, that he started working again. In fact, he was not completely idle during the 4 days of rest. Inspired by the chat with Grace, Simon personally conceived the general script of a new version of The Man from Earth in his spare time. On the first day of work, he handed the script to Ella Deutschman, the head of Highgate Pictures, and asked him to convene some university professors to discuss and make up for the scientific loopholes in it. At the same time, he directly entered the project establishment and casting procedures, intending to complete it within 2 months at the end of the year so that he can participate in the Sundance Film Festival early next year. After careful consideration, Simon decided to write the screenplay himself. Such a story about immortality is bound to trigger associations. Simon has already leaked rumors of psychic and alien, so adding the label of immortal is nothing. However, the result of being named in person was that Simon's original plan to shoot the film at an ultra-low cost of $100,000 became impossible. In the budget plan submitted by Ella Deutschman 2 days later, the valuation of Simon's script alone reached $250,000, and it also came with a 10% share of the global box office net profit. The script created by Simon Westeros himself would not lack buyers even if it was worth $250,000. The reason for such a low valuation is mainly due to the positioning of The Man from Earth as a low-cost film. If it were a commercial film, Simon's current worth could indeed be directly added with a zero, and the profit share would be no less. Although Simon is the boss of Deanery's entertainment group, the various projects he participated in actually have various clear contracts, and these things are still managed by Jonathan Friedman. Just like the DC movie universe. Even if it is the single-person project, The Flash and Cyborg, in which Deanery's entertainment is not involved at all, because of Simon's identity as a producer, he can still get a share of the income from the two films, and this income is still very huge. The original domestic box office of The Flash reached $253 million. According to the contract, Simon's personal share of 10% of the domestic box office reached $25.3 million. According to the commercial miracle of the DC movie universe in recent years, no one thinks that Simon should not take so much. Simon's personal net worth now reaches hundreds of billions of dollars, and he certainly doesn't care about these gains. However, rules are rules. If you work hard, you should get something. This is the rule of Hollywood. Simon is a person who is willing to abide by the rules, including the entire Deanery's entertainment. In the contract re-established before the listing, in addition to Simon's personal symbolic $1 base salary, the other 5% of the group's annual net profit share and additional option reward contracts are all included. Now, for This Man from Earth, the script valuation alone is $250,000, and the total project budget cannot be $100,000 in any case. After all, this money must be paid to Simon in real terms. Therefore, after careful evaluation, the Gay Omen Films team made a budget plan of $1.5 million. Any less is really not worth it. Although the entire industry has been paying close attention to Deaneries Entertainment's latest external cooperation plan recently, with the news that Simon Westeros personally wrote a new script, this matter immediately became the focus of the entire Hollywood. The content of the script is still confidential for the time being, but major brokerage companies have begun to operate for their artists. Participating in Simon Westeros's film, even if it is zero pay, will only bring many benefits. Many Hollywood directors' projects are often popular but not popular. The most typical example is Steven Spielberg, the legendary Hollywood director. In recent years, whether it is a director or a producer, if you randomly grab a fan and ask him to say who Spielberg has made popular, it is estimated that 8 out of 10 can't say it. Because there really is no one. In comparison, in recent years, the movies led by Simon, whether it is a screenwriter, director, producer, have really made a large number of people popular. From Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock in Lola Run, to Pulp Fiction, which revitalized the careers of a group of male stars and made Australian actress Nicole Kidman famous, to Adam Baldwin, Valeria Golino, Brad Pitt, Will Smith and many more who have emerged from the DC movie universe in recent years, the stars are shining brightly. Therefore, when the news came out from Gay Omen Films that Simon's new film would not invite famous actors, but would select roles from second and third tier actors with strong acting skills, the whole Hollywood was even more excited. Under this close attention, Trish Goff, who had begun to make final preparations for the third Victoria's Secret fashion show on November 12 at the instruction of Simon, posted photos of her attending acting classes on her Facebook and Instagram homepages at the same time, labeled as the little vase in Simon Westeros' new movie. The attention of this baby-faced model, who has risen rapidly in the past 6 months, has skyrocketed. Whether it is Hollywood or the fashion circle, they can only sigh at Trish Goff's good luck. The only thing missing in the chaos is Simon's personal dynamics. Simon has gradually achieved a state where there are legends everywhere but no real people. The whole of Hollywood is paying attention to Simon's new film. After Halloween, Simon's work focuses not on a small project like The Man from Earth, but on Deaneries Entertainment's 10-film cooperation plan. MGM has already taken the lead in 2 of the 10 projects, namely Charlie's Angels and The Bourne's Supremacy. As for the Deeper Agent movie universe plan, just like the original The Conjuring movie universe, MGM will not promote this concept in advance before the project is successful. Compared with previous foreign cooperation, the biggest change this time is probably that ordinary low-cost and medium-cost projects can hardly meet the needs of other Hollywood studios. Simon can't show it off either. Therefore, after Charlie's Angels and The Bourne's Supremacy, with Terry Semel calling Simon every few days, Warner Brothers quickly got a quota, which was determined to be Jumanji, the copyright of which Deaneries Entertainment has already held. Warner Brothers got the project, and Fox, which has been a close partner for many years, naturally couldn't fall behind. Speaking of which, Rupert Murdoch has never been too interested in movies. This media tycoon from Australia has always been devoted to newspapers and television. However, since there is an opportunity, Murdoch certainly hopes to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment. The project finally finalized by the 2 parties is The Mummy. This is a remake of an old Universal Pictures film from the 1930s. In the past, after the success of the Mummy and Scorpion King series around the millennium, Universal Pictures once ambitiously restarted and hoped to create the Mummy movie universe. As a result, the movie universe plan died before it was accomplished after Tom Cruise filmed The Mummy movie as Cruise movie. After 4 cooperation projects were finalized, Simon was no longer anxious about the others. The 4 projects that have been finalized are basically series in nature. In some small movie years, 1 movie is enough to support a schedule. If all 10 projects are finalized at once, the internal consumption in the next few years will be very tragic. In the process of negotiating these projects, Simon also had an unexpected gain. James Cameron's new film, Titanic. Although Simon basically selected this cooperation project based on memory, the outside world did not know. During this period, a large number of script ideas were sent to Simon, including James Cameron's Big Ship script, or, to be precise, just a story outline. After filming True Lies, James Cameron started a vacation as usual. During this period, he went to the Atlantic to explore the Titanic, a big ship that sank for some reason during its first voyage in 1912. During this period, the story idea of Titanic was generated. Although the previous few films were cooperated with Fox, Because of the constant overspending and the failure of the Abyss during the period, the relationship between Cameron and Fox was not good. So, after the initial completion of the story idea, James Cameron's agent first transferred the script to Daenerys Entertainment. Due to the legendary nature of the Titanic, there have been countless film and television works about this ship for more than half a century. Recently, Zoetrope Pictures, founded by Francis Ford Coppola, happened to be preparing a similar project. Simon still remembers this because the heroine of the film with the same name is named Catherine Zeta-Jones. Several senior executives of Daenerys Entertainment were not optimistic about this type of disaster film about a sinking ship. The budget is one aspect, and on the other hand, it is difficult to play too many tricks about the story of a sinking ship, and the commercial prospects are very unstable. In the end, it was Simon himself who made the final decision. As for Fox, unfortunately, Simon did not have the good habit of being humble when he should not be humble. Chapter 727 Before the election, 2. She was quietly called in for questioning many times, and spent 3 days writing a very detailed report. Then, her resignation was approved smoothly. She also got a visa during this period. On November 4th, Lin Su and Chen Qing arrived in the United States together. It was the time of going abroad in the 1990s. There were countless men and women in China who were trying their best to realize their dreams of going abroad. Therefore, many absurd things happened. Lin Su had many relatives and friends who had such ideas. She accidentally learned from her mother, who let it slip, that she was going to the United States, and she miraculously got a visa in less than 10 days. Many people came to inquire about her, and not many people felt sorry for her giving up her iron rice bowl in China. Everyone knows that once you go abroad, the lowest salary in other countries, converted into RMB, is dozens of times the income in China. In such an era that advocates daring to fight and fight, holding on to an iron rice bowl is a sign of being unpromising. Lin Su's mixed feelings are indescribable. The words of a hateful man often floated in my mind: "I will not only bully you, but also your whole family." My father is already 56 years old, and he is only a director-level official, and he is in a relatively marginal and clean department. It is impossible for him to have much development. My mother's situation is roughly similar. In fact, my parents have not had much expectations for their own future in recent years, but have placed their hopes on their 4 sisters and brothers. In the past, family planning had not yet been implemented, but instead encouraged that there is strength in numbers. So, the Lin family has a total of 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. She is the eldest sister, and she has a 26-year-old sister Lin Lan, a 23-year-old third brother Lin Dong, and a 19-year-old fourth brother Lin Xing. Relying on a good family background, the 4 sisters and brothers are very promising in the eyes of outsiders. Although the second sister did not study for a doctorate like her, she is also a master's student at Fudan University, and she also entered the government department 1 year earlier than her. The third and fourth brothers are in Peking University and Wuhan University respectively, and they also have a bright future. How could a hateful guy destroy all this? Although, maybe he was just talking and wouldn't really do it, but she didn't dare to bet on it. So she chose to give in without much resistance. Her parents didn't object to her going abroad, not to mention that she was working for the world-renowned Westeros company. Except that her mother couldn't help but nag about her lifelong event, worrying that it would be delayed even more if she went abroad. Her mother obviously didn't know that she had fallen into the tiger's mouth. Forget it. Don't resist. Sacrifice me. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, Lin Su felt like she was entering a strange world. When she went to study in the UK, it was completely arranged by the country, and many things had to be strictly followed. In addition, there were many compatriots around her. In a year, she didn't feel like she was in a foreign country. This time, she was basically alone. Although Chen Qing sincerely told her before leaving that they would take care of each other in the future, she found it difficult to regard him as a partner. The two dragged their luggage out of the airport and soon found the people who came to pick them up. 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men looked like bodyguards at first glance. They were tall and tough. I don't know if they carried guns with them. Another brown-haired white woman in her 40s wearing glasses, named Anna Ebrich, introduced herself as a lawyer. From the business card Anna handed over, Lin Su saw that the other party was affiliated with a Norman law firm. The leader of the 4 was a girl younger than her, Isabel Dunn. Just looking at the girl's scenery, Lin Su couldn't help but wonder about her relationship with Simon Westeros. Playboy. Lin Su thought it was natural not to meet a man at the first time. However, in her heart, it was inevitable. Disappointed? Why should she be disappointed? It must not be like this. When Lin Su was worried, Chen Qing had quickly become friends with Isabel and the others. The language barrier was not a problem for them. Lin Su noticed this and quietly encouraged herself. She didn't want to lose to Chen Qing, but she didn't have much interest in socializing. When she came to the parking lot, she saw two black Mercedes-Benz cars that were obviously much more upscale than the surrounding cars. The two bodyguards helped put away the luggage and were about to act as drivers. Chen Qing suggested that the four women could take one car and chat while they were there, and the bodyguard would drive the other car. Los Angeles is not a dangerous area, so of course there is no problem. Anna was responsible for driving, Isabel occupied the co-pilot seat, Lin Su and Chen Qing sat in the back seat, and everyone left the airport and first talked about driving. Knowing that Lin Su and Chen Qing did not have a driver's license, Isabel smiled and said that this was just right, because the driving habits of the East and the West are different, and people with no driving experience will find it easier to get a driver's license in the United States because they do not need to correct some deep-rooted habit differences. Lin Su listened politely, but in fact she had little interest in these things. Occasionally, she glanced out the window. She happened to see a large billboard erected next to the highway, "Catch the internet or you're out." The impactful black slogan was against a gradient light blue background. There was no additional annotation. Lin Su remembered it at first sight. She roughly understood what it was. In recent years, with the rise of the global new technology wave, China has also successively issued a number of important documents to promote the development of the information industry. In order to keep up with the trend of the times, the Lin family also installed a computer at the beginning of the year, because the family's communication expenses can be reimbursed, and they also connected to the internet. However, because the internet speed is too slow, and most of the websites are in foreign languages, Lin Su does not often use it unless it is necessary for work. Thinking of this, she began to regret that she should have known more about the things here. After the first billboard flashed, it was soon the second and the third. Chen Qing also noticed these details and took the initiative to talk about this topic with the two women in the front row. It turned out that several new American technology companies had simultaneously launched a large-scale marketing plan called Information Age at the beginning of the month, aiming to further promote the concept of new technology and the internet to the entire United States and promote the public to actively enter the information age. Lin Su did not interject much, and most of the time she just listened attentively. Noticing the budget figure of this marketing plan, she couldn't help but sigh. $1.5 billion, which is 13 billion RMB when converted into RMB. How to spend it, and is it worth it? Realizing that her thoughts might seem petty, Lin Su certainly would not say it out loud. Hearing several people talking about the fact that the penetration rate of personal computers in American households has exceeded 40%, Lin Su thought that in China, it would probably take many years for the penetration rate to reach 4%. Even when the family installed a computer at the beginning of the year, her frugal mother was very distressed by the price of 8,000 yuan. For other ordinary families, computers are just a thought at this stage. Lin Su was reserved, but Chen Qing asked calmly. Isabel smiled and gave the answer, "Of course it's worth it." The marketing plan started on Monday. As of yesterday's close, affected by the good news in the market, Cisco's stock price alone has risen by 7.1% in the past 4 trading days, and its market value has increased by $6 billion. At the close of yesterday, Cisco's market value reached $103.5 billion, making it the second $100 billion company in the North American stock market. After Cisco, the market value of companies such as AOL, Microsoft, Intel, and Oracle have all soared due to this marketing plan, with a cumulative increase in market value of more than $30 billion. In comparison, $1.5 billion is nothing. $30 billion, it's really shocking. Mr. Westeros's wealth must have increased a lot. Yes. Also, Isa, I didn't expect you to remember so much data. It's just that I happened to see it in the Los Angeles Times when I was preparing the newspaper for the boss this morning. They are all public data. After all, everyone has been talking about this recently. By the way, how is Mr. Westeros doing recently? Very well. The boss has been in Los Angeles since Halloween. As for work, I don't know much. Chen Qing seemed to hesitate for a moment and asked, "Are we going directly to Cape Dumay Manor?" Isabel shook her head and said, "No, the boss asked me to temporarily place you two in Palisade." Realizing that Chen Qing didn't know the location of Palisade, Isabel explained, "This is an area in the western suburbs of Los Angeles leading to Malibu. The boss bought a property there a few years ago. It's a very nice house. You can overlook Los Angeles and the Pacific Ocean from halfway up the mountain." "Oh, I'm really looking forward to it." Chen Qing responded very politely, and then asked directly, "So, when can we meet Mr. Westeros?" "It depends on the boss's arrangement, but it should be soon. The next 2 days are weekends." Discussing various topics, the group soon arrived at their destination. Although Lin Su and Chen Qing had seen Simon's mountaintop villa in Dongling, Yangshuo, they had never thought about what Isabel meant by a property that overlooked Los Angeles and the Pacific Ocean. Until the Mercedes-Benz sedan drove into this mansion halfway up the mountain in Palisade. After getting off the car, looking at the Mediterranean-style villa in front of him, Lin Su was a little unbelievable. "She and Chen Qing live here?" Isabel noticed that Lin Su and Chen Qing both had some unbelievable expressions, but she was not surprised. She was a little envious. Her boss had always been very generous to girls like them, but he rarely gave them such a mansion to live in. These two women from China were obviously special. Everyone got off the car, and four young girls wearing the same style of black suits came out of the villa to greet them. Isabel interrupted the two girls' days and took the initiative to introduce them. "Chen, Lin, this is Kathryn Elgar and Pamela Windsor. They have both received professional security training. They will be your bodyguards in the future and will be responsible for your security and travel. Also, this is Lily Falwell and Christina Latham. They are your life assistants and will be responsible for your daily life." Lin Su and Chen Qing shook hands with the four girls. While greeting, Chen Qing's tone was humble, but her eyes were bright. "Bodyguard plus assistant, this is not a treatment that anyone can enjoy. At least, in the communication just now, although she worked beside Simon Westeros, Chen Qing was sure that Isabel Dunn definitely did not have the configuration of her and Lin Su. Lin Su's sense of unreality became stronger. He couldn't help but think of something wrong. After several people introduced each other, Isabel took the initiative to say, "Chen, Lin, how about I take you around?" She made a gesture of invitation. Lin Su and Chen Qing subconsciously followed Isabel into the villa. It took a full 20 minutes to walk around this one-acre mansion. Isabel led Lin Su and Chen Qing to the terrace on the cliff overlooking the scenery below the mountain. Anna also followed. The four sat down at the table and chairs on the terrace and started talking about business. In the following morning, Lin Su and Chen Qing signed a series of documents such as employment agreements and confidentiality agreements under Anna's introduction. Lin Su felt that he might have sold himself without knowing it. There was no time to read the thick documents carefully. Chen Qing signed them quickly. She didn't want to be seen as ignorant, so she signed them quickly. However, an annual salary of $200,000, equivalent to more than 1.7 million RMB, seems to be worth it. Maybe it's a bit expensive. Am I really worth that much? At noon, I got a credit card. It is said that I can overdraw 1 year's annual salary in advance. I couldn't help but wonder if I could withdraw some money and send it home. My sister Lin Lan is already talking about marriage with her boyfriend. The man is also in the system. According to the level of both parents, the Lin family is a bit high class. Perhaps, if she gives a house as a dowry, my sister will be more confident in the future. There are also two younger brothers who are in college. In fact, with their family background, their lives are pretty good. However, it is always better to be a little more affluent. Well, at least buy them each a computer. In the information age, others can't keep up. Since we have the conditions, we must always provide them with the best. Of course, there are also parents and grandparents who have loved her since she was a child. In short, I don't expect any future, I just hope that my family can be better and better." In the morning, they signed various agreements, had lunch, and went to a private hospital in Beverly Hills for a physical examination in the afternoon. The two women did not think it was wrong and thought it was what they should do. They were so busy that they didn't realize that a day had passed. It was already evening when they returned to the Palisade mansion on the hillside. Isabel Dunn said goodbye and left with Anna and others. Only 6 women were left in the huge mansion. Although she felt that she would not live here for too long, Chen Qing waited for Isabel to leave and walked around the villa again, and then unceremoniously chose the master bedroom on the second floor as her room. Lin Su was a little confused. She didn't know what she would face in the future. When Lily asked about dinner, she just said casually and went to her living room downstairs. She sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. She didn't deliberately choose a channel. It happened to be the evening news before NBC's prime time. Although her English ability could not be compared with Chen Qing, who was a professional, Lin Su was also better than many people. She had no problem with ordinary communication and English writing. The TV was discussing the 1994 midterm elections in the United States, which would be held next Tuesday. The two special guests spoke quickly, but they were not optimistic about the Democratic Party's election prospects, and even predicted that the Democratic Party would suffer an unprecedented defeat this time. Remembering that Simon Westeros was a supporter of the Democratic Party, and that the technology companies in the Westeros system were still facing a large-scale antitrust investigation, if the Democratic Party lost the election, I wonder if you would be unlucky. Thinking of this, Lin Su perked up and listened carefully to the discussion on TV, but she didn't know whether she hoped that he would be unlucky or something else. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Before the Election, 3. After watching a news report attentively, Lin Su turned to Chen Qing and the two bodyguards who had just entered the room and sat on the sofa next to them. The three women were discussing something in a low voice. Chen Qing occasionally wrote in her pocket notebook. After listening to a few words, she learned that they were planning to go shopping tomorrow and were listing the shopping list. Seeing her looking over, Chen Qing smiled and asked in English, "Lin, do you want to go together tomorrow?" Lin Su shook her head. She was a little disgusted that Chen Qing had to speak to her in English, but looking at the two girls sitting with her, she felt that Chen Qing probably didn't want to confuse them. It was a reason. The villa was fully equipped with all kinds of daily necessities, and even prepared a lot of clothes for the two of them in advance. Lin Su didn't think she needed to buy anything extra. She came from a good family, but she was not a person who liked to spend money recklessly. She remembered the thought when she got a credit card at noon. However, she realized that it was not right. She had just arrived in the United States, and she suddenly sent a large amount of money back home. It would inevitably arouse suspicion and even worry her parents. She could only give up for the time being. The three women next to them chatted for a while, and the two bodyguards, Catherine Elgar and Pamela Windsor, got up and left. Chen Qing lowered her head and carefully checked the list in the notebook, put the small notebook in her shoulder bag, and casually took out a thick file bag from her side, spread it on her knees, opened it, took out a few documents and read them carefully. At first, Lin Su thought Chen Qing was reading the contracts they signed in the morning. After a few glances, she found that this was not the case and asked in Chinese, "Chen Qing, what are you reading?" Chen Qing also switched to Chinese smoothly and replied, "Some information left by Miss Dunn when she left. Simon asked us to read it privately as soon as possible." Lin Su raised her eyebrows. "We?" "Yes." Lin Su asked in a dissatisfied tone, "What about mine?" Chen Qing seemed unaware of Lin Su's slightly raised tone. "There's only this one, but I remember there is a printer in the study next door. If you want to see it, I will make a copy for you after dinner." Lin Su couldn't help but say, "If I hadn't found out, you didn't plan to show it to me." "Of course not, I will give it to you after I finish reading it," Chen Qing said, and glanced at Lin Su sideways. "Seeing that you have been absent-minded all day, I think you should not be interested in these." Lin Su suddenly stood up, walked over, stretched out her hand and said, "Give it to me." Chen Qing curled her lips, lowered her head to pick for a moment, took out a copy and handed it over. Lin Su took it, but was not satisfied. "I want half." "Why are you like a little girl? Who are you talking about as a little girl? Listen, I only hear this kind of angry words in kindergarten. I want half." "No, come and grab it." Lin Su did not grab it, but for some reason, the grievances accumulated during this period suddenly burst out. She stood there and soon began to cry. Chen Qing was speechless and quickly separated half of it and handed it over. Okay, I'm afraid of you." Lin Su took her half of the information and felt a little embarrassed. She didn't stay in this living room any longer. She turned around and walked out of the door quickly with the information. Chen Qing watched Lin Su leave, shrugged in a very Western way, and lowered her head to continue reading a document she was just flipping through. This is some project information that the Westeros system is planning to invest in China. Chen Qing has roughly flipped through it. It basically involves ordinary food and daily chemical fields, and the project scale is not large. The Westeros system's more core entertainment and relatively sensitive steel industries in China are not among them. A man obviously has selected them. The man said he would give her 2 years. The project in hand was obviously a test. She needed to make satisfactory achievements in 2 years before she could make further progress. With this in mind, Chen Qing quickly put aside the incident that Lin Su had just caused and focused on the information in front of her. This was a meat processing factory located in the inland area, called Shuanghu. The information was very detailed, and it was unknown how it was collected. At the end of the document was a series of questions, such as how to evaluate this company, what is the most appropriate way to invest in this company, how to promote this company to grow into a large national enterprise group, and so on. Chen Qing's major in college was English. However, although she did not have much clue about the problem at hand, she did not feel panicked. Few of the private entrepreneurs who rose after the reform and opening up were from professional backgrounds. At least she had a master's degree. What's more, it was still the platform provided by Simon Westeros. If you don't understand something, just learn it. Even if you don't have so much energy, think about Kathryn Elgar and others who serve her and Lin Su. The solution is also very simple, just hire someone who knows the business. Also, when Simon Westeros talked to her about studying for an MBA, Chen Qing had also carefully studied it these days. This matter would indeed be of great help to her in the future. I wonder how the man plans to arrange it. However, it is entirely possible to purchase some relevant books tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chen Qing took out a notebook from her shoulder bag again and quickly wrote down this matter on it. After putting away the notebook and continuing to read the information for a while, Lily Fywell came to remind her that dinner was ready. Chen Qing got up and left the living room and went to the dining room, but Lin Su was nowhere to be seen. She sat down alone at the dining table, hesitated a little, and waited patiently for a while until Lin Su, with red eyes, came to the dining room. The dining table in this restaurant is a rectangle of more than 2 meters. Chen Qing sat in the middle of one side. When Lin Su arrived, he obviously sat down far away from her side on purpose, as if he didn't see it. Chen Qing didn't care about it, sent Lily and Christina away, and picked up the tableware. It was a very exquisite dinner. Herb lamb chops, vegetable salad, salmon omelette, cream of mushroom soup, and the main course was black pepper beef fillet pasta. The portions were not large, enough to fill you up without having to worry about gaining weight. This was the dish that Lily Fywell asked Chen Qing about after carefully communicating with her 2 life assistants. Lily and the other 2 had obviously been trained. A few days ago, a man told them that Western food and Chinese food were completely incomparable, but Chen Qing thought it was very good and had no problem using a knife and fork. Because Lin Su said casually when asked about dinner, her dinner was the same as Chen Qing's. The 2 ate in silence for a while, and Chen Qing spoke first. "Do you know how Mr. Westeros arranged me?" Lin Su did not answer, but also made a slight listening gesture. Chen Qing said, "Mr. Westeros said, give me 2 years. If I can't make a satisfactory result within 2 years, then I can only fend for myself in the future." Lin Su paused. "A certain hateful guy didn't tell me this." Chen Qing quickly said, "Mr. Westeros didn't mention the arrangement for you, right?" Lin Su didn't answer, but her expression had already shown the answer. Chen Qing smiled and said, "So, you are nothing." Lin Su immediately glared at Chen Qing. Chen Qing looked at Lin Su, slightly emphasized her tone, and slowly said, "Perhaps you feel very good about yourself. You come from an official family, have a doctorate degree, and can get a regular position when you start working. Such a smooth sailing. I, a girl born in an ordinary working family, dare not even think about it. When I just entered high school, my father chose to retire early and gave the position to my brother. He was only 42 years old at the time, which was actually equivalent to being laid off. The factory where my mother worked was also closed the year before I was admitted to university, and she was laid off again." Lin Su didn't know why Chen Qing suddenly mentioned this, but her expression softened a little. Chen Qing did not show any sign of appreciation, and continued in a calm tone. I originally did not plan to study, but my parents and brother insisted that I take the college entrance examination. However, I did not drag them down. From undergraduate to master's degree, except for the first year, all my other expenses came from student loans, scholarships and odd jobs. So I look down on those poor students who can drag their parents to work hard and even sell blood just to go to college. They seem very pitiful and inspiring on the surface, but they are a bunch of bastards in their bones. So I say, compared to me, you, a 30-year-old woman who seems to be a child of destiny but always cries, are nothing. Lin Su was silent. Chen Qing said again, besides, in front of Mr. Westeros, you are nothing. His arrangements for me are very clear. If I can't do it well, then get out. What about you? Do you know what it is? Lin Su inexplicably wanted to escape. Chen Qing did not give her a chance to evade, and quickly said, it's like a person who saw a stray cat on the side of the road and thought it was pretty, so he picked it up and put it at home, and maybe forgot about it in a blink of an eye. You, shut up. I haven't finished yet, how can I shut up? Chen Qing smiled contemptuously and continued, so, you are not as important as you think. Even if you suddenly run away now and run back to China, Mr. Westeros may just smile and not care at all. Lin Su threw the tableware on the table and stood up suddenly. Chen Qing looked up at her slightly. Why, you want to escape again, and hide in your cat's nest and cry? Lin Su glared at Chen Qing. Do you think I dare not fight with you? Oh, then you can't beat me. When I was in school, I was the champion of the women's 5,000-meter long-distance race for several consecutive years. You probably have to pant for 1,000 meters, right? Lin Su and Chen Qing confronted each other for a moment, and then sat down dejectedly, sniffed, and tried to hold back, but still couldn't stop. Tears fell again. Chen Qing ignored Lin Su and continued to eat slowly. After a while, she said, the information just now is the test given to me by Mr. Westeros. I can count you as one. Lin Su paused, wanting to refute, but finally gave up. Chen Qing said, I will select a few projects from them and do them well in the next 2 years. However, I can't handle it alone. Although I don't want to cooperate with you, we are all Chinese in the United States after all, and you are the only one who is more suitable. I won't cooperate with you. Then what do you want to do? I myself. What are you going to do by yourself? Why are you crying everywhere? Lin Su couldn't bear it anymore and raised her hand to throw the spoon in her hand. Chen Qing looked at the spoon and dodged it easily by just slightly turning sideways. She heard the muffled sounds behind her and said, listen, this is sterling silver. It's not expensive. It's the tableware and jewelry made of sterling silver that are expensive. I think the sterling silver tableware in this mansion is even more expensive. I'll pay for it. What do you want to pay for? If the cat at home breaks the cups and plates, will the owner pinch the cat's neck and ask it to pay for it? Hearing this, Lin Su seemed to be confident and threw the fork in her hand again. Chen Qing dodged again and returned to the topic just now. You can't do it alone, you can only cooperate with me. This should also be what Mr. Westeros meant. Otherwise, Miss Dunn would not have left only one document and said it was for the two of us. Hearing that she no longer said she was a cat and didn't throw things anymore, Lin Su's tone seemed to be a little loose, but she still insisted, I won't cooperate with you. Are you worried that I will steal your credit? Lin Su said nothing. We two are working together, and I am the leader. When things are done, my contribution will be greater than yours anyway, so there is no need for me to snatch it away. Then you can take the lead alone. Of course it's not impossible, it just takes more time. In comparison, if you work alone, let alone whether Mr. Westeros agrees or not, even if he agrees, with your personality, there is a great possibility that you will mess up, and then you can only continue to be a crying house cat. Don't say I am that anymore. Okay, so we have reached an agreement. No. Forget it then. Don't think I don't know why you want to cooperate with me. Oh. You can form your own team, but try to form a domestic political network. It's just a matter of time. It's a pity that you don't have that much time. My parents may not hold high official positions, but my family knows a lot of people. China is a country that values officials. If you want to do something, whether you have an official background and connections will lead to two completely different outcomes. It seems you are not stupid. You are the fool. Don't always say things like removing a zero from your age. It's childish. You are childish. Okay. Silence again. Until the end of dinner, neither of them said a word to each other. However, after dinner, the two of them tacitly began to look through the information together. Because of the time difference, they finally felt sleepy until after 2 o'clock in the morning. Before resting, after a not-so-heated discussion, the two women selected the first target, the meat processing factory called Shuanghu located in the inland. After all, they had experienced a long journey. When they came, they did not have the private jet treatment that Simon had to rest comfortably, and they accumulated a lot of fatigue. Therefore, when they woke up the next day, it was almost noon. When Lin Su went downstairs to find Chen Qing, the other party had obviously just got up and was on the phone in the living room downstairs. Sitting nearby and listening for a few words, Lin Su learned that the person on the call was Isabel Dunn. After Chen Qing hung up, Lin Su asked, "Is Simon Westeros going to see us?" "No," Chen Qing shook her head and explained, "I called on my own initiative, but Isabel said Mr. Westeros is very busy." Lin Su didn't know whether she was disappointed or relieved, and said casually, "Isn't it the weekend today?" "So what if it's the weekend? The Westeros system is so big, there are always endless things to do," Chen Qing said, pointing to the TV. This time it was CNN, and the topic discussed on the screen was still the midterm elections. "Besides, I think Mr. Westeros should be paying attention to this recently." Chapter 729 Scapegoat Plan. As the voting date for the midterm elections approached, Simon's attention did turn to this matter. The 1994 midterm elections were related to the American political landscape for at least 20 years before and after the millennium. It was also a major turning point in the United States from neoliberalism to neoconservatism. Various so-called isms cannot be explained in a few words. Simon is only concerned with elements related to the Westeros system. For example, the attitudes of the two philosophies towards large companies. Neoliberalism pursues fairness, which is why the U.S. government has split up corporate giants such as AT&T and imposed strict antitrust restrictions on them for many years. Neoconservatism, on the other hand, advocates market freedom. Therefore, 1994 also marked the beginning of the re-emergence of a series of industry oligarchs in the United States in modern times. It is difficult to judge which is better. In the neoliberal era, the continued loss of vitality of the U.S. economy has largely led to the rise of Japan, forcing the United States to use unconventional means to suppress Japan's threat to itself. Similarly, the most prosperous economic prosperity and the most serious economic crisis in the modern United States also began in the neoconservative era that began in 1994. For Simon, the latter is naturally more likely to promote the development of the Westeros system. Over the weekend, Simon stayed at Cape Dumay Manor and did not go out. Most of his time was spent dealing with various matters related to the midterm elections. In the large study on the first floor of the Baker Villa. After ending the call with Joseph Sclapp on the East Coast, Simon put down the phone and looked at Janet, who was holding Seattle and identifying the densely packed nameplates on a wall not far away. He stood up and walked over. Janet and Seattle were playing a game of guessing people's names. His daughter only took a few glances at the nameplates on the wall and remembered them all clearly in her mind. She even knew exactly where a certain name was. It was a typical photographic memory. After letting the mother and daughter play for a while, Simon said with a smile, "Don't always spoil Zaire like this. Be careful that Mel and Nick will not be close to you in the future. They are your own children. Besides, today is Nick's first birthday. Won't you help prepare it?" Janet pointed to another place, listened to Seattle's accurate answer, and kissed the little guy's face intimately, saying indifferently, "Jenny is preparing. It has been agreed long ago that I will exchange with her. Zaire is mine, and Nick is hers." Simon was helpless. Janet was very distressed for a while because she couldn't get pregnant. In those days, she felt good when she saw other people's children, and she wanted to take them home to raise them herself. When she was pregnant with Melbourne, she was very excited for a while. After Melbourne and Nicholas were born one after another, it seemed that some kind of task was completed. Janet soon lost interest in the tedious matter of raising children. Melbourne was always taken care of by Veronica in the early days, and now Jennifer is in charge. Seattle's pampering is more of the natural closeness of a very smart big girl meeting an even smarter little girl. Ignoring her husband's expression, Janet, who was tired of holding her, stuffed Seattle into Simon's arms and asked, "Did you and Joseph just discuss the National Rifle Association?" Simon held his daughter and did not mean to avoid the topic with the little girl. He said, "Yes, this time the commotion was too big. Afterwards, the two parties will inevitably rebound and always find a scapegoat to take the lead. The Democratic Party's defeat in this midterm election is certain. If nothing unexpected happens, the two plans of the Westeros system will end perfectly. What needs to be considered now is the aftermath. The solution is the scapegoat plan just discussed with Joseph Sclapp. In this midterm election, the Westeros system performed very well, because the Clinton administration has successively introduced gun control bills, and the enraged National Rifle Association has made a big fuss. What Simon has to do is to let the National Rifle Association take the lead. According to the proposed plan, after the voting day on November 8, the Westeros system will secretly reveal the various plans of the National Rifle Association in the past year to some media that hold a gun control stance. At the same time, during this period, the Westeros system will also pay close attention to shootings that occurred in various parts of the United States as a condiment for the subsequent publicity. Shootings in the United States are very frequent. Take 1993 as an example. Not counting suicides, the number of shootings in the whole year exceeded 40,000, and the death toll reached 13,000. This loss is equivalent to a large-scale war. Therefore, exposing the National Rifle Association's operations for this midterm election and then widely publicizing the serious consequences of some shootings, whether actively or passively, the public opinion will quickly point to the National Rifle Association. At that time, even the two parties in Congress will have to come forward to express their views. The National Rifle Association, as a big head, is in the front, attracting most of the public opinion firepower. Even if someone makes trouble for the Westeros system again, Simon can deal with it relatively calmly. In fact, during this period, it was not just the scapegoat plan. Simon also made some other arrangements intentionally or unintentionally. For example, the information age marketing plan that started at the beginning of the month. For example, the Thanksgiving schedule that started on November 11th. For example, the third Victoria's Secret fashion show was specially held on November 12th. These arrangements are all to grab as much public attention as possible and let them turn their attention away from the midterm elections as soon as possible. Period. Zbigniew Brzezinski, the most famous strategic thinker in the West in the 20th century, has a very famous pacifier theory. This theory is rarely seen in the media, but it has been promoted to the world unknowingly. As far as I can remember, the pacifier theory was proposed at a global elite gathering in San Francisco in 1995, and it is still 1994 now. Simon was able to know it in advance. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the focus of the long-term confrontation between the East and the West has been lost. Social problems such as the gap between the rich and the poor in this society will become increasingly prominent, and the 28th rule that wealth is concentrated in a few people will become more and more serious. In order to prevent the 80% of the world's population that are gradually marginalized from causing too much trouble to the 20% of the upper elite, Brzezinski proposed a solution, which is to give these marginalized populations a pacifier. The specific measure is to vigorously promote the development of the entertainment industry, so that movies, music, games and other virtual content that can satisfy sensory stimulation to the greatest extent can occupy the public's attention, making these people gradually mentally paralyzed, content with the status quo, and no longer think about social injustice and other real problems. In the past, the most thorough and successful implementation of the pacifier theory was undoubtedly South Korea. Under the control of the Jebel, the social inequality in South Korea is very serious. However, South Korean society has always been very stable. As for the reason, it is self-evident to compare the pacifier theory with South Korea's extremely prosperous entertainment industries, such as movies, music, and games. This is also largely the reason why Japan's culture began to flourish again after the economy stagnated. 20 years later, Japan's so-called low-desire society seems to be a very serious social problem on the surface, but in fact, it is the result that the Japanese ruling class hopes to see. Without desire, only instincts are left, so that you can be more at ease as a social animal, right? Later, smartphones were undoubtedly another pacifier worldwide. Simon remembered a statistic that more than 50% of smartphone users in the world use their phones for more than 5 hours a day. A person has only 24 hours a day, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 3 hours for 3 meals a day, which is exactly 5 hours left. As the Westeros system became larger and larger, Simon almost instinctively began to think about this problem. Public opinion is like water. It can carry a boat or overturn it, and it is not empty talk. If everyone thinks that the development of the Westeros system should be restricted, Simon will undoubtedly face very big trouble. This requires a solution. Then, Simon thought of the pacifier theory that he occasionally saw in his memory. Brzezinski is definitely a genius. Long-term planning cannot be achieved overnight, but in the short term, in order to divert the focus of public opinion and temporarily fill the public's attention with certain things, the current Westeros system can easily do it. So there was this large-scale information age marketing plan. Simon did not explain the deep-seated reasons to anyone. The high-sounding reason is naturally to further promote the development of the new technology industry and accelerate the pace of the public entering the information age. In just 1 week, with unremitting efforts, the overwhelming information age publicity plan has effectively occupied a large number of media pages and easily suppressed the heat of the midterm elections. After the midterm elections, the information age marketing plan will continue. However, on November 11th, when the Thanksgiving schedule of many films will be released at the same time, there will be a perfect body feast for the public. Angels are coming. Who cares about the midterm elections? In order to achieve this goal, the marketing strength of the third Victoria's Secret fashion show will even reach the sum of the previous two. Although the TV broadcast will not be broadcast until November 16th, after the live show on November 12th, the mainstream media in North America will quickly be flooded with topics about the Victoria's Secret fashion show. With all these unfolding, Simon does not believe that many people will pay attention to the midterm elections. After chatting with Janet for a while, the phone rang, and the woman left with Seattle again. Simon continued to work until the evening. Tonight is the first birthday party held by the Westeros family for Seattle and Nicholas. Seattle's birthday is November 3rd, 3 days earlier than his brother Nick. However, the female assistant took the initiative to propose that the birthday parties of the two children be held together. Officially registered as twins, the two little guys were born on this day. Simon certainly had no objection to this. Because it was a birthday party for children, the guests tonight were specially selected. Except for a few core senior executives of the Westeros system, other guests would come with their children. Even though Simon has always disliked socializing in Cape Dumay Manor, this time, with all the invitations, the scale of the birthday party exceeded 200 people. Because it was already winter and the weather was getting colder, the party could not be held in the open air in the manor, so the guests were fortunate to enter the interior of Baker Villa. Chapter 730 Voting Day. Cape Dumay Manor. In front of the glass curtain wall of Shale Villa facing the sea, Simon and Amy Pascal, who were sitting on a sofa against the wall, were discussing company matters while looking at the two little ones in the middle of the lively hall. After that, every child had a chance to get a gift for this Who Was How game tonight. The Japanese stock market has continued to fall over the past week. That means you may not have the opportunity to attend the opening ceremony of Universal Studios Osaka during Easter next year. Simon held a glass of red wine, leaned on a single sofa with his legs crossed in a leisurely manner, and smiled. Yeah, I definitely can't go again. This downward cycle of the Japanese stock market may last for a long time. Even if it gets better by then, if I run over there again, the Japanese will be really angry. Haha, Amy laughed. There is one more thing. You know, about the name issue. Do we still need to continue using the name Universal Studios, or is now a good opportunity to change the name to Deanery's Studios? I've thought about it many times, but I still don't think it's necessary. Deanery's entertainment group will become larger and larger in the future. We don't need to let all subsidiaries be named with the prefix Deanery's. This will instead cause some kind of homogeneity disadvantages. Since we are going to build a global theme park system, the sub-brand Universal Studios is actually not bad, isn't it? Amy thought about it, nodded, and said, by the way, Peck told me on Friday that Turkey recently contacted him and said that if we put the European Universal Studios project in Istanbul, they would give us a big discount. The Peck that Amy was talking about was Bruce Peck, the president of the theme park business. In July, in order to push Disney to accept the acquisition offer of the French Vivendi Group to some extent, Deanery's Entertainment publicly announced the plan to build the European Universal Studios. Disneyland Paris, which has been in a loss since its opening, has become a major burden for Disney. If Deanery's Entertainment, which is in its heyday, builds the European Universal Studios, it will inevitably divert the source of customers from Disneyland Paris, making the already troubled theme park even worse, and then affecting the entire Disney company. The announcement of this news directly led to a heart attack by Michael Eisner, chairman and CEO of Disney. Without Eisner, a diehard who firmly opposed the sale of Disney, Vivendi Group's acquisition negotiations with Disney have progressed smoothly and are currently waiting for the final approval of the Federal Department of Justice. Many people are worried that Universal Studios Europe will follow in the footsteps of Disneyland Paris, but Simon has no intention of making a false move. In recent months, the site selection for Universal Studios Europe has been carried out in a low-key manner. Simon just didn't expect that Turkey would come to join in the fun. This is not surprising. Although Disneyland Paris has become a burden to Disney, this theme park still brings tens of millions of tourists to France every year. A huge business circle has also been formed near Disneyland Paris, and employment and real estate have been greatly boosted. Overall, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. Therefore, when Deaneries Entertainment proposed to build Universal Studios Europe, many countries have made efforts to win this project. In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of Disneyland Paris in terms of lack of consideration of climate factors, Universal Studios Europe will only choose countries along the Mediterranean coast where it is spring all year round. After excluding France, the only targets left are Italy, Spain and Greece. To be more precise, they are the vicinity of Rome, Barcelona and Athens. Rome and Barcelona are the top priorities, and Athens can only be considered a substitute. Now it depends on which of Italy and Spain can offer more favorable conditions and the comprehensive evaluation results of the Deaneries Entertainment theme park team. In order to avoid the three parties waiting for the price, this consideration will of course not be made public. According to the media, any country in Europe has the opportunity to obtain this project, even the high-latitude United Kingdom and the three Nordic countries. Thinking of this, Simon said, "Turkey is definitely impossible. Although our theme park is PG rated, the cultural differences are too great after all. However, Bruce can have more contact with the other party and take time to go there for inspection. Remember to spread the word in the media." Amy knew the deep meaning of Simon's arrangement, smiled and nodded, and then talked about the first week box office of The Haunting of the Mortuary and the subsequent development of the Conjuring movie universe. In the first week of the Halloween season from October 28 to November 3, The Haunting of the Mortuary won the championship without any suspense, with a box office of $45.71 million in the first 7 days, and an average of $19,000 in the theaters. Both key data exceeded the summer season's The Conjuring. Among the four major new films in the same period, Frankenstein, which ranks second in the weekly box office list, only had a box office of $14.2 million in the first week, less than one-third of The Haunting of the Mortuary. The other two new films were somewhat horrible. Silent Trap, which cost Warner Bros. $30 million, had a box office of only $2.04 million in the first week, barely hanging in the fifth place in the weekly box office list. The Last Warrior, which cost Disney $20 million to produce, only had a box office of $1.51 million in the first 7 days, directly falling to the ninth place on the list. According to Comprehensive Statistics, the total box office scale in North America in the first week of Halloween was $73.16 million, and The Haunting of the Mortuary accounted for 62% of the share. Deaneries Entertainment is still the only one. Although the box office trend of the second weekend of the release in recent days shows that the second week of the release of The Haunting of the Mortuary may drop by about 50%, exceeding the 43% drop of The Conjuring in the same period, but with such an excellent start, this film has no regrets. After the polishing of these two films, the brand of the Conjuring movie universe is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As for the follow-up, horror movies are different from blockbusters. They have low budgets and short cycles. If Simon is willing, it is no problem to launch 2 or 3 series of works a year. However, Simon certainly understands that he cannot fish out all the fish in the pond. Too eager development progress will only make the audience lose interest in the series quickly. Simon's plan is to launch at most one related work every year in the future, which is more cautious than the DC movie universe series. Occasionally, he will completely stop for a year, which is considered fallow. Moreover, the sequels of individual films must be separated by at least 1 year. All of this is to maximize the vitality of the Conjuring movie universe. After the birthday party of the two little guys, a new week has arrived. November 7th. Monday. the day before the voting day of the 1994 midterm election. In 3 days, Lin Su and Chen Qing were basically familiar with the new environment around them, and the time difference was reversed. They thought they would stay in Los Angeles for a long time, but they were notified on Sunday afternoon that they would fly to New York with Simon Westeros on Monday. They had packed their luggage in advance and arrived at Los Angeles International Airport on time at 9 o'clock. The memorable Boeing 767 had already stopped on the runway. Seeing Girl A waiting at the cabin door, Chen Qing knew that Simon Westeros had arrived in advance, which made the 6 women in the group a little embarrassed, but fortunately no one cared about it. Chen Qing also keenly felt that the 4 staff members assigned to her and Lin Su by Westeros were more excited than the 2 of them today. It was probably because they could meet Simon Westeros. These days, they got along very well with the 4 women, and even planned to use them as the first layer of their development in the United States. However, some things still made Chen Qing instinctively a little timid, and she hoped that Girl A would arrange the 4 women in the rear cabin with those staff members. Because these 4 were probably specially trained service personnel by the Westeros family, and they were not bad in both figure and appearance. Allison did not do so, but took the 6 people to the living room in the middle cabin of the plane. In order to avoid making things worse, Chen Qing did not take the initiative to bring it up. Everyone arrived and the plane took off. When the Boeing 767 entered the clouds, everyone unfastened their seat belts and began to move freely. They did not dare to walk around. Just as they were waiting for the flight attendant to come over and make a small indirection, a tall young man walked directly into the living room, followed by Girl A. The 6 girls stood up quickly. Motioning everyone to sit down, Simon also sat down next to him, just nodded to Lin Su and Chen Qing, and then smiled and looked at the 2 bodyguards. Kate, Pamela, how are you doing recently? Kathryn Elgar and Pamela Winther were the first female bodyguards trained at the MCSS base in Oklahoma. Simon not only read the detailed information of these girls, but also met them in person several times. Neither of the 2 women thought that Simon would remember their names and greet them first. They were a little flattered. Kathryn Elgar said, "Very good, Mr. Westeros, but I'm a little sorry that I can't work by your side." The female bodyguards trained by Simon were originally to serve the women around him. At this time, he just said, "It doesn't make any difference. Although you work for Chen and Lin, you are still employees of the Westeros family." This is absolutely true. Lin Su and Chen Qing can't afford the salaries of the 4 girls. Their salaries are all paid by the Westeros family. Not forgetting to greet the other 2 who met for the first time, Lily Favell and Christina Latham, and found that the clothes on the 6 girls were a little thin. Simon asked, "It may be a little cold in New York. Have you prepared clothes?" The 6 girls nodded. Los Angeles is like spring all year round, and women who love beauty are naturally cold resistant. It's okay to wear thin clothes on the West Coast. However, it is now winter on the East Coast, and the daily temperature is below 10 degrees. It is definitely unbearable to continue to dress according to the West Coast. Lin Su and Chen Qing, who live in southern China, didn't think about this yesterday. It was Lily Favell, who grew up on the East Coast, who brought it up. After receiving the notice yesterday afternoon, the 6 girls went out to buy new clothes together. Seeing the girls nod, Simon changed the topic and continued to chat with them about some trivial matters. He quickly stood up and said to Chen Qing, "Chen, come with me." Chen Qing confirmed that Westeros only called her, concealed the joy in her heart, stood up and followed the man out of the middle cabin living room. Looking at Chen Qing's leaving figure, Lin Su, who almost stood up with her just now, looked indifferent on her face, but felt a little lost in her heart. There was even a bit of resentment that she would never admit. Someone did this on purpose? Afterwards, Chen Qing didn't come back for the 4-hour journey. It wasn't until the plane was close to New York that Girl A appeared and took away some of Chen Qing's clothes. Seeing this situation, the other girls, no matter how stupid they were, roughly guessed what happened. When getting off the plane, seeing the remaining blush on Chen Qing's face and the obvious unnaturalness when walking, the matter became even more obvious. Kathryn and the other girls knew that their boss was a playboy, but they didn't feel anything special. Lin Su, however, had mixed feelings. Hateful man. It was ridiculous. Seeing Chen Qing holding the man's arm affectionately all the way after getting off the plane, she became even angrier for some reason. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast when they arrived in New York. After taking a car to Manhattan, the group separated. Lin Su, Chen Qing, and the other two girls were headed for a townhouse on 95th Street in the Upper West Side. The reason for arranging it here was that it was very close to Columbia University. In the next 2 years, Chen Qing would take a leave of absence from work to study for an MBA at Columbia University. Girl A personally escorted the 6 girls over and settled them down. Before leaving, she reminded them that there would be a cocktail party in the evening, and Lin Su and Chen Qing must attend. After seeing off Allison Norris, it was already dark in Manhattan. All the lights in the 4-story townhouse on West 95th Street, which is only 1 block away from Central Park, were on. Chen Qing walked up and down the villa again despite her physical discomfort. Finally, she came to the living room downstairs and sat on the sofa with satisfaction. She looked at Lin Su, who was standing next to her with a cold expression, and suddenly said in Chinese, "I never thought that my first time was on a plane." Lin Su's expression hardly changed. She looked very disdainful. She was flipping through a copy of The Economist in her hand. This was a book that the two women bought together in Los Angeles in recent days. Seeing that Lin Su ignored her, Chen Qing smiled a little more and suddenly asked, "Lin Su, do you still have a first time?" Lin Su turned her head slightly and pretended not to hear. "It seems that I didn't." "You didn't?" "Oh, it seems that I still have it." Chen Qing laughed and said mischievously, "I will tell Simon, he should be very happy." Lin Su threw The Economist on the coffee table and was about to flee. Chen Qing called her and said, "Simon said that you will be my assistant in the future. Now it's legitimate." Lin Su's eyes widened. She had only reluctantly agreed to cooperate with her. Why suddenly? Moreover, it was only half a month ago that she was the government commissioner responsible for receiving Simon Westeros, and Chen Qing was just a small translator who was not even a deputy. This reversal. It's really uncomfortable. Thinking about it, I quickly understood. Men. As long as they are satisfied, they are probably willing to promise anything. What's more, from the beginning, Lin Su knew that Chen Qing was not a good person. Some emotions increased. But she knew that she had no room to refuse. Chen Qing looked at Lin Su's changing expression proudly, and soon said, "By the way, there is also the matter of studying for an MBA at Columbia University. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes." "Then I'll talk to Simon, and count you in." Lin Su wanted to regret it, but noticed the playful expression on Chen Qing's face and forced herself to hold it back. A strong desire to win suddenly arose in her heart. Sooner or later one day. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Chapter 731 Voting Day, 2. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in a private residence on 78th Street in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, Lin Su and Chen Qing arrived at the cocktail party at the home of Leon Black, CEO of Apollo Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital. As night fell, the cocktail party had already begun. Lady A led the two through the crowd in the living room to find Simon, who was talking to Lawrence Fink. Reminded by Allison, Simon turned his head to look at the two women and raised his eyebrows slightly. Chen Qing was wearing a rather capable black OL suit with small high heels on her feet. She didn't seem to be attending a cocktail party, but more like she was going to work overtime. Lin Su, on the other hand, was wearing a water blue round-neck sleeveless dress that showed her figure and fit her personal temperament. Being looked at by the man, Lin Su, who was obviously dressed more appropriately, felt even more unnatural. "I wonder if Chen Qing is framing me again?" Before leaving, she said she wanted to change clothes. Lin Su carefully selected the one she was wearing from some clothes that a man had prepared for them in advance. When she came out of the dressing room, she found that Chen Qing's clothes were obviously not right. She wanted to change back to the same style as Chen Qing, but time was running out. Simon soon understood the reason why Chen Qing dressed like this. The girl didn't want to be treated as a vase, so she deliberately dressed more formally. Just smiling, Simon said to Lawrence Fink, who was curious, "Lawrence, this is Chen Qing, and Lin Su, they are both from China." "Chen, Lin, this is Lawrence Fink, CEO of BlackRock Asset Management." Noticing that Chen Qing's movements beside her paused slightly, Lin Su subconsciously stepped forward and stretched out her hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Fink, nice to meet you." Lawrence Fink roughly guessed the other identity of the two beautiful Oriental women in front of him, just shook hands with Lin Su lightly, and smiled. "Hello, Miss Lin." After greeting, Lin Su took the initiative to retreat to Simon's side. Only then did Chen Qing step forward and shake hands with Lawrence Fink. "Hello, Mr. Fink, Nice to meet you. Lawrence Fink shook hands with Chen Qing in the same way. Hello, Miss Chen. After the greeting, Chen Qing did not step away like Lin suited. She still looked directly at Lawrence Fink and said, Mr. Fink, I happen to have read some information about BlackRock Asset Management in the past few days. I have to say that managing more than $200 billion in assets in just 5 years is simply a business miracle. Oh, thank you. Lawrence Fink glanced at Simon, then turned to Chen Qing and asked with a smile, Miss Chen's English is very good. Are you planning to work on Wall Street this time? Chen Qing also glanced at a certain man, but this time there was a little more feminine look in her eyes. Well, that depends on Simon's arrangement. Simon let Chen Qing continue to chat with Lawrence Fink for a few more sentences, then said, Okay, Chen, you will have many opportunities to ask Lawrence for advice in the future. I will take you to meet Leon first. You have to work under him in the future. Having said that, Simon nodded to Lawrence Fink and walked with the two women to another part of the reception. The Westeros system has many investment channels in China. James Raybould is in charge of Westeros, Cersei Capital, the investment departments of various subsidiaries, the Johnston family team in Australia, etc. There will also be many shell companies or sub-funds registered in the offshore market to hide themselves. Simon plans to arrange Chen Qing in Apollo Management, a private equity investment company under Cersei Capital. Apollo Management has been investing in China on a small scale in the past few years. With the opening of China's market economy era, Simon has specially asked Leon Black to select and form an investment team specifically for China in recent months, and personally approved the first $100 million in funds. This money is only the investment quota for next year. Simon will decide whether to add more according to the specific situation later. In addition to the team under Apollo Management, the entire Westeros system will significantly increase its investment in China starting next year. In the past few years, Simon has invested a total of $700 million in China. Perhaps, in the future, the amount of money that the entire Westeros system will pour into China in a year will not be less than this number. For other capitals, this risky investment strategy seems too radical. In the past, there have been cases where overseas capital investment in Latin American countries has lost all its money due to institutional turmoil. Only Simon knows how great the development potential of China's economy will be in the future. Only by entering the market early can you get more lucrative returns. After introducing Leon Black, Simon introduced Chen Qing to Jared Buckley, the manager of the Chinese business department of Apollo Management. Jared Buckley, 36 years old this year, is even more burly than his boss, who was an athlete. He is over 1.9 meters tall and has the unique aggressiveness of Wall Street people. Simon arranged for Chen Qing to be Jared Buckley's deputy. Buckley was obviously a little hesitant about this, and asked Chen Qing directly in front of Simon, Ms. Chen, do you have investment experience? Chen Qing shook her head frankly, no. Jared Buckley said, then, Miss Chen, why do you think you can be my deputy? Chen Qing looked up and looked at Buckley, not at all shy, because I am from China. All the guests present tonight, no one knows China better than me. That doesn't make sense. What I need is an investor, not a China expert. Mr. Buckley, do you think of yourself as an investor? Of course. Then why do you need a second investor? Because I believe in the power of collaboration. The abilities of two people are always better than one person. What is the purpose of collaboration? To better complete the business. That's the purpose. In my opinion, collaboration is for complementarity. Although I don't understand investment, I know China much better than you do, and that's complementarity. China is a country with a very complex political and business environment. If you know nothing about the various unspoken rules of this country, then, unfortunately, even if you have professional investment skills, it will be difficult to do business in China. Jared Buckley slowed down his tone after hearing what Chen Qing said, but he still didn't stop asking, Ms. Chen, can you first tell me an unspoken rule that I need to pay attention to? Our department will focus on long-term investment in China, rather than quickly cashing out after realizing profits within 3 to 5 years. Therefore, this requires paying great attention to the growth of the company. To achieve this, a Chinese company needs to pay close attention to one point, which is local protectionism. Mr. Buckley, have you paid attention to this issue? Jared Buckley nodded. Protectionism. This is a problem we need to face if we want to enter any overseas market. It is not special at all. I'm not talking about broad national protectionism, But China's local protectionism. Does it make any difference? National protectionism usually has very clear clauses, and we just need to abide by the rules. Local protectionism is different because there are no clear rules. All parts of China are now very concerned about economic growth indicators. Therefore, in order to protect local companies, they will find ways to exclude foreign companies from doing business locally. If we want to get a good return on our investment in China, we must continue to expand, which will inevitably conflict with local protectionism. Jared Buckley thought for a while and said, I think this kind of thing should be a problem that professional managers of our investment companies need to pay attention to. Mr. Buckley, are you shirking your responsibility? Okay, then, tell me how to solve this problem. The root cause of local protectionism is economic indicators. We can set up branches in areas that need expansion and keep the economic indicators in the local area. Is it that simple? This is just an immature idea that I came up with when I was reading some materials in recent days. It will definitely not be that simple to implement. However, I think my direction is correct. Mr. Buckley, I recommend you read a book. It is a work by the leader who founded our country, called On Contradiction. If you have read this book, you will understand that the simplest way to solve a problem is to grasp the main contradiction. Jared Buckley continued to look at Chen Qing for a moment, and finally nodded slightly, and stretched out his hand to the girl again. Chen, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Of course. Leon Black, who had been listening to the confrontation between the two, also smiled and said, Ms. Chen, maybe you can give me a copy of Theory of Contradiction. No problem, Mr. Black. Lin Su had been standing beside Simon, with a hint of envy in her eyes about the confrontation between Chen Qing and Jared Buckley. She knew that she couldn't do this, not because her knowledge was not as good as Chen Qing, nor was she not as eloquent as Chen Qing, but because she had been trained as a lady since she was a child, so she lacked the character trait of Chen Qing who dared to confront others. Just thinking about this, she heard the man next to her say, It seems that your future cooperation will be very pleasant, Jerry. Next you will be responsible for introducing some other guests to Chen, and talk about your future cooperation by the way. The two nodded, and before leaving, Chen Qing came over naturally and kissed Simon on the cheek, and whispered, Simon, don't forget me here when you leave. Simon smiled and patted the girl on the waist. Of course not. Seeing this scene, the people around smiled knowingly. Leon Black was the closest, and looking at Chen Qing's little movements, he couldn't help thinking that this girl really knew how to grasp the main contradiction. Revealing her relationship with Simon Westeros in public might be questioned, but relying on Westeros as a big backer would definitely have more advantages than disadvantages. In fact, because the women who have walked out of Simon's side in recent years are more outstanding than each other, Leon Black has never looked down on Chen Qing from the beginning. The confrontation with Jared Buckley just now made Black completely put aside his concerns that his boss might recommend a vase. Vases cannot survive on Wall Street. After Chen Qing and Buckley left, Simon continued to chat with Leon Black about Apollo Management Company. This went on until 9 o'clock. Simon said goodbye to everyone and left the mansion on East 78th Street. Lin Su and Chen Qing followed Simon and left the room. Both women were wrapped in windbreakers, but they still couldn't hide their beautiful figures. However, Simon did not take the two women back to his apartment on Fifth Avenue. They just separated outside the Blake mansion. It's not that he didn't want to, but that girl A was in a bad mood. Since Simon and Blake said goodbye, she has been holding the man's arm, as if she was worried that he would run out and fool around with other women. Simon has become accustomed to this intermittent temper of girl A, which happens once or twice a month. Of course, there is no way to escape punishment. While still in the car returning to the Fifth Avenue apartment, Girl A reached out with some strange excitement to pull the belt from the man's waist. Early the next morning, Simon woke up on time at 6 o'clock. It was November 8th, Tuesday, the voting day for the midterm elections. Simon's registered constituency is in California, and as usual, he has no plans to participate in the vote. After the routine morning exercise, at 7 o'clock, they sat in the restaurant on time. Zoe and Isabel, who were accompanying them this time, served breakfast and left. Girl A handed Simon a marked copy of the New York Times and sat down next to the man. Today, the headline of the New York Times was not the midterm elections, but the news that Ygritte will open the Ygritte outsourcing platform next week. Bragging does not require tax. Therefore, The article stated that the upcoming Egret outsourcing platform will provide tens of millions of job opportunities for internet users around the world every year in the future. Not only that, with a continuous promotion of online office, this new work model in the information age will bring great convenience to the entire society, because there is no need to commute frequently, a large amount of transportation resources will be released, and the operating costs of enterprises will be greatly reduced due to the reduction of office space. This will not only ease the traffic pressure in major cities, but also save energy consumption, reduce carbon emissions, and so on. In short, it is beneficial to the present and the future. Not only the New York Times, but many mainstream paper media in North America were discussing the news about the Egret outsourcing platform on Tuesday. The Egret portal naturally gave a more detailed explanation. As the talent gap in Silicon Valley continues to expand, the Egret outsourcing platform is not only an outsourcing platform for Egret itself to publish paid tasks to the entire internet user group, but also any new technology company around the world that can connect to the internet can publish tasks through the Egret platform. At the same time, as long as there is a computer at home, and as long as you know a little about the basic operation of a personal computer, anyone can find a job suitable for them on the Egret outsourcing platform. Compared with the midterm elections that have been full of smoke and dust in recent months, this news that seems to be closely related to everyone has quickly become a hot topic for people to chat with each other after work today. This is naturally what Simon wants to see. After breakfast, Simon rushed to the Lexington Avenue Arsenal in Midtown Manhattan, not far from Gramercy Park. This place was once a weapons warehouse during the war, and now it is an indoor venue that many large-scale events such as exhibitions or concerts like to use. The third Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held here. As the date of the show approaches, today is a complete rehearsal before the official show. Chapter 732 Voting Day, 3. Manhattan, Lexington Avenue Arsenal. During the rehearsal and preparation for the show, many staff members noticed a young man sitting alone on the stands in the hall. Everyone was busy, but that man looked lazy and idle, like an unemployed vagrant who sneaked in from outside to watch the beauty. Thinking so in their hearts, no one would despise him a little, but they were a little trembling when they thought they had entered the other party's field of vision. Because that was Simon Westeros. When he came here, Simon just greeted several persons in charge and sat on the stands in the show hall by himself, seeming to be absent-minded and bored. Sensing the mood of her boss, Allison asked 2 bodyguards to stay nearby to prevent the staff coming and going around from disturbing her, and she herself did not take the initiative to go over. Of course, Simon was not really in a daze, but was sorting out the various arrangements in the past period of time. Although he had done everything he could think of, Simon still didn't feel that he could rest easy. He was very clear about his current state. He was walking on thin ice. In recent months, even in the past year, because of the rapid expansion of his personal wealth, Simon was far from being as relaxed as he seemed. In 1993, Forbes reported that Simon's personal net worth was only $120 billion, which made him the first billionaire in American history. But in 1994, it doubled by 2.5 times to $300 billion. This is a miracle. It also represents tremendous pressure. Not to mention American history, even in the entire human history, few people have faced such a situation. $300 billion has exceeded the total wealth of most countries in the world, and it is rich enough to rival a country. The world has never been worried about the lack of wealth but the inequality. There is no fundamental difference between the East and the West. Human nature is like this. Therefore, Simon is now a huge target. When passing by, you will almost instinctively want to shoot an arrow at it. It's not that there's anything wrong with this target, but it's just too big and too obvious. If someone wants to divert the public's attention, they will point it over. Look, there's a target. After all, it's because of lack of time. Humans are habitual creatures. If they are accustomed to something, they often instinctively take it for granted. Just like many royal families in Europe. In this era of increasing emphasis on equality, many Westerners, even if they are disdainful, still feel that the nobility is superior and the royal family is naturally superior. Maybe they will complain about it in private, but if they really meet, they will almost instinctively kneel down. There are also those big chaebols in Japan and South Korea. When the time is long enough, the public in those countries will no longer question whether it is reasonable for the chaebol to control the economy, because they are there. This is the legitimacy that a long time brings to certain privileges. However, the Westeros system, which is growing too fast, has no time for people to get used to it. Therefore, many people will feel that it is unreasonable and think that Simon Westeros should not have so much money. No one has it, why do you have so much? So, what should I do? Donate the money? Just kidding. I have seen too many people who are grateful for the benefits of a grain warehouse. If I suddenly give away a granary, those who feel that they have not received any benefits and are at a disadvantage will only snatch all the remaining Simon, and then step on him hard, laughing and calling him a fool. Therefore, Simon is becoming more and more cautious about charity. Simon even understood why many charitable funds were about promoting education and health or promoting world peace. If the donation target is too clear, the beneficiaries may think that the money is theirs. After 1, 2 or 3 years, they have received enough benefits and take it for granted. If one day it is gone, then the operator of the charitable fund will be in trouble. Hey, where's our money? Exclamation mark. After thinking about it, the integration strategy that has been quietly promoted is still the most effective. Deeply integrate the entire Westeros system into the US and even the global economy. Any force that wants to harm the Westeros system will directly or indirectly harm itself. Only in this way can its own business empire be as solid as a rock. Of course, the most lacking thing for this plan to be completed is time. If it weren't for the lack of time, Simon would not do many things that seem quite extraordinary to ordinary people. Having lived 2 lives, unlike those super rich people in his memory who only learned from their mistakes, Simon has never lacked awe in his heart from the beginning. It's just that some things have to be done. Simon would not give some people the opportunity to test his bottom line. If he tested too much, it would inevitably lead to accidental shooting. Therefore, he directly told some people through some things that Simon Westeros had no bottom line. Provoke me? Try it. Clearly tell the outside world that he is not a child who shuttles through the downtown with gold, so that he can buy more time. Allison came to Simon at some point, bowed slightly and reminded the man in his ear, "Boss, it's about to start." Simon nodded when he heard it, put down his thoughts and looked at the tea stage. The music sounded and the lights began to flash. I remember the first Victoria's Secret fashion show, with 5 themes and 5 background music, namely Angels, Paradise, Blank Space, Human and Sexy Back, all of which were selected by Simon himself, accurately matching the atmosphere of each theme, and the stunning debut of the Victoria's Secret Army made the first Victoria's Secret fashion show the most classic one. Simon did not interfere too much in the second show last year, but relying on the popularity accumulated in the first show, it was still very successful. This year is the 3rd show. The popularity of the Victoria's Secret Army is already at its peak. Learning from the lesson of the Victoria's Secret show that has become a singer's concert, Simon began to focus on the display of the angels themselves in order to avoid the show being overshadowed by the guests. Therefore, only half of the 6 themes this time have background music with lyrics, and the other 3 themes are pure music. Moreover, singers are still not allowed to go on stage because Simon is personally watching closely. The selection of each piece of music is still meticulous, and there will never be a chaotic scene in the decline of the Victoria's Secret show, where singers sing on the stage and models walk on the catwalk, and the rhythm of the music is completely inconsistent with the theme of the show. 2 of the 3 pure music pieces this time were specially written by Hollywood composers invited by the Victoria's Secret team. No show can last forever. Simon has also made up his mind that if one day in the future, the Victoria's Secret show is no longer popular and the once shining angels leave the stage, then it will be decisively stopped. If it can't be a classic, it's better not to do it. The opening music is a rock-style song, The Phoenix, which is a song sung by the Fall Out Boy group at the Victoria's Secret show in 2013. Of course, it was provided by Simon himself. In Simon's opinion, the 2013 Victoria's Secret fashion show was the last glorious Victoria's Secret fashion show. Every theme and every soundtrack was a classic, and the quality of the angels was maintained at the highest level. After 2013, there was no other show worth watching. In the explosive rhythm, the opening line of The Phoenix, "Put on your war paint," echoed the beginning of a fashion feast. This is a war song. The soundtrack was adapted from the 7th Symphony by Shostakovich, a famous Soviet composer during World War II. During the Battle of Leningrad, Shostakovich participated in the Air Defense Force while completing this shocking and grand symphony. It was premiered under the siege of the German army, which greatly inspired the morale of the former Soviet Union to fight against the German invasion. Therefore, it is also called the Leningrad Symphony. This year's opening angel is Stephanie Seymour, one of the 6 spokespeople for Victoria's Secret after Trezeguet. There is a reason why Stephanie Seymour was chosen as the opening model. The supermodel was already pregnant during the second Victoria's Secret fashion show last year, but she insisted on going on the catwalk. After giving birth in July this year, Stephanie Seymour has been preparing for the third Victoria's Secret fashion show without stopping, which is a bit of an inspirational gimmick. Of course, the reality is not as good as advertised. As a Victoria's Secret brand spokesperson, getting pregnant rashly, although not violating the contract, has broken the unspoken rules in the circle. You got millions of dollars in endorsement fees, but when you are supposed to be used, you go to give birth to a child. Is this appropriate? Last year, when she just learned that Stephanie Seymour was pregnant, Victoria's Secret CEO Grace Nichols, who was extremely depressed, quietly suggested to Simon to directly freeze this unruly supermodel. Among the original 5 spokespersons, Stephanie Seymour was indeed the most restless one. In the first half of last year, she had a lawsuit with her ex-boyfriend, Guns N' Roses lead singer Axl Ross. You know, Guns N' Roses is a signed group under the record company of Deaneries Entertainment, and it is a pillar-level group. The two parties, one exposed the other's violent tendencies, and the other accused the other of stealing things. They also pulled a group of people to join the battle, which was very lively. It was not until Simon learned about this and spoke personally that the matter calmed down. Then, Stephanie Seymour hooked up with Peter Brandt, a billionaire in the publishing industry in New York. She probably felt that she had found the right target. Although there was no sign of marriage, she got pregnant soon. The idea of wanting to marry a mother with a child is the same in the East and the West. Unfortunately, the billionaire who was more than 20 years older than Stephanie Seymour was not a good person. The other party had a wife, and the children were almost the same age as Stephanie Seymour. It was not easy to turn his first wife into his ex-wife. The two could not discuss the prenuptial agreement, so they kept dragging it on, and there was no result until the child was born. It was another big melon. Fortunately, it was limited to the small circle of Manhattan and was not watched by the public. Otherwise, Simon would really choose to freeze the other party. Perhaps because she felt that the rich were not reliable, Stephanie Simon insisted on appearing on the second Victoria's Secret runway despite her pregnancy and the opposition of the rich. After giving birth to a child this year and with no marriage prospects, the supermodel dared not give up her career easily. In order to regain her figure, she has suffered a lot in recent months. The media and the public are always more tolerant of women who have become mothers. She is also a big-name customer of Elite. In recent months, Elite and Victoria's Secret have worked together to reshape Stephanie Simon's public image. The supermodel did not make any more troubles and was quite cooperative. Seeing that the effect was good and the popularity was high, she successfully got the opening of this Victoria's Secret. The rehearsal began. Temporarily putting aside those troubles, Simon appreciated the big show with almost only him as the audience. However, despite careful preparation, some minor problems still occurred. During the latest theme, an angel accidentally fell down, and the subsequent angels did not deal with the small accident well, and were frightened and stopped moving forward, which directly led to the destruction of the entire theme. The big boss is watching. A music video director who was invited to the show hoping to break into Hollywood, like Michael Bay, couldn't help but lose his composure on the spot. After pausing the rehearsal, he yelled at a model named Tricia Schiffer, and the whole hall was filled with the other person's roar. All the angels on the scene were terrified by the director's roar. It's not that they were concerned about the other person. Rather, everyone clearly knew that Simon Westeros was sitting in the stands. In order to avoid unexpected situations, the angel army has backup options. If Simon Westeros is unhappy about this, it is easy to temporarily replace a few angels. If you are replaced for this reason, there will definitely be no future. Simon watched the excitement on the catwalk, and he was not really angry in his heart. After a moment, he thought of something and even smiled. Girl A came over, and Simon just ordered, "It's nothing, let everyone do it again." Nothing can be foolproof. There are countless times in memory when the Victoria's Secret show has gone wrong. The organizers can certainly hope to pass it in one go, but if it is really necessary, even the official scene can be re-recorded. The rehearsal of the last theme was soon resumed. However, Simon's attention was no longer on the catwalk, but on a certain idea that had just arisen from the chaos on the catwalk. An overly harmonious and stable social environment is not suitable for the growth of oligarchs. Turbulence, Chaos and decline are the best. This is exactly the same as a theory of Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. Another explanation is actually, if you eat too much, there will be more trouble. However, if you don't eat enough, the trouble will definitely be bigger. This is another question of measure. Thinking of this, he waved to Girl A to come over, and signaled Allison to take out the memo. Simon wrote the name of a book on it and signaled the female assistant to find it for him. Girl A has been secretly learning Chinese in private. However, Shuangjunshu? I know all 3 words, but I don't understand them at all when they are connected. Of course, since it is the boss's order, I just have to do it. Because of the mistakes, the last theme was passed twice in a row before it was stopped. After the show, Victoria's Secret CEO Grace Nichols came over with several responsible persons. Simon also stood up and said, "Very good, there is no need to mind the mistakes just now. Everyone makes mistakes." After saying this, Simon looked at Brett Ratner, the director of this show. He was still selected by Simon himself. Brett Ratner was about 25 or 26 years old, the same age as Simon. He was not tall, slightly fat, with thick curly hair and a beard. This young director may not be as well known as Michael Bay, but in the past history, Ratner's famous work is also well known, the Rush Hour series. No one's success is easy. Simon has read Trainer's resume. He is also a genius-level filmmaker. He became interested in movies at the age of 8 and was admitted to the New York Film Academy at the age of 16, becoming the youngest student in the history of the Academy. After graduation, Ratner has served as the MV director of many big-name singers in recent years. Now, all he lacks is an opportunity to break into Hollywood. After looking at each other for a moment, Simon smiled and reached out his hand. "You just reminded me of Cameron. I hope you can be as good as Jim in the future." Brett Ratner was a little nervous at first, but he quickly reached out his hand to Simon and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Westeros, I will try my best. And I'm really sorry just now, I may have lost my composure." After everyone chatted for a while, the Victoria's Secret angels who had changed their clothes came out from the backstage and walked closer. The 2 women with beautiful waists and legs came to Simon without any hesitation, holding Simon's arms on the left and right. The other angels who also came over could only envy this, because the Hearst group exposed Simon's private life in the first half of the year, and the relationship between Yasmin Gary and Nadja Orman and Simon Westeros was considered public. At first, some people gloated over this. As a result, the careers of the 2 women did not end up ruined as many people expected, but became more and more prosperous. The success of Instagram during this period has made the 2 big fairies who hold shares in this website the 2 supermodels with the highest net worth in the circle. Simon told them last year that they could leave after a year, but the 2 women showed no signs of breaking away from their relationship with Simon. When Simon was away, the 2 fairies usually went out together, so some lesbian gossips were spread, and some tabloids even joked that Simon was the third party between the 2 women. Chapter 733, Fiasco. After the morning rehearsal, the team will make adjustments in the afternoon according to the problems found during the rehearsal, and produce some official materials for media release. Therefore, the show team, including the Victoria's Secret Army, will stay in the arsenal all day. Simon chatted with everyone for a while, and the staff came to remind him that lunch had been delivered. There was no critical schedule for the whole day, so Simon stayed to eat the working lunch. When he came to the backstage, lunch had already been distributed. There was one kind for the staff, and another kind for the Victoria's Secret angels. One kind could be called lunch, and the other kind, well, indescribable. Anyway, after Simon tasted Yasmin's vegetable salad without even salad dressing, he had no intention of eating a second bite. The perfect body that the audience saw on the Victoria's Secret tea stage was not easily obtained. For this show, most Victoria's Secret angels started to control their weight 3 months ago. As the show approaches, the Victoria's Secret team will also conduct a special assessment. If they are not qualified, unfortunately, they can only be eliminated, and even those with beautiful waists and legs will not enjoy special treatment. The top scenery in any industry means considerable efforts. After lunch, Simon dismissed the others and called Trish Goff to personally check on the progress of her acting class. Simon gave the baby-faced model a small role in his next movie on a whim, and he was happy to see the girl's fame rise to a higher level. However, if Trish Goff couldn't even handle a small vase, Simon would definitely not settle for it. In fact, Grace had talked to Simon privately. During this period, in addition to preparing for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Trish Goff had to take 4 hours of acting classes every day. It was a completely cramming study. For this reason, she had to turn down many commercial notices and had only 6 hours of rest time every day. Backstage at the show, after a simple lunch, everyone started to get busy. Girl A was standing next to a public dressing table not far from the rest area where Simon was, looking through a document about investment in Ukraine. Cindy Crawford walked over, glanced at Simon Westeros, who was testing the baby-faced girl not far away, and greeted Girl A with a smile. "Hi, A." Allison turned her head to look at her and nodded slightly. "Hello, Cindy." Cindy Crawford picked up an eyebrow pencil on the dressing table and played with it. She wanted to sit down, but noticed Allison's situation and asked curiously, "A, why don't you sit down?" Allison paused, her eyes fell back on the document in her hand, and casually said, "Standing for a while is good for your health." Cindy was a little confused. After a little recollection, she found that she had accidentally noticed Allison several times throughout the morning. Simon Westeros's female assistant was standing. She lowered her head and glanced. Allison was not wearing high heels, but a pair of flat leather boots, which was indeed quite suitable for standing. Cindy knew better than to get to the bottom of the matter. She didn't sit down and leaned slightly on the edge of the dressing table. She found a topic. "A, what are you watching?" Allison didn't answer, but asked bluntly, "What's the matter?" Cindy saw that Allison had no intention of chatting with her, and seemed a little cold because of her previous question. She didn't say any more nonsense and said, "This is it. I recently signed a new film from Warner Brothers, Fair Game, which tells the cat and mouse game between an agent and the Soviet KGB. Do you know about this? Joe Silver's project." Cindy saw that Allison used an affirmative tone and nodded. "Yes, it seems you know about it." "Yes. Well, what does Simon think?" "It's terrible." What? The boss said it was terrible. The boss also said that after this movie, the era of Cindy Crawford will be over. This joke is not funny at all. Allison looked up at Cindy. "Why should I joke with you?" But Allison no longer paid attention to Cindy's hesitation, and lowered her head to look at the documents in her hand, obviously not intending to talk to her again. Cindy looked at Allison, then turned to a man who was talking to Trish Goff not far away. After hesitating for a moment, she was about to walk over, but someone got there first. Stephanie Seymour came over with a few cups of coffee, said a few words to the bodyguards standing by, and was put next to Westeros. "Bitch." She couldn't help but complain in her heart. However, she had to ask about things related to her future. Cindy politely nodded to Allison and walked towards Simon. As expected, she was stopped by 2 bodyguards. "Ms. Crawford, the boss doesn't want to be disturbed." Cindy glanced at Stephanie Seymour, who sat next to Simon Westeros, smiled and said patiently, "I have something important to discuss with Simon." It was originally an open rest area in the corner, and Cindy was stopped by the bodyguards. Simon quickly noticed that the test of Trish Goff had ended and the result was satisfactory, so he signaled the bodyguards to let her go. Cindy walked over and was going to sit on the other side of Westeros, but Trish Goff took the first place without leaving a trace, so she had to sit on the single sofa next to her. Cindy did not express any dissatisfaction to Coco Goff. Seeing Stephanie Seymour, who was closest to her, she couldn't help but tease, "Fanny, how is your baby recently? I remember it's almost 100 days old, right?" Stephanie Seymour glanced over and said, "Very good, the 100-day party has already been held, but I saw you were very busy, so I didn't invite you." Cindy said with a sly smile, "Then I can only wait until you and Peter get married to make up for it with the gifts. By the way, when are you and Peter planning to get married?" Stephanie didn't seem to be affected by Cindy's words at all, and said expectantly, "Next year, I will definitely invite you then. Remember to bring 2 gifts." Seeing that Stephanie didn't respond, Cindy couldn't help but add, "In case you get pregnant again unexpectedly, I will prepare 3 in advance." "Oh, thank you," Stephanie Seymour said with a smile, but changed the subject. "I heard that you are dating Shaquille O'Neal. Cindy, I advise you to be careful. The guys in the NBA are very messy. Remember Magic Johnson just found out about that thing, and a bunch of women rushed to the hospital." Cindy didn't expect Stephanie to be so poisonous, and subconsciously retorted, "I have nothing to do with O'Neal." Stephanie hugged Simon's arm and shook it. "Come on, Do you dare to swear to Simon? Cindy looked at Simon, not showing any guilt. Just as she was about to speak, Simon quickly raised the coffee cup in his hand. No, how about you swear on this cup of coffee? Coco Gauff, who had been pretending to be a little white rabbit and eating melon silently, couldn't help laughing when she heard what Simon said. Cindy Crawford wanted to pounce on Stephanie Seymour and tear her mouth apart. Seeing Simon's mischievous smile, she looked aggrieved. Simon, I'm not dating O'Neill. Simon shrugged indifferently. This is your private matter, it has nothing to do with me. Did you just say you had something to do with me? Cindy nodded and looked at Stephanie again, wanting Simon to send this woman away. Noticing Cindy's eyes, Stephanie held the man's arm tighter, as if she was determined not to leave. Simon watched the eye contact between the two women and tried to smooth things over. Okay, tell me, if Fanny doesn't keep her mouth shut and talks nonsense, I'll kick her out of Victoria's Secret. Stephanie immediately refused and said coquettishly, Simon, I won't say anything. What if someone else spreads it? She also glanced at Coco Gauff on the other side of Simon. Without waiting for Coco Gauff to speak, Simon acted like a biased parent. That's yours too. Simon, you're so hateful. Cindy couldn't stand it anymore and teased, Fanny, be careful, don't squeeze out the milk. Stephanie looked over and her demeanor changed instantly. Do you want to drink? I want to vomit. Go away. Simon was helpless. Why don't you have a fight? Just don't scratch my face. Stephanie turned to the man, her temperament changed again, and she said like a little bird, Simon, do you want to watch us fight? But there are too many people here, it's not appropriate. How about tonight? It's more lively when there are more people. I can buy everyone some Coke and popcorn. Haha, bad guy. Simon had seen cats scratching each other verbally, so he didn't want them to really fight. He patted Stephanie on the waist and drove her away. Okay, go and get busy, I'll talk to Cindy. The man spoke, and Stephanie Seymour no longer insisted, but she didn't forget to get close to the man's ear, but her voice was not lowered. Remember to call me. Simon smiled and said, aren't you afraid of being known? Stephanie Seymour squinted at Cindy again and said, if someone talks nonsense, you will definitely kick her out of Victoria's Secret, right? Simon looked at Cindy with a teasing look and said, kicking her out of Victoria's Secret is not enough, you will probably kick her out of the fashion circle directly. Haha, then what am I afraid of? The girl said, and finally kissed the man on the cheek boldly, and then got up and left. After sending Stephanie Seymour away, Coco Gauff did not stay with the man anymore, and took the initiative to get up and leave the rest area. Now you can tell me, what's the matter? Cindy was in a bad mood because of Stephanie's revelation just now. The fashion circle is like Hollywood. For people in the circle, many things are not secrets, but most of the news will not be spread outside the circle. Everyone reveals each other's secrets, and no one can have a good time. Cindy already regretted that she had just taken the initiative to squeeze Stephanie, but she didn't expect that it would backfire. The two women left. When Simon asked, Cindy quickly cheered up. Simon, actually it's about a movie I signed with the Warner, Fair Game produced by Joe Silver. I just said that you don't think this movie is good. Joe Silver is one of the famous gold medal producers in Hollywood. He is good at blockbuster action movies. Mel Gibson's Lethal Weapon series and Bruce Willis' Die Hard series, as well as many action movies of Stallone and Schwarzenegger, are all produced by Joe Silver. Seeing Cindy asking this, Simon did not hide it and nodded, yes, I am not optimistic. Cindy's last glimmer of luck was shattered, but she asked, well, he also said that this movie will have an impact on my career. This is just my personal judgment. However, Hollywood movies are like gambling. Before the opening, no one knows what the result will be. Maybe my judgment is wrong. What if it's right? Well, at worst you don't develop in Hollywood in the future. You are not an actor anyway. The projects of major Hollywood gold medal producers have always been the focus of the studios, and Deanery's Entertainment is no exception. Simon has read the information of Fair Game. The budget is $50 million, the standard blockbuster level, and the heroine has a lot of scenes. If such a project ends in failure, Cindy Crawford will never get any resources in Hollywood again. Hollywood is actually very superstitious. Once you are labeled as a box office poison, it will be very difficult to get rid of it. Especially for female stars, Cindy Crawford, who just wanted to try out Hollywood and got a blockbuster, seems to be in a good position. However, The higher the starting point, the harder it will be if she fails. As far as I can remember, after the high-profile and lively Fair Game, Cindy Crawford never starred in any other decent movies except for occasional guest appearances. The fashion circle also began to rapidly update in the late 1990s, and the supermodel with a full name could only settle down and get married. Cindy Crawford didn't know how to choose for a while after hearing what Simon said. As a supermodel who began to rise in the 1980s, she is also a good manager. Unlike those vases who only know how to squander and don't think about tomorrow, Cindy Crawford is now quite wealthy. In an industry magazine's assessment last year, the supermodel's personal net worth reached $20 million. Even if she retires now, she will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. However, whether it is Hollywood or the fashion circle, few people who have tasted the taste of fame and fortune can endure the life of worry-free but unknown life. This is why many superstars and celebrities are prone to mental problems, such as depression, even though they are extremely wealthy. One of the key factors is the anxiety caused by the long-term fear of loss. They are afraid that one day they will suddenly wake up and find that they are out of fashion and nothing. The paparazzi will no longer chase them, and their fans will turn to others. When they want to order food at some famous restaurants, the previously enthusiastic voices will become cold and say that the seats are full and they should wait in line. This is what Vanity Fair is like. It is glamorous and snobbish. It can attract people and drive people crazy. Noticing Cindy's hesitation, Simon just smiled, raised his wrist to check his watch, stood up and said, "I have something else to do, Cindy, see you next time. I really want this man to give me more advice." However, Cindy also knew that it was very rare for the other party to tell her truthfully that he was not optimistic about Fair Game, and she could not ask for more. It is probably impossible to get more. Thinking of this, Cindy gnashed her teeth at Stephanie Seymour. Instinctively, she felt that it must be the woman's revelation that made Simon Westeros cold to her. In this circle, it is very common for something to happen between men and women. If it was someone else, Simon Westeros might not care too much. This guy even has some special fetishes. However, when it comes to race, the result is different. Deep-rooted racial discrimination is not something that anyone can easily change. Maybe they will never say it, but many white men will no longer accept women who have had sex with black people, and the higher their status, the more so. Simon Westeros is a playboy, but no one has ever seen a black girl around him. This is enough to explain the problem. Thinking of this, Cindy Crawford regretted it more and more. If she had known this, she would never have had a one-night stand with O'Neill. Chapter 734, Failure, 2. The voting process for the midterm elections is similar to that for the presidential election, except that this time there is no need for a national count. Simon left Manhattan and rushed to Greenwich in the afternoon to meet up with Joseph Sclapp, and began to pay attention to the election information coming from various states. As usual, the Egret portal broadcast the entire midterm election live. Although it was only in the form of pictures and texts, it once again demonstrated the huge advantages of internet media over paper media and television in terms of immediacy and content capacity. Not only that, Egret's gradually established media network across the United States has also become an indirect intelligence system for the Westeros system. Through a team of reporters distributed across the Federation, Simon can get all the information he needs in a timely manner in his Greenwich manner. After 6 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time, the election results came out one after another. The main layout of the Westeros system is in the densely populated areas of the East and West coasts. Therefore, the election results of the first batch of relevant members on the East Coast were quickly transmitted to the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. In the sniper list, David Melrose, a Connecticut congressman who ranked second only to Wisconsin Democratic Senator Craig Ames, was the first to lose. This congressman, who also belongs to the Democratic camp, became the focus of this sniper plan because he is a die-hard supporter of the Hearst family. Although David Melrose quietly sent a message to Simon to surrender after the collapse of the Hearst family building, Simon did not let him go. If David Melrose had not strongly encouraged the House of Representatives to set up a special investigation committee to conduct an antitrust investigation on the Westeros system in the first half of the year, there would not have been a formal case filed by the Ministry of Justice against the three giants of Cisco, AOL and Egret. They caused losses and wanted to get away by surrendering. There is no such good thing in the world. In the final election result, David Melrose lost miserably to his opponent in his constituency with a huge difference of 33% to 67%. At about 8:30, the election results of Wisconsin came. Democratic Senator Craig Ames, who ranked first on the sniper list, lost the election, with a vote share of 39% to 61%, which was also a disastrous defeat. Unwilling to accept defeat, Craig Ames immediately attacked the Westeros system after the election results came out, claiming that the election was manipulated and loudly calling on Congress to investigate the dark side of the Wisconsin Senate election. Just as all kinds of moths are inevitable after the presidential election, Craig Ames's reaction is also expected. In the manner in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. After getting the full content of Craig Ames's speech at the press conference after his defeat, Simon and Joseph Sclapp immediately began to discuss the response strategy. In fact, there is already a plan. For all the people on the sniper list, the Westeros system will not completely ignore them after they lose the election, but will continue to follow up, to prevent Craig Ames from nagging. Because of the connections and personal connections accumulated during their tenure, after losing the election or retiring, former federal congressmen will either join some companies as board consultants or set up political lobbying consulting companies, and basically live a very comfortable life. Craig Ames is 56 years old this year. He is in the prime of life among the group of American congressmen. If he had not been sniped by the Westeros system, Craig Ames's reputation in Wisconsin would have a high chance of re-election. Now that he has lost the election, this veteran politician who has served as a senator in the Congress for 12 years must consider the issue of a way out. Craig Ames is a standard grassroots person. Before entering politics, he was an ordinary worker in a local chemical plant in Wisconsin. He gained fame by standing up for several colleagues who were injured in the factory. At the age of 32, he tried to run for state legislator. After that, he went smoothly and became a high position as a senator in the Congress. The salary and benefits of congressmen are very generous compared to ordinary people. In recent years, Craig Ames has purchased properties in his hometown of Wisconsin and Washington, and the source of funds is clean. However, apart from the two houses, the congressman had no other extra assets, and he still owed a part of the mortgage to repay. On the other hand, the congressman's family of 5, except for the eldest daughter, the 2 younger sons are still in college. The tuition fees of American universities are notoriously expensive, not to mention 2 at a time, so it will be a great burden for Ames. If he does not engage in some other professions after losing the election, the living standards of the Ames family will drop significantly. Moreover, Simon also found out that because his father has been in a high position for a long time, Ames's 3 children are not very competitive. The married daughter and son-in-law secretly use their father's influence to earn extra money. It is not too illegal, but it is also the kind of edge that is serious. The 2 sons who are studying in college are the objects of many people's flattery. They are used to being flamboyant and have dirty hands and feet. These materials that could have been used to attack Craig Ames during the campaign, Simon quietly suppressed them. Waiting for this day. The 1994 U.S. midterm elections ended in a disastrous defeat for the Democratic Party. In the Senate, the number of seats of the Democratic Party dropped from 56 to 47, and 9 seats were lost at one time. This is not the 9 seats lost when all 100 senators were re-elected, but when only 34 senators were replaced. Not only that, this failure is the first time that the Democratic Party has lost its majority position in the Senate in 40 years since 1954. In the House of Representatives, unlike the rotation of 1/3 of the Senate, all 434 seats of the House of Representatives were re-elected. The failure of the Democratic Party is even more shocking. Before the election, the Democratic Party had 256 seats in the House of Representatives, an absolute leading majority position. As a result, in this midterm election, the Democratic Party lost as many as 52 seats in the House of Representatives, and the number of seats in the House of Representatives plummeted from 256 to 204. In contrast, the Republican Party increased from 178 seats to 230 seats, and successfully became the majority party in the House of Representatives. Not only did it control both the Senate and the House in one fell swoop, but the governors of 36 of the 50 states were replaced, and the Democratic Party also suffered a disastrous defeat and lost the governorships of 11 states. In summary, the Democratic Party's majority of 29 governorships in the original 50 states in the United States plummeted to 18, the Republican Party won as many as 30 governorships, and the governorships of 2 states were taken away by third-party members. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine what this large-scale political change means. However, that night, Washington stayed awake all night. Greenwich. Simon also did not rest until after 1 a.m. The Westeros system's sniper plan and maintaining the basic disc plan were all successfully completed. The 2 plans involved a total of 45 seats, 39 of which achieved the goal, and only 6 seats were lost. Among them, the Westeros system won 6 seats out of 7 senators. The Westeros system won 33 of the 38 congressional seats. Although the sniper plan of 21 seats focuses on sniping, the congressman who benefited from the other party may not necessarily turn to the Westeros system completely, but acceptance is inevitable. Therefore, after this midterm election, nearly 1/10 of the members of Congress in both the Senate and the House of Representatives can speak for the Westeros system. 1/10 may not seem like much, but it is enough to decide too many things. In comparison, of the 23 sniper quotas of the National Rifle Association that were discovered in advance, only 18 were realized. The plan was successfully completed, but we cannot sit back and relax. The next step is to deal with the aftermath. Divert the public's attention and let the National Rifle Association take the lead. As for Washington, 1/10 of the members of Congress are involved, which is relatively the least worrying aspect. Early the next morning, the front pages of mainstream print media were almost all words like Democratic Party's great defeat, and there were also various large-scale articles analyzing the reasons for the Democratic Party's election defeat. Simon could not suppress the media from reporting on such an important news hotspot. However, of course, he also interfered. The key lies in the aspect of large volume. The relevant reports in mainstream newspapers such as the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times are full-page editorial analysis. People with a little trypophobia will inevitably feel their scalps tingling when seeing these long articles. Simon does not believe that many people have the patience to read all the long articles that are even several pages long. On the Egret portal, the headline news is also a large-scale analysis of the midterm election results. However, following the midterm election news, there are 2 entertainment news that are more popular with the general public. The first is the rehearsal news of the 3rd Victoria's Secret fashion show. The official specially released a large number of carefully taken photos of the Victoria's Secret army in advance. It is obvious which one the readers will choose, the beauties or the editorials. Another piece of entertainment news is also at the national level. Stephen King, a famous American horror novelist, signed a contract with Broadcast, an online radio website under Egret. A large number of horror novels under Stephen King's name will be made into audio novels and put on Broadcast for listeners to subscribe. Broadcast, an online radio website in the original space and time, is a typical case of internet bubble failure. This time, Simon is more likely to make Broadcast into the model of the Himalaya website in his memory, and also plans to serve as the legitimate audio download platform for the iPlayer digital player released by Tinkober next year. There is a big difference between legitimate audio and legitimate music. Music is just music. Audio can cover too many things. In addition to music, there are talk shows, audiobooks, educational courses, etc. Just like the operating system needs an ecosystem, for digital players, content is the key to rapid promotion. The iPlayer digital player that Tinkober will release next year will have a very impressive capacity because it adopts the micro hard disk mode. Relatively speaking, because the record industry instinctively maintains the interests of traditional product sales channels, legitimate online music resources will be relatively scarce in the short term. Therefore, various talk shows, audiobooks, educational courses, etc., especially audiobooks, will be a great content supplement for the promotion of digital players. Moreover, how much time can you spend listening to a piece of music? Compared with a book, a few hours will pass unknowingly. This is obviously also a good pacifier. Therefore, in addition to the Stephen King novel, which was advertised as a publicity gimmick, Broadcast will sign more writers' works in the future, and will also produce a batch of free public domain novel audio resources. Simon also wrote a memo to Miss C in private, reminding her to develop an automatic voice reading engine. It may not be as good as real person reading, but once the automatic voice reading engine is launched, it only needs to store a text file equivalent to 1% of the size of the audio file in the iPlayer, and the player can automatically listen to the book, which will undoubtedly be another small revolution. After Wednesday, early Thursday morning, Egret portal, in conjunction with many paper media, once again threw out a heavyweight news. The information age marketing plan started on October 31st. As of November 9th, the sales of personal computers in various parts of the United States exceeded 500,000 units in just 10 days, under the strong promotion of major brands. Before that, the federal local personal computer shipments in October were only 460,000 units. The information age marketing plan is expected to last for 2 months, and the end of the year is a peak sales season. The monthly shipment of personal computers in the United States is expected to reach an astonishing 1.5 million units. Not only that, after the marketing plan was launched, the number of users accessing the internet in various parts of the United States has also increased significantly. At the beginning of 1994, the industry originally expected that the number of internet users in the United States this year would reach about 71 million, and the number of internet users would be 120 million. In fact, due to the unexpectedly high growth of the internet industry, this target data was achieved ahead of schedule at the end of October. In the past 10 days, due to the joint efforts of AOL, AT&T and many internet service providers who followed suit to launch large-scale marketing plans, large-scale promotional activities have led to an increase of 1.1 million internet users in the United States in just 10 days. After a full 2-month large-scale marketing plan, the number of internet users in the United States is expected to increase by about 7 million. Not surprisingly, by the end of this year, the total number of internet users in the United States will reach 78 million, and the total number of internet users will be 140 million. The current population of the United States is 260 million. The number of 140 million internet users means that the internet penetration rate in the United States has officially exceeded 50%, reaching 53%, the highest in the world. As a large number of PCs left over from previous years are connected to the internet one after another, and the proportion of internet users has exceeded 50%, starting from next year, in order to seek a better hardware experience, the replacement of PCs will accelerate, and sales will continue to grow significantly, but the speed of internet access for local internet users in the United States will inevitably slow down. However, overall, especially on a global scale, the new technology industry will be more turbulent. Seeing the arrival of a great era, the marketing plan for the information age, as Simon expected, quickly took away the audience's attention from the midterm elections to a large extent. However, this political earthquake that completely changed the power structure of the federal high level cannot be easily covered up after all. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735, Failure, 3. After the midterm elections, the second week of the North American Halloween season ended quietly. In the box office week from November 4th to November 10th, the second film in the Conjuring movie universe series, The Haunting of the Mortuary, collected $45.71 million in the first week, and then the box office fell by 49% in the second week, continuing to earn $23.35 million. Although the average box office was still close to $10,000, the decline was deeper than that of The Conjuring in the summer season, which left some suspense on whether the film's North American box office could break 100 million. However, in 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of The Haunting of the Mortuary has reached $69.06 million. Even if the additional $5 million in publicity and promotion investment by the New World Pictures team after the first week's box office sales is taken into account, the total budget cost of the production and publicity of The Haunting of the Mortuary is only $35 million. With a revenue of $69.06 million in 2 weeks, according to the latter profit-sharing rules, Deaneries Entertainment has recovered all its investment and started to make a profit. Not only that, through the operation of 2 consecutive films, the brand of the Conjuring movie universe has been thoroughly popular. Of the other 3 major commercial films released on October 28 at the same time as The Haunting of the Mortuary, only Sony Pictures' Frankenstein, which cost $45 million, barely managed to stay in the lead in the first week of Halloween, earning $14.2 million in the first 7 days of its release. However, the film's box office fell by an astonishing 67% in the second week, with a single-week box office falling directly to $4.59 million. With an average of just over $2,000 per theater, Many theaters directly removed most of the screens of Frankenstein, which was basically off the shelves for 2 weeks. The other two new films released at the same time, The Silent Trap and The Last Warrior, which had a bad start, did not make any splashes. Similarly, among the two new films released in the second week of Halloween on November 4th, the comic-based action film Double Dragon from independent film company Gramercy Pictures was still a stone that sank in water, opening on 1,087 screens and only earning $1.68 million in the first week. Another drama film reflecting on the trauma of war, produced by Fox, was starred by Kevin Costner before filming Waterworld. It has tepid reputation in box office, earning $5.2 million in the first week, and the total domestic box office is expected to exceed $10 million. As a drama film originally intended to impact the Oscars, the film investment was $20 million, and the domestic box office barely broke $10 million. Fox obviously cannot escape the loss. However, considering that Warner Bros. Is still entangled in the dilemma of Waterworld, Fox is lucky. Near the end of the year, Kevin Costner's Waterworld is still being filmed. The original 3-month shooting cycle has exceeded more than a month. According to the news leaked by the crew team in Hawaii, the film may take another 2 months to complete, and the total investment of the project has quietly exceeded $100 million. Warner Bros. Is now completely in a dilemma and can only grit its teeth and continue to add funds, otherwise all the previous investments will be wasted. There were media that commented, either teasingly or sarcastically, that Deaneries Entertainment could not retain an outstanding filmmaker like Kevin Costner. At the beginning, the two parties had cooperated in classic films such as The Bodyguard and Dances with Wolves. According to Hollywood practice, they should have formed a long-term cooperative relationship. However, the two parties inexplicably parted ways, resulting in Warner Bros. Easily getting Kevin Costner's equally popular Robin Hood and JFK after Dances with Wolves. Now look at it again. Simon Westeros is so prescient. Because after the success of The Bodyguard and Dances with Wolves, Kevin Costner has been promoted to the top ranks. Not only did his personal salary exceed $10 million, but he also had to take a high profit share. As a result, because the cost was too high, Warner Bros. Did not actually make a lot of money on Robin Hood and JFK. On the contrary, the loss was a huge loss. Just like this summer's The Mask, which had no presence among the dazzling commercial blockbusters, cost $63 million, but the domestic box office was only over $25 million, which directly made Warner Bros. Lose money. This time, Waterworld, which is stuck in the mud, has made Warner executives want to go crazy. November 11th, Friday. A new box office week. The North American Thanksgiving season begins. Deaneries Entertainment's first movie released during the Thanksgiving season is The Mask, Jim Carrey's second work after Ace Ventura during the Easter season. The number of screens opened is 2,360. Because it involves the use of a large number of special effects, the production cost of The Mask eventually reached $25 million, $10 million higher than Ace Ventura, and the publicity and distribution budget was $10 million. The comprehensive investment reached $35 million. In addition to The Mask, there are two other heavyweight new films opening this week, namely MGM's The Fright Zone and Warner Bros. Interview with a Vampire. MGM's The Fright Zone tells of Irish crisis caused by poaching. This is a project that Simon arranged for MGM based on the information in his memory. The original version starred Dustin Hoffman and Rene Russo, and the box office was pretty good. Influenced by Simon's Big Butterfly, the new version of The Fright Zone is starred by Sam Neill, who has gained widespread popularity in Jurassic Park. Because Rene Russo became the heroine of the new version of Jurassic Park, the two parties are not suitable to partner in another film in the short term. Simon's Preferred Cell Award was unable to participate due to the schedule of Desperate Housewives, and finally finalized Oscar-winning actress Jessica Lange. Sam Neill relied on the popularity gained from Jurassic Park to match the status of Oscar-winning actress Jessica Lange, which complemented each other. Both of them are more in line with the image of the male and female protagonists in the film, unlike Dustin Hoffman in the original version, who does not have any temperament of the male protagonist who saves the world. Because the salary of both of them is not low, the film finally cost $30 million, which exceeded Simon's initial expectation of $25 million. However, the film's effect is still good, and the confident MGM arranged 2,215 screens for the film to open. There is another episode in this. In order to participate in Fear Zone, Jessica Lange gave up a feature film The Indulgence of the Heart of Orion Pictures. This film should have won Jessica Lange the second Oscar for Best Actress after Tootsie in 1982. At the beginning, the Canadian Seagram Group first took over the bankrupt Orion Pictures, and then swallowed up Paramount. Now, the two companies have been integrated together, just like the model of Deaneries Entertainment's three sublabels. After Jessica Lange gave up the film, Simon recommended Rene Russo to the film, relying on Robert Rem as the president of Paramount and the cooperation between the two parties in the Mission Impossible series. Because the heroine happened to be very suitable for the other party, and the filming schedule in the first half of the year did not conflict with Jurassic Park 2 in June, it was not expected that she would win the Oscar for Best Actress like Jessica Lange. However, after the release of the film next month, as long as she can get an Oscar nomination in the following awards season, it will only be good for Rene Russo herself and Jurassic Park 2 in the summer of next year. Speaking of which, Simon's popularity with women in the circle was established in this way intentionally or unintentionally. Even if the woman has left him, as long as he has the right resources, Simon will give them to her at will. This kind of partiality is in stark contrast to those guys in the circle who are used to taking advantage of others without admitting their mistakes. Among the three new films, The Last Interview with a Vampire is even more interesting. The original male protagonists of this movie were Tom Cruise, who was at the peak of his career at the time, and Brad Pitt, who was newly rising. The producer was David Geffen, who wanted to make a name for himself in Hollywood after selling Geffen Records, just like the legendary producer Saul Zaentz, who produced films such as Amadeus and Prague Love. David Geffen has been trying to invest in movies since the 1980s. Tim Burton's 1988 hit Beetlejuice was produced by Geffen Pictures. Interview with a Vampire was a project that Geffen operated during the process of discussing the establishment of DreamWorks Pictures with Spielberg and others, and he planned to play a big one at the first try, with a production budget of up to $60 million. In terms of casting, David Geffen originally intended to choose Tom Cruise as the male protagonist. However, in recent years, Tom Cruise has been completely stuck on the beach because of his disputes with Deaneries Entertainment. As an important test project before the three of them established DreamWorks with Steven Spielberg, David Geffen could not follow his own preferences with a budget of $60 million. Moreover, even if Geffen forced Cruise to be the leading actor, it would not work at all. Because a movie cannot be completed by a star alone. In addition to the leading actor, the director signed for the project is Neil Jordan. This British director has been promoted to the first line with a cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment in The Crying Game. It is a favor to know and meet. It is impossible not to consider the ideas of Deaneries Entertainment. Several other intended male actors, Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, River Phoenix, etc., are all inextricably linked with Deaneries Entertainment. What's more, the film still needs to be distributed by Warner Brothers. Although both parties jointly hold the DC movie universe, everyone in Hollywood knows that the absolute control of the DC movie universe is completely in the hands of Deaneries Entertainment. Warner will never rashly offend Simon Westeros because of a movie. The strength of a certain young tycoon is also well known. Therefore, without Simon saying anything, the entire project unconsciously excluded the actor that David Geffen preferred the most. The billionaire is a businessman after all, and he knows how to judge the situation. In the end, he no longer insisted. Many people always don't understand why some people in some circles are banned by some bigwigs with just one word. In fact, the key to the matter lies in this intricate network of interests. Even if it is a competitor, if a bigwig speaks, it is usually not necessary to deliberately poke the fire and anger the other party. So, the two male protagonists of the new version of Interview with a Vampire finally fell on Johnny Depp and Brad Pitt. As a core actor in the DC movie universe, Brad Pitt needs to get permission from both Warner and Deaneries to play. In theory, in order to avoid consuming the popularity of the actors, Simon usually does not agree to the core actors of the DC movie universe to play other blockbusters. However, the subject matter of Interview with a Vampire has no conflict with Superman, and coupled with the lobbying of Warner, Simon agreed to it. Kirsten Dunst, who was very outstanding in memory, got the role of Claudia again this time. On the opening day, Warner Brothers gave 2,604 screens to this vampire movie adapted from a best-selling novel. Unlike the uneven quality of new films during the Halloween season, this time, the three films that opened received very good reputations. As a spoof comedy that is usually not easy to be recognized by film critics, The Mask received an excellent media score of 7.7 points. Many media praised Jim Carrey for his performance in two works this year and has become a new generation of comedy master in Hollywood. The new version of The Mask starring Sam Neill and Jessica Lange was rated slightly lower than The Mask, but it also reached 7.1 points. Roger Ebert, a famous Chicago film critic who likes this movie very much, also gave it a very high evaluation. In the column of Chicago Sun-Times, he praised The Mask as one of the best horror movies of this era. The Last Interview with a Vampire also received a comprehensive media rating of 6.8 points. For a vampire-type commercial film adapted from a best-selling novel, this rating is not low. Coupled with the participation of two popular male stars Johnny Depp and Brad Pitt, the commercial prospects are very promising. Simon deliberately postponed Toy Story 2 by 1 week to Easter week to give these new films a chance to perform. He is looking forward to Interview with a Vampire entering the billion-dollar box office club as it did before and sharing the pressure of Deanery's entertainment. As for The Mask, although Simon let Jim Carrey go under Jonathan's mediation, he still hopes that this movie can be like Ace Ventura, and it doesn't matter whether it breaks 100 million or not. Among the three new films, The Mask has the lowest cost, only $25 million. Even if $10 million is included in the publicity and promotion, it only needs $70 million in box office to recover all costs. Such a goal is easy. On the other hand, the plan to constantly create news hotspots to divert the public's attention from the midterm elections is still going on. The midterm elections will be voted on Tuesday, the news of the Victoria's Secret rehearsal and Stephen King's signing with broadcast will be released on Wednesday, and the record-breaking performance of the Information Age marketing plan will be publicized on Thursday. Friday is naturally the beginning of the Thanksgiving schedule, and Saturday will be the opening of the third Victoria's Secret fashion show in the evening. At the same time, Simon also set up a target according to the previous plan and started the relevant operations. However, although the media trend is deliberately guided by the Westeros system to Simon's advantage, it is ultimately just a deception. For many people, everyone knows what the Westeros system has done in the past year. If this matter is quietly revealed, Washington may enter a bad era of being manipulated by oligarchs in the future. Neither the White House nor Congress can allow this to happen. So, when it came to Saturday, November 12, Simon was preparing to attend the third Victoria's Secret fashion show in the evening, when he suddenly received a call from the White House, inviting him to Washington for a chat, and gave a disguised superficial reason to discuss some matters related to the new technology industry. Chapter 736, Conquering the World. Simon arrived in Washington at 2 p.m. The reception at the White House was grand. The Clintons, Vice President Al Gore, new Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole, and new House Speaker Newt Gingrich, several Washington core figures, showed up together. Bob Dole was Clinton's rival in the 1996 U.S. presidential election in Simon's memory. This 71-year-old veteran Republican politician has been paving the way for his presidential campaign since Clinton took office. For this, he did not hesitate to play a trick on Clinton. He promised to reach a compromise beforehand, but suddenly went back on his word when it came to voting, directly ruining the health care reform bill that the Clintons had tried every means to promote. The failure of health care reform was a very key factor in the Democratic Party's disastrous defeat in this midterm election. The Clintons had previously used the health care reform bill as an important campaign promise to carry out large-scale propaganda to voters, but it ended in failure, which inevitably produced a serious negative effect of the higher you praise, the harder you fall. Of course, the reasons for the Democratic Party's disastrous defeat in this midterm election are far more than that. If you want to explain it clearly, you may need to write a big book. Bob Dole is the type of politician Simon likes. A typical neoconservative politician, he advocates tax cuts and deregulation of corporate giants, and he is smooth and selfless enough to be influenced. Another newly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives, Newt Gingrich, is more aggressive. This 51-year-old Republican congressman, who is in his prime but also a veteran politician, has frequently taken confrontational measures to provoke disputes between the two parties since he entered Congress in the 1970s. In the past 2 years, he has almost indiscriminately obstructed Clinton from fulfilling the promises he made to voters during the campaign. After a simple greeting, everyone did not go to the famous Oval Office of the White House, but came to an ordinary reception room in the West Wing of the White House. The waiter served coffee and snacks and quietly left. In a blink of an eye, only Simon and 6 others were left in the reception room. To Simon's surprise, it was Hillary who first brought up the topic. "Simon, before you came, we were still discussing the outsourcing platform that Ygritte was about to launch. Newt didn't believe that this platform could provide tens of millions of jobs every year. I read the information on the official website in advance, but I didn't quite understand it. Can you explain it to everyone?" Simon casually held a cup of coffee. When he heard Hillary speak, he looked at the other 4 men inconspicuously. Clinton looked normal, Gore seemed to have heard nothing, Bob Dole smiled, and only Newt Gingrich, who was named by Hillary, frowned slightly. Hillary is famous for her strength. Most of the content of the failed healthcare reform bill was drafted by Hillary's team, so the media frequently accused his wife of interfering in politics. According to the information Simon received, the failure of the healthcare reform bill also caused a rift between the couple to a large extent. Now, it can be imagined that the 4 Washington bosses definitely don't want Hillary to get involved in such occasions. The First Lady not only ignored the pressure from the 4 bosses and insisted on staying, but also took the lead in bringing up the topic. By the way, she did not forget to quietly dig a pit for Newt Gingrich. Sure enough, it is powerful enough. Thinking of this, Simon took a sip of coffee, smiled and said frankly, "In fact, this description is a bit of a substitution of concepts. Tens of millions of jobs are definitely impossible. The outsourcing platform can only provide relatively short-term part-time jobs, which may be completed in 1 or 2 hours. According to this calculation method, there will be more than enough job opportunities of tens of millions every year in the future." Hillary continued to ignore the men around her and asked, "According to the standard working hours, can there be 1 million jobs?" Simon shook his head directly. "No, Hillary, Ygritte outsourcing platform is essentially a part-time platform, just to make up for the lack of human resources in Silicon Valley, and at the same time outsource relatively low-end jobs to save costs. Therefore, this platform is actually more suitable for students who need to earn living expenses and housewives who make money to supplement their families in their spare time. If someone wants to rely on this platform to make a living, it's no problem, but it requires certain professional skills. Simon is not one of these Washington bigwigs. He doesn't need to pay attention to domestic employment all the time. He will never swell his face in front of these people, so he tells the truth. 1 million jobs? How can it be so easy? In the peak period of Walmart, there were only 2 million employees worldwide. However, although it cannot provide 1 million jobs, it will not be a problem for the number of registered members of the Ygritte outsourcing platform to exceed 1 million in the next few years. However, as Simon and Hillary said, these are only part-time after all. The number of registered members has reached 1 million, and under normal circumstances, it is considered good if 1/10 of them are active users. This is almost equivalent to a very considerable 100,000 jobs. Noticing Hillary's obviously disappointed expression, Newt Gingrich, who had just been named, suddenly spoke up and said to Simon in a sharp tone, "It seems that this is really just a gimmick." Simon smiled and shrugged slightly. "If you insist on thinking so, Newt, it is true." Bob Dole noticed some signs of Newt Gingrich's targeting and spoke to smooth things over. "Simon, I still don't quite understand this outsourcing platform, but since anyone in the Federation can find a job on the platform, it must be a good thing. Can you tell me more about it?" Simon thought for a while and said, "Amazon? Bob, you should know it, right?" Bob Dole nodded. Simon said, "Amazon is expanding its product categories recently. In addition to books, videotapes and movie peripherals, clothing, cosmetics and other categories will be added in the future. All of these products require special introduction pages. The current technology is not able to automatically generate millions of product catalogs, so manual filling is required. In addition, there are image classification, web page tagging, etc., similar basic outsourcing tasks. Anyone with an internet-connected computer and who knows English can take work orders." Bob Dole waited for Simon to finish speaking and said with a smile, "It sounds good. It is indeed suitable for everyone." Vice President Al Gore asked, "Simon, how much is the approximate hourly wage?" Simon turned to Gore and said, "It depends on the operator's proficiency and the level of outsourced tasks. The hourly wage for the most basic filling, tagging or classification I just mentioned will not be too high. If part-time workers are willing to spend time teaching themselves some professional programming skills, Their income will definitely be more considerable than working as a waiter in a restaurant. Simon did not give an exact number, and everyone could probably guess that the average hourly wage would definitely not meet the federal minimum wage standard. Bill Clinton, who had been silent just now, finally interrupted and said, "Simon, these job opportunities on the outsourcing platform should be taken by overseas part-time workers, right?" Simon didn't expect the president to hit the nail on the head. The IGRA team had conducted an assessment in advance. The most basic outsourcing tasks only paid about $1 to $3 per hour, which is shabby for part-time workers in the United States. However, if it is an overseas part-time worker in an economically underdeveloped area, the exchange rate may be higher than the regular income. For example, China. If someone in China can connect to the internet at this stage and register as a member of the IGRA outsourcing platform, even if they accept the most basic tasks and calculate it according to the lowest hourly wage of $1, and work 10 hours a day, the exchange rate may be equivalent to the current salary of many people in China for 10 days or half a month. In fact, most of the tasks on the IGRA outsourcing platform are mainly for part-time workers in underdeveloped overseas areas. But this point will definitely not appear in the official press release. Simon was not as honest as he was just now about this question. He said, "There must be some, because the internet is global." However, due to factors such as language barriers and salary settlement, outsourcing platforms are mainly aimed at part-time workers in the federal government. The reception room was full of smart people. Simon's answer was obviously not entirely true, but several people did not pursue it. The topic paused for a moment, and the other 5 people in the reception room were not in a hurry to bring up a certain topic. It was not easy to meet the young man who had created a series of business miracles in front of him. It would definitely be beneficial to communicate with him more. Al Gore quickly continued, "Simon, many people believe that investment in the new technology field has been overheated. What do you think of this problem?" Simon said, "Overheating is inevitable. Just like when the federal government built a national highway network, there must have been people who criticized it as overinvestment. In the end, it was proved that it was the huge federal highway network that contributed to the rapid development of the U.S. post-war economy. The National Interstate Highway Plan launched in the United States in the 1950s was proposed by Al Gore's father, Al Gore Sr., and the Gore family also accumulated strong political capital because of this plan." Hearing Simon mention his father's achievements in the past with implicit compliments, Al Gore couldn't help but smile, and his liking for the young man increased a bit. Hillary didn't give Simon the opportunity to easily avoid the topic. "Simon, do you think there is a serious bubble in the new technology market now?" The Information Superhighway Plan is also an important political achievement promoted by the White House team after taking office. Since Franklin Roosevelt in the 1940s, no president from the Democratic Party has been able to achieve re-election in half a century. This matter has been hanging over the White House like a dark cloud since Clinton just took office. After losing this midterm election, Clinton's chances of re-election have dropped sharply again. If the bubble of the new technology industry cannot survive the general election 2 years later, it will be a fatal blow to the Clintons. Simon didn't really want to discuss this issue. Facing a group of old foxes, he didn't want to appear too forward-looking. Moreover, Simon couldn't see the future of the new technology industry that was now completely changed by his big butterfly. It was a completely new era. Taking all factors into consideration, the development of the new technology industry in the United States at this stage is roughly equivalent to the level in 1997. In other words, it is 3 years ahead of schedule. However, under the large-scale propaganda and agitation of the Westeros system for several consecutive years, the number of personal computers and internet access users in the Federation is significantly higher than the level in 1997. The development of software and hardware technology is limited by time, but it is not as flourishing as in 1997, which is slightly behind. The most important Nasdaq index has soared from about 300 points in 1990 to more than 1,700 points recently, which is also the level in 1997. According to these factors, the new technology wave can continue for another 3 years. If nothing unexpected happens, the 1996 election is at the peak of the internet bubble. Taking advantage of this favorable wind, it will be very easy for Clinton to be re-elected. Of course, things are not absolute, because there are too many factors that can affect the development of an industry. Simon glanced at Dole and the other man who were also paying attention to this issue. They must be hoping that the new technology bubble will burst as soon as possible, which will be of great benefit to Dole's seizure of the presidency. As for the U.S. economy that was hit hard in the process, a standard qualified politician probably couldn't care so much. From this perspective, it is hard to say whether the Republicans will interfere and burst the bubble in advance through some policy measures. After thinking for a moment, Simon said in the expectation of the people around him, "The bubble definitely exists. Emerging industries cannot avoid this, and it will inevitably burst one day in the future. However, compared with the cyclical recession of the federal economy in the past, the bursting of the new technology bubble will only cause a short-term correction. After squeezing out the water, the industry will continue to develop at a high speed, because the transition from the electrical age to the information age is an inevitable trend. In fact, many things are well known to the people present who are not lacking in experience. But no one will underestimate the judgment of the young man in front of them." Simon did not give an exact time limit, which was expected by Clinton and others. No one can accurately predict the economic cycle. Otherwise, there will not be many speculators who lose their fortunes because they bet on the wrong direction every time the economy turns. After Simon finished speaking, the Clintons looked at each other. They were happy and worried. The couple also realized one thing: when the new technology bubble bursts, it is definitely not just the industry itself. It will definitely be closely related to the White House's governance measures in the next 2 years, and even closely related to the political game of Washington's top leaders. Newt Gingrich asked another question at this time: "Simon, how can you be sure that the transition from the electrical age to the information age is an inevitable trend?" Simon looked at the Republican leader with a harmless young smile on his face, because many core industries in the information age have already taken shape: personal computers, broadband networks, online websites, mobile communications, etc. These are now hundreds of billions of dollars in industrial scale, and will further reach trillions of dollars in the future. This can be said to be the economic foundation of a new era. When all these developments spread and change people's lives in all aspects, mankind will enter a new era, right? Newt Gingrich was originally questioning the degree of the bubble in the new technology industry. If it is all a bunch of bubbles, there will be no future, and the information superhighway plan promoted by Bill Clinton since he took office will become a joke. Now, after a little thought, Gingrich realized that Westeros was not bluffing at all. The foundation of a new era must be a series of emerging industries of sufficient size, just like the power and oil industries since the beginning of the electrical age in the late 19th century, as well as the derived automobile, steel, chemical and other fields. Not to mention other things at the moment, the three giants of Cisco, AOL and Intrigues controlled by the Westeros system have already formed a huge emerging industry of hundreds of billions of dollars. From these aspects, the arrival of the information age is beyond doubt. Al Gore, who was sitting on the other side, obviously thought the same as Newt Gingrich, and raised a slightly sensitive question at the right time: "Simon, don't you think that the Westeros system has grasped a large number of core industries of the information age, which has hindered the development of the federal new technology industry? You know, only with competition can there be progress, and only then can the rapid development of the industry be further stimulated." Al Gore was obviously referring to the antitrust investigation of the three giants of Cisco, AOL and Intrigues being conducted by the Federal Department of Justice. This remark was implying that Simon could take the initiative to make concessions. Before coming to Washington, Simon realized that this meeting could not avoid the antitrust investigation of the Ministry of Justice when he heard that the White House used the topic of new technology industry as a cover. Simon did not hesitate this time, shook his head decisively, looked at the other people in the reception room, and said, "With the establishment of international organizations such as WTO, EU, NAFTA, globalization has become an inevitable trend. I think everyone has no objection to this, right?" The five people around him did not know why Simon suddenly mentioned globalization, and they all nodded slightly, waiting for the next words. Simon continued, "Unlike the physical industry that is easily separated by geography, the internet will be a global integrated network. Therefore, any new technology company will have the opportunity to rely on this global network to expand globally. Take Intrigues as an example. We have already developed portal websites and other businesses in many overseas countries outside the United States, including Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Japan, etc. However, because these overseas countries are relatively lagging behind in the field of new technologies, our overseas business is also restricted and has not yet formed a decisive advantage. Next, We need to continue to cultivate these overseas markets and gain a firm foothold. To achieve this, our new technology companies must be as strong as our country itself. At this point, the 5 people in the reception room understood. Simon did not stop there. The people present here are the key to the future of the Federation, and I do not need to be shy about it. In the core industries of the electrical age, the Federation has actually fallen behind many countries such as Japan and Germany. We do not have the rich oil reserves like the Middle East, and these patterns are irreversible. Now, we are about to enter a new era. If the Federation wants to continue to remain strong in this new era, it must abandon the strict anti-monopoly strategy that has restricted the development of large enterprises in the past, because we need super large new technology companies to conquer the world. Only when the strength is strong enough, so strong that our overseas opponents cannot catch up with the whole country, can the Federation completely seize the hegemony of the new technology industry on a global scale and continue to lead a new era. On the contrary, if you continue to insist on splitting up and dismembering the new technology industry giants that have formed a huge advantage according to traditional thinking, the result is likely to be just like the Federation's failure in the fields of automobiles and semiconductors, and be overtaken by overseas countries again. Chapter 737 Chapter 736 Under whose hegemony? At the beginning of the meeting, Clinton and his friends actually began to instinctively evaluate Simon's series of words and deeds in order to determine the mode of getting along with him in the future. This young man who has created a series of business miracles in 8 years will definitely be a place that the whole Washington cannot avoid in the future. He is calm and tactful, and he does not appear to be aggressive at all. He is neither humble nor arrogant in the face of the power core of Washington. These characteristics have unconsciously left a deep impression on Clinton and his friends. Of course, they have seen similar people before. Even the 5 people present have more or less similar personalities to Simon. However, this extremely introverted personality is very rare in a 26-year-old young man who has reached the top of the pyramid of human society at such a young age. If it is just like this, it is nothing after all. This society has never lacked old and mature people. Until Gore talked about the topic of antitrust investigation, Simon Westeros gave his insights on how Washington should deal with new technology giants. The style of the painting suddenly changed. Taking advantage of the early advantages that the Federation has accumulated through powerful technology giants, the United States will eventually achieve hegemony in the new technology industry in the information age. This is like a giant dragon hidden in the clouds, suddenly stretching its claws out to the world. Ambition is high and makes people tremble. Simon Westeros just said, "I want to conquer the world." Because at this stage, many cores of the emerging internet industry are almost in the hands of Simon Westeros. If the United States really follows the thinking of the young people in front of it, it can indeed gain great benefits. However, what is finally achieved is not the hegemony of the United States, but the hegemony of Simon Westeros. The hegemony of one person. Moreover, this is not a young man who is ignorant of the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Simon Westeros really has the strong strength to realize this ambition. The problem comes immediately. How should Washington choose? With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the status of the United States as the world's only superpower is beyond doubt. However, the Washington core members in the reception room of the White House all knew that without the Soviet Union, a powerful enemy that was tit for tat, the problems that had been suppressed for many years in the federal government also broke out, including fiscal deficits, high unemployment, polarization between the rich and the poor, redundant military forces, etc. There were so many problems to deal with. The unexpected failure of George Bush's re-election in 1992 and the dismal ending of the Democratic Party's midterm elections in 1994 were actually closely related to the concentrated outbreak of chronic diseases accumulated in the United States over the years. In the process of thinking about this issue, Simon also understood why politicians in many countries often divert domestic conflicts by provoking disputes or even launching wars. Too many times, they really have to do so. If the public's negative emotions cannot be released regularly, the result will only be bad luck for the authorities themselves. In the final analysis, it is still the same as Bill Clinton's campaign slogan in the 1992 election. The problem is still the economy. the Vietnam War quagmire in the 1960s and 1970s, and the long-term confrontation with the Soviet Union not only made the United States lose the absolute economic advantages accumulated after the two world wars, but also brought the country a huge national debt of more than $4 trillion. In the electrical age, the initiative of many core industries has been unknowingly occupied by potential competitors such as Japan and Germany. In short, the foundation of the United States is not as bright as it seems on the surface. The implementation of the Information Superhighway Plan was originally intended to revive the U.S. economy. However, except Simon, no one can accurately see the future. The Washington high-level officials who determine the direction of U.S. economic policy are not as deeply involved in the new technology industry as Simon has in recent years. There is no absolute certainty about what scale these fields can reach and whether they can really bring vitality to the U.S. economy again. There are still doubts about whether it can promote the U.S. economy to take off again. It is even more impossible to think of achieving the U.S. economic hegemony in a new era through the global expansion of the new technology industry. Simon's words just now let the people present see the potential solution to many problems of this country. The industrial foundation of the information age in the United States has been completed and has even begun to take off. Next, if the new technology industry with the internet as the core can really reach a scale of trillions of dollars worldwide, and the United States can successfully obtain world-class hegemony in the new technology industry, under the global harvest, this alone will bring inestimable economic benefits to the country every year. With money, many problems are no longer problems. If the lifeblood of the internet industry was not in the hands of the Westeros system, Clinton and his team would have immediately convened the White House and Congress to discuss Simon's proposal after the meeting, because the idea proposed by Simon Westeros was really very tempting. Once realized, not only would the United States unipolar hegemony be further entrenched, but it would also bring long-term and strong political capital to everyone present. The 5 people in the reception room in the West Wing of the White House, except for the 71-year-old Bob Dole, are all in the prime and have a long political life. After Simon finished speaking, he saw Clinton and his team fall into silence and thought. He could roughly guess what they were thinking, so he didn't speak again and drank his coffee slowly. Simon has been thinking about the plan of using the new technology industry to conquer the world for a long time. Whether or not it can get Washington's support, the Westeros system will do its best to implement it. The only difference is that some adjustments will be made to the corresponding plan. Since it was set in front of several core Washington figures, it must be covered with the skin of national interests. However, Simon did not have high expectations for this. The more experienced and tactful a politician is, the less likely he will put the so-called national interests first, because in this circle where the game is the most intense, there are too many things to consider. You must first ensure that you are in the right position before you can make your own decisions. The core of Western politics is actually to ensure that a country will not go to the worst choice through checks and balances. Of course, since this plan was proposed in front of the most powerful bosses in Washington, it will not be passed without a trace. Simon proposed a huge plan that can make the U.S. economy stand on the top of the world again. The 5 people in the room did not support it, but if someone hindered the advancement of this plan in the future, it might become a handle for the other party to attack without knowing it. This is also Simon's most basic demand. After a moment, Hillary spoke first, bluntly, "Simon, the Westeros system cannot hold everything in its hands, you must make concessions." Simon nodded. "I have talked to several senior executives of Ygritte, and this company will launch a listing plan in the near future." While watching the Victoria's Secret rehearsal on the day of the midterm election, Simon made this decision after weighing the pros and cons. The purpose is still to speed up the integration of the Westeros system with the U.S. economy. Newt Gingrich glanced at Hillary with dissatisfaction, turned to Simon, and said in a clearly unfriendly tone, "Is this a concession?" Simon looked at Gingrich and said, "I can't voluntarily give up the technological initiative of several Ygritte companies according to the conditions set by the Ministry of Justice. The reason has just been said that we need this initiative. If I make concessions in the Federation, overseas countries will only ask for the same treatment. In this case, our advantages in the new technology field will disappear quickly. In exchange, I can share more benefits with the people in the Federation, and the method is to go public. Now Ygritte, I personally hold 90% of the shares, and Goldman Sachs and Morgan hold 5% each. Before the listing, I will share about 20% of the shares with all employees of Ygritte. After the IPO is launched, I can transfer another 20% of the shares to domestic investors, and the Westeros family will only retain 50%. After Simon finished speaking, the faces of the people present were different again. However, most of them couldn't help but lean towards the 20% shares that Simon planned to share with Ygritte employees. Even if the current industry's conservative valuation of Ygritte is $50 billion, a 20% stake is worth $10 billion. In fact, more analysts believe that Ygritte's value is no less than Cisco and AOL, which are already worth hundreds of billions of dollars. What a big deal. Deaneries Entertainment's listing on July 1st this year has already set an IPO record, and now this record may not last long. Perhaps this is why Simon Westeros is Simon Westeros. Bob Dole couldn't hide the envy in his tone and smiled. I want to work for Ygritte. Simon also smiled and said, of course, no problem. I can agree to it now. Ygritte really needs experienced politicians like you to serve as consultants to provide us with development advice. However, if Bob, you continue to stay in Washington for 10 years, Ygritte may have to wait for a long time. After Simon finished speaking, Bob Dole's smile remained unchanged, but a bright color flashed in his eyes. The Clintons looked at each other and saw the slight haze on each other's faces. Bob Dole is 71 years old this year. Many politicians have already chosen to retire at this age. The reason why this veteran politician continues to insist is nothing more than that he can't let go. Dole even wants to go a step further and compete for the White House position in 2 years. If he succeeds and is re-elected, it will be exactly 10 years. What does Simon Westeros mean by this? Exclamation mark. The Clintons don't believe that Simon is stupid enough to turn to the Republican Party in front of them, but this kind of show of goodwill in person is really a very obvious demonstration to them. A very provocative demonstration. Al Gore, who was watching from the sidelines, looked at the expressions of his 4 colleagues around him and realized that a young man had seized the initiative of the conversation in the room with just a seemingly unintentional remark. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, Gore once again took the initiative to bring up another sensitive topic of the meeting. Simon, you need to give everyone an explanation about this midterm election. Simon turned to Gore, his smile still harmless. Al, I actually have no interest in politics at all. Newt Gingrich said, but, Simon, you actually did a lot of things that were very out of line. Simon glanced at several people and said, I'm just trying to protect myself. I won't allow some people to encourage ideas like asset taxes that target only me. The president said, Simon, don't you think you have too much? Of course, I often feel so. But this is not an excuse for others to take away my personal wealth for nothing. I do have a lot, and I am happy to give back to society, but the premise must be that I am personally willing. If someone comes to rob, no matter who it is, I will make him bleed. Bob Dole spoke again, in a gentle tone, okay, Simon, don't be so angry. However, we also need a guarantee from you, a practical guarantee. After all, you really went a little too far this time. Hillary looked at Dole fiercely. Her expression was dissatisfied. Bob Dole and his wife were the bad police in the setting, and the good police should be the couple. This was obviously reversed. I said that I have no ambitions in politics. As long as others don't provoke me, I don't want to spend my time doing these things. The political layout of the Westeros system is completely defensive. Simon paused here and said, 1/10. I can guarantee that the number of members of the Senate and House of Representatives supported by the Westeros system will not exceed 1/10 of the total number of members. This time, neither party in the reception room was in a hurry to talk. After a moment, Newt Gingrich couldn't help but said, Simon, 1/10 is too much? For the Congress, which is often deadlocked because of 1 or 2 votes, there are more than 500 members in the Senate and the House of Representatives. If the Westeros system controls 1/10 of them, it is almost enough to determine the future of the Federation. Simon said, if I remember correctly, the number of members of Congress who accept donations from the National Rifle Association must be far more than this number. Newt Gingrich retorted, the Rifle Association doesn't have those big moves like you. Newt, haven't you read the recent news? The media is always used to exaggerating. Simon could only shrug. It is obviously useless to argue with this Republican politician who also accepted huge political donations from the National Rifle Association. Chapter 738 Agreement. O was in a lounge in the White House, entertaining staff members who came to chat with her with various intentions. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the door of the reception room next door finally opened. She quickly stood up to greet him. Simon and Clinton and others bargained for more than 2 hours on various topics and barely reached a series of verbal agreements. It is impossible to leave any paper documents for such things. Neither side would be stupid enough to do so. Simon could not give up the political resources in Washington that had been expanded, and finally agreed to the upper limit of 1/10 proposed at the beginning. However, Simon also promised not to easily interfere in matters unrelated to the Westeros system. In the field of new technology, Simon also made corresponding concessions according to his previous assumptions. The three giants of Cisco, AOL and Ygritte will reach a settlement with the Department of Justice within the next 2 months, so Ygritte can promote the IPO plan without legal burden. Simon is a person who advocates that you need to get rewards for your efforts. In exchange, the White House and Congress agreed to release a series of bills on science and technology, media, finance and other fields previously promoted by the Westeros system in succession within the next year. Politics is actually exchange and game. Although there is no lack of intrigue in this circle, when both parties have checks and balances, the effectiveness of this verbal agreement is no less than that of a formally signed contract. Therefore, neither Simon nor Washington is worried that the other party will go back on their word. Of course, both parties are also aware that various small actions that skirt the rules are probably inevitable. Moreover, the validity period of this agreement is destined to not be permanent. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, or perhaps 10 to 8 years, the parties will inevitably forget today's agreement. At that time, it will be nothing more than another game. Finally, after saying goodbye to Clinton and others, it was Bob Dole's turn. Simon shook the hand of the veteran politician and suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Bob, I suddenly remembered something." Bob Dole smiled warmly and pretended to listen. "Oh?" Simon said, "Everyone knows that I like beautiful girls. Men are possessive. I want you to help me pass on a message to some people. Don't try to hit on the girls around me, otherwise, I can only snatch the girls. For example, Texas girls are said to be very hot, and Florida girls are the most famous for being fickle. What do you think?" Bob Dole's expression didn't seem to be strange, and he whispered, "Of course, I will help you pass on the message." This is the main hall of the White House, and other staff members are tactful and stand at a distance. Only Clinton and a few others who are nearby can barely hear the brief whisper between Simon and Dole, but they all ignore it. But he was definitely not calm in his heart. The Bush family, unwilling to accept the defeat in the 1992 election, has been making constant moves in recent years. Behind the scenes of Mr. President's series of scandals, big and small, there are almost always Southern Republican forces, which was also disclosed by the New York Times. Simon and Dole's whispers are certainly not aimless. In addition to constantly creating trouble for Clinton and weakening the influence of the Democratic Party, the Bush family has also begun to lay out for the future. In the just concluded midterm elections, George Bush II and Jeb Bush, the two sons of George H.W. Bush, participated in the gubernatorial elections in Texas and Florida respectively. Relying on the Bush family's deep-rooted influence in Texas, Bush Jr. was successfully elected governor of Texas, but Jeb Bush lost in Florida. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Bush family intends to let Bush Jr. copy Clinton's political route from governor to the White House. As for Florida, as the most famous swing state in the United States for a long time, Florida, with as many as 25 electoral votes, can often determine the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. Therefore, Jeb Bush's participation in the Florida governor's election is actually paving the way for his brother's future presidential election. Although this time ended in failure, in Simon's memory, Jeb Bush ran for election again 4 years later and succeeded. Afterwards, this member of the Bush family could not wait to use his power as governor to promote a series of policies and bills that would be beneficial to the Bush family's sprint to the White House. The most famous controversial policy was to formulate a bill to deprive some people with criminal records of their voting rights in order to reduce the base of the Democratic Party's grassroots vote base. It was similar to the clauses such as deprivation of political rights for life that are often heard on the other side of the ocean. Tens of thousands of people lost their voting rights. In the past, Bush Jr. won the 2000 U.S. presidential election in Florida with the controversial advantage of only a few hundred votes. Regarding the CIA spy incident on East 92nd Street in Manhattan, too many signs pointed to the Bush family. That's why Simon asked Dole to pass on the warning. Although it was not stated explicitly, the few people who heard this almost immediately realized what was going on. Of course, No one was stupid enough to explore anything in such an occasion. Simon did not lower his voice too much, and he was also warning the White House and the Democratic Party. No one should try to touch his red line. After saying this, Simon shook hands with Newt Gingrich. The White House photographer had already prepared his camera to take photos of the 6 people as material for tomorrow's press release. Simon wanted a secret meeting, but this was obviously unrealistic. The White House has always been a leaky sieve, far less mysterious than the outside world imagines. Instead of hiding it and letting people speculate, it is better to take the initiative to release the news, which is also convenient for controlling public opinion. When arranging the positions, although the surface is harmonious, there is still some calculation in secret. Because when such photos are sent out, most ordinary people may just glance at them, but it does not prevent some people who are interested from analyzing the implications. In the end, Simon and Clinton stood side by side, with Bob Dole on the left and Newt Gingrich on the outside. Hillary and Vice President Gore were on the right of the president. The 6 people were arranged, and no one was in the middle. Simon happened to notice a detail. Hillary originally intended to withdraw from the photo, but probably found that this would make Simon in the middle instead of her husband, so she walked back quietly. The flash soon lit up. Simon was on the left and right of the 2 most powerful figures of the 2 parties, so he was impartial. After taking the group photo, this trip to the White House was considered to be over. He got in the car directly at the White House gate. When Simon's car left, he found that a large number of reporters had gathered outside the White House, and they all pressed the shutter at this side. It was indeed a sieve. Washington is only more than 300 kilometers away from New York. The private Boeing 767 took off and landed simply. At 5:30, Simon had returned to his apartment on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. The Victoria's Secret fashion show starts at 7 o'clock in the evening. Simon did not plan to go to the scene, but would only attend the after-party held at the Gramercy Hotel near the Armory at 9 o'clock. After a busy day, he just took a comfortable hot bath. When he came out of the bathroom, Girl A came to the bedroom, sent away Zoe and Isabel who were holding clothes and shoes for Simon to change, and took care of the man herself, saying, "Ms. Davis just called." Simon put on his trousers, took the pullover from the girl, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ms. Davis led people to clean the apartment on East 92nd Street this afternoon, and found Laura Ralph guarding the door. She refused to leave and said she wanted to see you." Simon frowned slightly. After Victoria Ralph stabbed his mother last time, Simon completely lost interest in the mother and daughter. It is hard to say whether a pet that bites people will bite its owner. This is why pets in many Western regions will be euthanized once they bite people. Simon certainly won't do this easily. After some rough arrangements, the 3 women each gave a trust of $1 million to receive monthly payments. After signing a series of agreements to eliminate future troubles, Kathy Ralph and Victoria Ralph were sent to Melbourne. Laura Ralph, who voluntarily gave up custody of her 2 daughters, continued to live in New York. Simon also gave her an apartment and a car in Midtown, which was considered a settlement. Laura Ralph suddenly fell from the life of the top lady in the Upper East Side to an ordinary person who could only receive a trust of $5,000 a month. Obviously, she couldn't bear this gap and jumped out to make trouble again. After thinking for a moment, Simon said, "Let anger send someone over." Girl A nodded, carefully helped the man put on his clothes, and then turned and went downstairs. When she saw Simon again, Laura Gralson immediately cried and fell to the man's feet, crawling and hugging his calves, begging, "Simon, I was wrong. I will be your woman from now on. Can you let me go back to 92nd Street?" At the beginning, she had the idea of replicating the Michael Jackson case, but it was just some thoughts. Laura Gralson did not take any substantial actions after all. She did not expect her daughter to do that. Not only did she almost lose her life, but she also lost the affluent life in the Upper East Side again. Laura Gralson now has only regrets. How could she be so stupid? Living in the Upper East Side, not only has a mansion and servants, but most importantly, social status. Now, she has fallen back into the dust. Although she has a car, a house, and a monthly living allowance of $5,000, for ordinary people, life is basically worry-free, but apart from that, there is nothing else. The previous social circle left her again, and the club memberships that she could not get even if she had money suddenly became invalid. Moreover, when she lived in a mansion on East 92nd Street, the $30,000 a month was just pocket money. Now, she had to pay all the bills in her life with a living expense of $5,000. For a woman who had enjoyed a life in the clouds, this gap was almost crazy. Laura Ralph instinctively thought that all this was the fault of her little daughter. If that girl appeared in front of her again, Laura would simply strangle her to death. Simon, who was originally reading a book called The Book of Lord Shong, pulled back the calf that was held by the woman and scolded her, "Get up and sit down next to you." What a shame. Laura stopped crying immediately and was about to get up and sit down next to her. Simon pointed to the door again, "Clean up your face." Realizing that her face was red from crying, Laura turned around and walked out of the living room door. After a while, Girl A led the woman back and quietly left. After dressing up, Laura Ralph regained her glory and beauty. She was impeccable in both figure and appearance. Although she looked like a queen-like woman over 30 years old, it was difficult to associate her age with her. A standard beauty. Noticing Simon looking at her, Laura Ralph smiled flatteringly, straightened her waist inconspicuously, and called out, "Simon." Simon had originally wanted to arrange a plot for this woman, instructing her to seduce a golden-haired real estate developer and marry him directly, so that she might become the first lady in the future. However, he suddenly felt a little bored. Moreover, after all, they were women he had used. Simon would not interfere with the lives of women who had left him, but he had never taken the initiative to give his women to others. He didn't have this habit. In July, he met the golden-haired real estate developer by chance at a party at the home of Leslie Wexner, chairman of the Limited Group. He learned that the other party's company was still in trouble. Simon then used Westeros Company, Apollo Management Company and the Tavistock Group under the name of British businessman Joseph Lewis, and accumulated more than $1.1 billion in cash. He has firmly controlled the real estate company under the name of the golden-haired real estate developer through multiple forms such as equity investment and debt acquisition. The direct and indirect shareholding ratio exceeds 70%. Absolute control. Now, if Simon wanted to directly change the name of the other party's real estate company to Westeros Real Estate Company, it would only take a word. The Goldenhair family has become a small shareholder and professional manager. If Simon had not made other arrangements, he would definitely follow the advice of Leon Black, the head of Apollo Management Company, and kick out a professional manager who is not actually qualified. Such arrangements have been made, and there is really no need to do more. Even if history progresses as it did in the past, and Goldenhair becomes president, with a Westeros Systems shareholding in his family's real estate company, he will inevitably have to obey. Thinking of this, Simon raised the book in his hand and waved it. "Go away, I don't have time to care about you tonight." He said this, but he couldn't help but have an idea. Beautiful women are really born to be favored. Laura Ralph's originally flattering smile immediately turned bitter. Just as she was about to beg, Simon said, "If you want to go back to 92nd Street, go back. This is your last chance. If you do anything else, I will throw you into the sea." Anyway, the woman's 2 daughters have been sent far away, and even the custody has been released. Melbourne has also changed the identities of the 2 girls. If nothing unexpected happens, the mother and daughters will never meet again in this life. In addition, a series of agreements have been signed in advance, so Simon has nothing to worry about. He still just raised a golden cat out of boredom. Laura Ralph heard the man say this, holding back the joy in her heart, and nodded her head quickly. She wanted to take the initiative to go forward and be intimate with the man. Feeling the other party's aura, she stopped her steps. However, after thinking for a while, she said, "Simon, you need to talk to Anjiri." "Well, let her in." The woman went out with joy. A moment later, Anjiri Davis, the former housekeeper of the East 92nd Street apartment, walked in and sat down next to Simon after greeting her. Originally, the Ralph family was rearranged, and Simon also gave Anjiri a new job, responsible for managing all the properties of the Westeros family in North America except the Cape du May Manor. The person in charge of this matter has been rotating, and this time it is considered stable, and Anjiri is reliable enough. Briefly talking about Laura, Anjiri no longer needs to be the housekeeper for this golden cat, just let her reselect a small team. Then they talked about some of Anjiri's work during this period, and the woman took the initiative to get up and say goodbye. After seeing off Anjiri Davis and Laura Ralph, Girl A came to the living room and said, "Boss, dinner is ready." Simon patted his legs, waited for Girl A to come over and sit on his legs, stretched out his hand to hug the girl's waist, leaned over to smell the good smell of women, and suddenly said, "Am I too soft-hearted towards women?" Allison hugged the man's head and gently pressed it against her chest, revealing an addictive tenderness. "This is why I like the boss." Although she said so, Girl A's eyes narrowed slightly. It was not directed at Simon. Allison just quietly made up her mind that if a certain face did something weird again in the future, she would take the initiative to help him deal with it completely. In the past year, there were many things going on. Following him, Girl A could feel most directly that her boss was definitely not as relaxed as he seemed. This was her man. Her everything. In order to let him release his negative emotions occasionally, she was willing to take the initiative to ask him for punishment. But in fact, she could do more for him. Dealing with the endless intrigues and deceptions had already exhausted him physically and mentally, and she would not allow these insignificant trivialities to trouble him again. Chapter 739, The Former Childishness. While Simon was enjoying a short break in his Fifth Avenue apartment after a busy day, the Lexington Avenue Armory was already abuzz. It was approaching 7 o'clock. The show hall was already full of spectators. With a drumbeat like waiting music, they began to look towards the backstage exit, expecting the angels to come. In the busy but not chaotic backstage, the angels of the first theme call of the Wild had already taken their positions under the arrangement of the staff. Stephanie Seymour stood on the first place, wearing a cape, a feather crown, and a few strokes of oil paint on her delicate face. She looked like a queen. There were 6 staff members around her to help her check the last details of her clothes and hairstyle, striving for perfection. Trezes Goff ranked second. Unlike Stephanie Seymour's queen-like style, this baby-faced model wore darker eyeshadow, neat short hair, and the same capable female warrior suit on her body and a short blade clamped on her arm as a decoration, like a sexy and dangerous jungle female assassin. The only people around Goff were Grace's assistant Michelle Sonam and another official Victoria's Secret stylist. The difference in treatment was obvious. However, Tris Goff knew that there were only 2 official staff members around Stephanie Seymour, and the other 4 were all hired by her. She couldn't help but feel envious, and couldn't help but feel that this woman in this circle, who didn't have a very good reputation, was making too much trouble. A 3-minute countdown reminder came from her ears. Tris Goff tried not to look at the big scene around Seymour. She was preparing for the stage, and suddenly heard Michelle screaming beside her. She turned her head and saw a short man in a staff uniform who suddenly bumped into Michelle. The other man was holding a cup of coffee in his hand, and it was completely spilled on Michelle's clothes. Before Coco Gauff could react, the stylist who had bent over to help her adjust the straps on her legs quickly stood up, took a quick glance, and stood between her and the short man who had bumped into her, and asked sternly, "Who are you?" "Don't move, David, David." After a brief commotion, the short man who had appeared inexplicably was twisted and forcibly carried out by 2 tall and strong security guards. Coco Gauff was not stupid at all and quickly understood. Suddenly, a sense of fear rose from the soles of her feet and rushed straight to her mind. There were less than 3 minutes left before the show started. If the cup of coffee just now spilled on her, she didn't dare to think about what to do next. At a certain moment, she suddenly understood why Stephanie Seymour hired a bunch of assistants to guard her. What kind of people are they? Grace Spurt was in the back row comforting Daniela Pestiva, who was also nervous about participating in the first theme. She noticed the movement here, hurried over, glanced at Michelle, who was half covered in coffee, and looked around sharply. Seeing the innocent faces of the big fairies around her, she knew that now was not the time to pursue the matter, and it might not be easy to pursue the matter afterwards. She could only comfort the pale-faced Chu Si Gaofu. "Chu Si, take a deep breath. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath. The first theme requires the coldness and arrogance of an angel." Chu Si Gaofu's originally brewing emotions dissipated because of the shock just now. Although the coffee was not spilled on her, her momentum was like a poor kitten after being drenched in rain. Obeying Grace's instructions and taking deep breaths, the girl still couldn't help whispering, "Gray, I'm a little scared." "Don't be afraid, baby, you are the best. Think about why others do this. They are jealous of you. Do you want to let them succeed?" "No, don't." "Very good," Grace said, taking out a small piece of chocolate from her bag and stuffing it into the girl's mouth. "Come on, hold it in your mouth. Imagine that after tonight, they will only be more jealous of you. You are only 18 years old, but you are already a Victoria's Secret spokesperson. You can also star in Simon Westeros's movie and snatch more endorsements from them. What else can they do except be jealous?" They can't do anything but be jealous of you. The taste of chocolate with milk fragrance came from her mouth. The taste buds that had been dieting for more than 3 months greedily enjoyed this beauty. Chu Si-Gao-Fu's amber eyes also became bright again with Grace's words. However, suddenly, it seemed that she had forgotten a lot of things. The first theme, which pace should be used, how to match a rhythm of her own, how to set the point. Oh my god. Grace noticed the confusion after Chu Si's eyes became bright, realized the girl's problem, and comforted her. Baby, remember how many times you practiced for this opening? Chu Si-Gao-Fu shook her head. Grace said, I don't remember either, but it must have been hundreds of times. You know, when people do something, it usually becomes an instinct after doing it dozens of times. You've practiced it hundreds of times and it's so perfect. What are you worried about? So, don't think about anything now. Take a deep breath and follow your feeling. Remember, you can do it. Yes, I can do it. Okay, do you want another piece of chocolate? Coco Gauff immediately had some pitiful expectations. Yes. Save it first, I'll reward you with 2 pieces when you come back. Coco Gauff immediately showed a condemning expression of you are playing tricks, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her body unconsciously relaxed and she bargained, then I want 3 pieces. Do you want to eat like a raccoon? Raccoons are cute. Well, actually I want to say, pig. After being strictly controlled and trained by Grace for several months, Coco Gauff unknowingly formed a kind of dependence on her agent. She was not angry when she heard it. Instead, she wanted to come over and act coquettishly like a child, but was stopped by Grace, otherwise it would be troublesome if she messed up her look. As they chatted, a voice suddenly reminded them again, counting down 30 seconds. The waiting music in the hall in front had stopped. The staff in charge of the on-site dispatching received intensive instructions through the headset, and soon, the fierce prelude sounded. This was the Phoenix. Phoenix. Finally, she gave Tris Gauff an encouraging look and stepped back. Michelle, whose clothes were still soaked with coffee, did not leave to change clothes, but stood on the other side of Tris Gauff with obvious vigilance. Put on your war paint. The lyrics sounded. The voice in the headset came again in unison. 3, 2, 1, go. Stephanie Seymour appeared. In the hall, all the audience looked at the stage together amid the shocking and passionate singing. The Queen of the Jungle. The scissor step as powerful as a nail. Arrogant, cold, and wild. Maybe there are all kinds of controversies in private, but at this moment, Stephanie Seymour is the object of admiration for all the audience, both men and women. Without any reminder, warm applause rang out as Stephanie Seymour appeared. Peter Brandt, a Manhattan billionaire who got a seat in the first row of the left stand because of his personal relationship, looked at his fiancée on the stage and felt the fiery emotions of many men around him. He suddenly had an urge to marry this woman as soon as possible. It seems that it is not so difficult to accept such a beauty who'll definitely only add luster to men to give in a little on the prenuptial agreement. What's more, she is already the mother of his child. Stephanie Seymour walked to the end of the tea stage, stood still, turned around, and skillfully threw her cape. Her dashing posture instantly caused another round of screams. When the girl began to turn around, the audience in the hall began to turn their attention to Coco Gauff, who appeared second. The fiery atmosphere around her made Coco Gauff's mind completely blank. However, hundreds of times of practice in private have indeed formed an instinct. The light steps that are slightly different from Stephanie Seymour keep the rhythm steadily, and the dark gothic-style outfit also attracts a lot of attention and applause. The first show lasted only a few dozen seconds, and was perfect. Backstage, if Grace hadn't stepped forward to help her in time, the girl would have almost collapsed to the ground. In the first 2 Victoria's Secret shows, Tris Gauff, who was still a rookie in the circle, watched the Victoria's Secret angels on the screen constantly making the sign of the cross on their chests and reacted excitedly as if they had won a victory. Because of the inevitable jealousy and envy, she just felt hypocritical at the time. It was just a fashion show, how could there be so much tension and excitement? Now, being in it, feeling the boiling atmosphere of the scene and the gazes of thousands of people in front of and behind the stage, it is inevitable to think of the consequences of making mistakes, and the pressure in my heart has increased sharply. A 20-meter T-stage, back and forth, is like running 2 kilometers at full speed. Only then did I understand. Those reactions were not pretentious. They were all real. I am even worse. The only thing I am thankful for is that I only need to walk 3 of the 6 themes tonight. Although I was dragged to change the clothes for the third theme without any rest time, it is still a little buffer. Arriving at the dressing room, the costume assistant quickly took off all her clothes. She was not shy, but just looked at Grace, who followed her into the dressing room and asked expectantly, "Gray, how did I perform?" There was also a display screen backstage. Grace took out a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into the girl's mouth, smiling, "Great, I told you you can do it." Coco Gauff also smiled. Enjoying the small piece of chocolate in her mouth, she suddenly pretended to be dissatisfied. "Gray, why do I feel like a little seal in an aquarium, the kind that is fed after a performance?" Grace smiled and shook another piece of chocolate in her hand. "Do you want more?" Coco Gauff immediately lost the courage to argue. "Yes." Grace tapped the girl's forehead lightly, but did not give it to her. She said, "I'll go see how Eva is preparing, you be good." After saying that, she told Michelle, who still hadn't had time to change her clothes, and hurriedly left the dressing room. During the short interlude between Coco Gauff and her agent, the 4-minute first theme ended smoothly. On the stands of the show hall, Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of Vogue, who also had a prime position in the first row, carefully recalled all the details of the theme just now, and quickly outlined the prototype of an article in her mind. Since the inception of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, there have been conservatives who have criticized this fashion show for being immoral, vulgar, and objectifying women, etc. However, professional media people in the fashion circle can feel the excellence of every detail of this big show. Just from the first theme just now, Anna Wintour can be sure that the entire fashion circle can find inspiration from it in the next year. Not to mention the background music The Phoenix composed by Simon Westeros himself. According to the latest statistics, the total sales of the first Victoria's Secret videotape have exceeded an astonishing 27 million boxes. In addition to a group of perfect bodies that are absolutely worth collecting, many viewers came for the 5 background music that Simon Westeros personally composed and directly appeared on many song charts. Although the second Victoria's Secret fashion show did not have songs provided by Westeros himself, it also sold 12 million videotapes because it included the first original songs of famous singers and groups such as the Backstreet Boys. This time, not to mention other things, just the first theme song, The Phoenix, is probably enough to support the sales of tens of millions of videotapes. The Super Bowl of the fashion industry is well deserved. The cost is definitely high. Anna Wintour had inquired with Victoria's Secret CEO Grace Nichols in advance and learned that the total investment in this show has reached $30 million. $30 million. If it weren't for the fact that this fashion event itself can earn a lot of money through channels such as television broadcasts and videotape sales, the Victoria's Secret brand itself can't afford such a budget. I just don't know how long this glory can last. However, I suddenly feel that even if it is discontinued one day, just these preserved images will be enough to be passed down for a long time. This is the power of classics. While thinking, there is a short break, and another theme soon begins. Different from the passionate call of the wild, the second theme, Snow Falling Colorfully, seems ethereal and light, and the background music has also changed to pure music. The opening is Cindy Crawford, the most beautiful of the 6 Victoria's Secret spokesmen. As the angels enter the venue, snowflakes are falling from the ceiling of the hall. Of course, they are not real snowflakes, but they make the whole theme more dreamy. Cindy Crawford, Yasmin Gary, Claudia Schiffer, Carla Bruni, Elle Macpherson, and Oliva Herzigova, who closed the show. Every angel is familiar to people. Even in the 4 major fashion weeks, there are very few brands that can gather these big names, but now they only appear in one theme of the Victoria's Secret show. Just the appearance budget is not cheap. In fact, this is no longer a problem that can be solved by money alone. There is an unspoken rule in any circle that big names do not meet big names, and big names will try to avoid cooperation with each other. However, the Victoria's Secret show is an alternative existence in the fashion circle. In recent years, being able to walk on the Victoria's Secret runway has become a symbol of status. The title of supermodel that emerged in the 1980s was basically the result of self-hype by the agency, so it is inevitable that some of them are not well deserved. Now, the fashion section of the Egret portal has made a list by calculating the points of the models' magazine covers, advertising endorsements, brand shows and other elements. Only the top 10 can be called supermodels, and with a permanent accumulation of points, a permanent supermodel medal similar to the Hollywood Walk of Fame has been made. This list, which is authoritative because it is closely watched by millions of netizens in real time and cannot be diluted, has unknowingly become the ranking that models in the fashion circle care about most. Many businesses will also refer to this list to select partners. In the list scoring, whether to walk on the Victoria's Secret runway accounts for a large proportion. Because of the wide popularity of the Victoria's Secret show, not many netizens have questioned the weight of the Victoria's Secret angel identity. Therefore, if a model cannot even walk on the Victoria's Secret runway, it is inevitable that she will not be worthy of the name if she calls herself a supermodel. Anna Wintour felt a little regretful that Vogue could not launch a similar list. At the same time, she could not help but think of the figure of Black Pearl Naomi Campbell. It was a pity that this once recognized black supermodel was rejected from the first Victoria's Secret fashion show because she was too unbecoming. Until now, she has been said to have surrendered several times, but still failed to get a ticket. Therefore, since the launch of the list on the Egret portal, this former black supermodel has never been included in the list. With a fierce competition in the fashion industry, the lack of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the most extensive exposure platform, and the chain reaction caused by it, Naomi Campbell's popularity has long disappeared in recent years. What's the use of walking well on the catwalk? Looking at the current catwalk, it is said that because of Simon Westeros's strict requirements, any model who has stepped onto the Victoria's Secret catwalk in recent years, even some old supermodels who have already achieved success, has made very obvious progress in their catwalk skills. Naomi Campbell's previous advantages are no longer any advantages. Chapter 740, The Former Childishness, 2. Except for the cup of coffee that almost tipped us as guff, everything went smoothly for this Victoria's Secret fashion show. At 8:30, the show officially ended. Most of the audience left after the show, and a few guests with invitations to the after-party rushed to the nearby Gramercy Hotel. It is said that Simon Westeros can also be seen. The news that Simon met with the president of the White House this afternoon has spread on various media platforms. The official statement is that they discussed issues related to the new technology industry. However, from the photo of Westeros and several bigwigs in Washington released at the scene, anyone who pays a little attention to recent current affairs can feel that there is something else going on. In addition to the reserved quota for the Victoria's Secret team, the price of the invitation to the after-party is equivalent to 10 times the price of the show ticket, and it is not the kind that can be obtained by paying money. It needs to be applied in advance, so those who can get the invitation to the after-party are basically not ordinary people. If you can meet Simon Westeros at the after-party, you may be lucky enough to get some inside information. Simon arrived at a party at the Gramercy Hotel around 9:30. After greeting Leslie Wexner and his wife who also came to join in the fun tonight, Victoria's Secret CEO Grace Nichols told Simon about a coffee incident before the show. Simon was not angry when he heard it. It was nothing more than another catfight. He glanced at the crowded party hall and said to Grace, "Tell them to come and confess to me before the party ends. If they are found out later, they will not be able to get involved in the fashion circle in the future." Grace Nichols agreed, nodded to Leslie Wexner, and turned to walk towards the crowd. Leslie Wexner smiled as Grace Nichols left, and smiled as the two famous women with beautiful waists and legs came over to hold Simon on the left and right, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This kind of power and glory should have belonged to him, but unfortunately, although the Wexner family still holds a part of the shares of Limited Group, he is now only responsible for the fast fashion sub-brand Express, and Victoria's Secret has been completely controlled by Simon Westeros. Especially the Victoria's Secret fashion show, whose copyright is still shared by Deaneries Entertainment, is even more out of reach. The only consolation is that the two sub-brands of Limited Group, Victoria's Secret and Express, have developed very rapidly after the reintegration. Even if most of the shares have been sold, Leslie Wexner's wealth has shown a rapid upward trend in recent years, including the appreciation of the funds invested in Cersei Capital. Of course, compared with Simon Westeros's $300 billion, there is still no comparison. The young man in front of him has made people have no desire to catch up. Thinking of this, Leslie Wexner cheered up and said, "Simon, Donald and Jeffrey are here too. Let's find a place to talk." Simon smiled and nodded. He had seen the golden-haired real estate developer and a capital broker each walking over with their female companions. If possible, Simon did not want to give these two guys an invitation to the Victoria's Secret after-party. However, since the decision was made to lay the groundwork, It is impossible to appear too alienated, not to mention that Jeffrey Epstein is Leslie Wexner's personal investment advisor. Unconsciously, the entire Victoria's Secret brand was firmly in his hands. Simon just didn't want these messy guys to get involved. Simon didn't deny that the Victoria's Secret army was his private forbidden area. When he came closer, everyone greeted him warmly. Jeffrey Epstein was still next to the British Phoenix Ghislaine Maxwell, but the golden-haired real estate developer was not next to his second wife Mara Mapps. The two had divorced. Rumor has it that the former Miss Hawaii, who is the mistress, and the golden-haired real estate developer were caught on the spot, a big green hat, and then they broke up naturally. Simon almost pushed Laura Ralph to fill the gap in the afternoon. Looking at the tall and beautiful young female model next to the golden-haired real estate developer, Simon smiled and shook hands with a girl in the other's eager eyes, and suddenly thought of another little model named Melania. Maybe he could look for her. It's not bad to keep it as a private collection. After exchanging pleasantries and greeting guests along the way, they walked through the party crowd and came to a rest area in the corner of the hall to sit down. After the waiter served drinks and left, Leslie Wexner asked, "Simon, I heard that you went to the White House this afternoon." "Yes, I talked to Bill and others." Jeffrey Epstein said tentatively, "It seems that technology stocks will soon rise again for a period of time." Simon did not deny it, and suggested, "If everyone has spare money, it is indeed a good opportunity to invest now. Of course, remember to exit in time at the high point, otherwise you may lose a lot." The golden-haired man asked, "Simon, how high do you think the Nasdaq can go?" Simon shook his head honestly and said, "I am not sure, there are too many variables. This is the truth. From 300 points in 1990 to the recent 1,700 points, in 4 years, the Nasdaq index has risen more than 5 times. This is why many people have begun to look down on the technology stock market since the beginning of the year, believing that the bubble is about to burst, and have invested a lot of money in short selling, making Cersei Capital earn a lot of money. Only Simon, a latecomer, knows that the madness of the Nasdaq was beyond imagination. However, it is no longer the past. It is completely different time and space. Simon's plan for Cersei Capital is to stop completely after the Nasdaq breaks through 3,000 points and no longer carry out any hedging operations. However, he has no idea how high it will eventually reach this time, or whether it will collapse in advance. There are variables everywhere. Whether it is the market itself, the policy direction of the authorities, or even the big butterfly of the Westeros system, many factors are enough to affect the direction of the Nasdaq index. There are also a few vases around who are listening quietly with their ears erected, so the conversation cannot be too in-depth. Of course, Simon is not without any dry goods. As long as the few people around him are smart enough, they should understand that it is still a good time to buy technology stocks. As for when to sell and when to stop, it depends on their own ability. After chatting with Golden Retriever and Wexner about the subsequent development plan of the real estate company and the issue of Express brand listing on Amazon Mall, Simon stood up, holding Yasmin and Najee beside him. "Please do as you please, I will go and say hello to everyone." Tonight, Simon needed to entertain more than just Wexners. He had just arrived and spent some time with them, which was already a great honor. Leslie Wexner and others also stood up, watched Simon leave with a beautiful woman, and then sat down again. Golden Retriever glanced at the beautiful woman's back reluctantly, and immediately disliked the wild model next to him, who is actually not bad. It's not that she is not beautiful, but she lacks the brilliance of being the center of attention. However, Golden Retriever also knew himself well. He could only let these inferior little models throw themselves into his arms. As for the large group of successful Victoria's Secret angels at the scene, it was not easy to get started. After years of continuous lingering on the edge of bankruptcy, Simon Westeros has now taken away the control of his own company. In fact, his foundation is very empty. It's okay to spend a little money to seduce wild models, but for Victoria's Secret angels, it will cost at least $1 million. It's a bit too much to spend so much money. Jeffrey Epstein saw Simon Westeros being surrounded by a group of big goblins as soon as he came into contact with a crowd not far away, and he could only envy him in his heart. There is no second person in the world who can have such wealth and power. Maybe. It's not impossible. Simon Westeros' son will definitely inherit these in the future. It's a pity that everyone can only wait for the next life for such a technical job as reincarnation. Even if they are willing to be sons of Westeros, they are not wanted. Simon was surrounded by a group of big goblins, who laughed and teased him, and then were pulled to the dance floor to dance. So, all the men in the party hall could only look at the scene in front of them with envy. Except for a few angel members with male companions, all the others gathered in the circled dance floor in the corner of the hall. As for men, there was only Simon Westeros. The other male guests certainly wanted to, but they all knew that they could not afford such good fortune. If their rashly went over, they would definitely be in bad luck. During the 10-minute song, the big fairies dancing enchantingly in the dance floor turned into crazy fairies one by one. When the song ended, Simon left the dance floor. Most of the buttons on his shirt had been lost, and even his belt was stolen by an unknown big fairy. There were lipstick marks of various colors on his face, and he looked like a man who indulged in excessive sexual activities. He hid in another rest area in the corner of the hall again. Just as he sat down, another group of people followed him. Simon raised his hand weakly, pretending to be exhausted. "Okay, I surrender. Also, who stole my belt? Return it quickly. It's Gucci, very expensive." Eva Herzigova ignored the dissatisfaction of the waist and leg beauties, and this time she grabbed the seat next to Simon, hugged the man's arm with one hand, and pointed to her waist with the other hand. "Simon, here it is, give it to me, okay?" Simon glanced at it. The Czech girl was wearing a light blue suspender dress, which was matched with her black belt around her waist, which complemented each other. Women are indeed born with a talent for matching. Simon was wearing casual trousers, and it didn't matter if he didn't have a belt. He pinched the girl's chin. "Okay, it's for you." The other girls were immediately dissatisfied when they heard this. "Simon, we want gifts too." "This, we really don't have it," Simon said, and found the burning eyes of the girls or female wolves, and immediately hugged his chest, pretending to be scared. "Don't mess around." The fairies seemed to have heard the order, and screamed and pounced on Simon together. After a while of playing around, all the fairies were finally driven away. Yasmin and Nadja helped the man wipe off the lipstick marks on his face and neck with jealous expressions. Girl A quietly appeared, holding a brand new shirt in her hand. After tidying up again, Simon was about to get up to socialize when Linda Evangelista came over hesitantly. Simon stood up, looked at the girl's expression for a few times, and roughly understood what she was saying. He asked, "Did you ask someone to pour coffee on Chu-Si?" "Simon, I'm sorry." Linda Evangelista didn't dare to look Simon in the eye. Her body trembled slightly, and she started crying while talking. She was afraid, but more of it was unwillingness and grievance. Linda Evangelista has been regretting not striving for the spokesperson position of Victoria's Secret Angel in the past few years. Otherwise, with her original status, she should have at least been given a spot to open the Victoria's Secret show. Now, she is just an ordinary contract angel. Moreover, her popularity has been eroded by those latecomers, and her career has declined significantly. Linda was going to become the second angel to appear after Stephanie Seymour this year, but Westeros gave the opportunity to a rookie who just turned 18. Linda Evangelista is 29 years old this year. She has struggled for so many years to climb to her current position. How can she be willing to see an 18-year-old girl easily climb to the top and rob her resources? In the end, she couldn't help it and made a small stupid move. Just now, Westeros had someone pass on the message that if she didn't confess, she would be kicked out of the fashion circle forever. Linda Evangelista almost fainted. The more she was in the situation, the more she understood that Simon Westeros could definitely do this easily. How could she not be afraid? After hesitating until now, she finally decided to come and confess. Simon came back from Washington. Because some things that were hanging in his heart were basically settled, he was actually in a good mood. Otherwise, he would not have let Laura go in the afternoon. He didn't intend to pursue the little episode at the party. Seeing Linda actually started to cry, he felt helpless. "Okay, don't cry. I'll let you go this time. I don't want to see it again next time. Do you understand?" Linda Evangelista heard this and stopped crying immediately. Confirming that she had not heard it wrong, she nodded quickly. Simon, I promise." Simon ignored the other party and was about to turn around and walk away with the two women beside him. Stephanie Seymour came over with her fiancé Peter Brandt to say hello, so he stopped. Relaxed, Linda Evangelista originally wanted to get close to Westeros, but seeing that the man's attention was no longer on her, and Stephanie Seymour's inadvertent protesting eyes, she could only turn around and walk away. Stephanie Seymour waited for Linda to leave and took the initiative to introduce her husband. Peter Brandt is engaged in publishing and art business, and is considered half a media person. In his early years, he also represented Andy Warhol's art. They chatted with interest for a while. When they were about to part, Simon heard that the other party invited him to participate in a recent pop art exhibition, but he just refused. Simon was not interested in Western art at all. He did not deny that there were many real artists in the West, but after all, they were only a minority. Most of them were commercial artists who were hyped up and had low gold content. Janet often bought some art for decoration in private, and Simon basically did not intervene. When the woman occasionally asked, Simon gave the standard that art that was less than 100 years old was not worth buying at all, especially living artists. Janet agreed with this and even set the standard a little higher. Just after parting with Brandt and Seymour, two other couples came over together. Simon recognized one of them. Former Olympic champions Bruce Jenner and Kris Jenner. The Real Housewives of New York series has always been popular, and Kris Jenner is the kind of woman who is good at business. The Jenner family has become celebrities in New York City. Speaking of which, Kris Jenner used to be known as the Kardashian family because her ex-husband Robert Kardashian, who served as the defense lawyer in the Simpson case, unexpectedly became famous. However, this time, the murder case that shocked the United States did not happen, but the Real Housewives of New York series made Kris Jenner famous. After the greeting, Kris Jenner took the initiative to introduce another couple to Simon, Richard Hilton and Kathy Hilton. Just the last name Hilton can reveal their identities. Simon happened to know more. The couple had a very famous daughter named Paris Hilton. Chapter 741, The Former Childishness, 3. After a few words of small talk, Simon realized the purpose of the Hilton couple's participation in the party tonight. Kathy Hilton hopes to join the Real Housewives of New York. If you want to participate in this popular reality show on USA Cable Network under Deanery's Entertainment, directly contacting Simon is undoubtedly the most convenient way. Speaking of the Hilton family, because of the great reputation of Hilton Hotel, the outside world always instinctively thinks that they should be in the same league as famous old money families such as Hearst and Newhouse. However, old money may be right, but the foundation is too different. Before the conflict with the Westeros system, even though the family was split into many parts because of the large number of children, the assets of several core members of the Hearst family were also very rich, while the Hilton family, Baron Hilton, the second-generation head of the Hilton family, who is currently the only one holding shares in Hilton Hotels, has a personal net worth of only about $200 million and has not even been included in the Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States. Baron Hilton also has many children, a total of 8 children. This hotel industry tycoon who has been focusing on his career for many years is not the kind of person who indulges his children. Therefore, as the 6th son of Baron Hilton, Richard Hilton can only rely on himself to enjoy the upper-class life, except for receiving a living allowance and a glamorous surname from the family trust regularly. In the past, Kris Jenner was called the godmother of the Kardashian family. In fact, many of this woman's operating methods are imitating the earlier Kathy Hilton. She even deliberately released some videotapes of her daughter to create topics. The videotape incident of Paris Hilton was purely accidental. However, Paris' mother Kathy Hilton seized this opportunity well and made her daughter into a phenomenal IT girl. Using this fame, Paris Hilton has accumulated billions of assets almost from scratch by creating fashion brands, publishing books, participating in TV shows, etc. After the Kardashian family became successful, people always joke that Paris Hilton was beaten to death on the beach by one of her former followers. In fact, Paris Hilton is still thriving through many personal brands under her name. Her personal net worth is higher than most members of the Kardashian family. Even if she cannot inherit her grandfather's multi-billion-dollar legacy, she can still easily maintain her luxurious life. All this is obviously not something that a materialistic girl who only knows how to hang out in nightclubs all day can do. Most of it is thanks to Kathy Hilton. Let's talk about Kathy Hilton. This woman, whose original surname was Richards, and her other 2 sisters, Kim Richards and Kyle Richards, were all child stars and later became Manhattan socialites. Moreover, the 3 sisters successfully married into wealthy families, or at least married into wealthy families before, so it can be seen that they are scheming. After marrying Richard Hilton, Kathy Hilton did not concentrate on being a housewife, but used the Hilton surname to open her own design firm, mainly engaged in interior design. Now, the continued popularity of The Real Housewives of New York has obviously made the other party think about it. The housewives who participated in The Real Housewives of New York have gained both fame and fortune in recent years. Some media in Manhattan have also reported that the Jenners, who are the most popular couples in the show, have earned up to $300,000 in appearance fees just for participating in some promotional activities, relying on the fame brought by The Real Housewives of New York. Other incomes such as brand endorsements, book publishing, and starting a company easily exceed 10 million yuan in total. This kind of fame and income has made many Manhattan housewives who used to be self-satisfied with their status eager to make a move. The Real Housewives of New York cannot just change the cast, so some other similar reality shows have also been spawned, but their popularity cannot be compared with The Real Housewives of New York. The Real Housewives of New York has been in its fourth season since its launch in 1991, and it does need some fresh blood. What's more, the last name Hilton is definitely a very eye-catching place. Therefore, sensing the other party's thoughts, Simon simply took the initiative to ask, "Kathy, are you interested in participating in a reality TV show?" When Simon spoke, Kathy Hilton's eyes lit up obviously, but the Jenners next to them looked at each other subconsciously. In the previous conversation, they had already sensed the Hiltons' intentions, and Kris Jenner finally understood why Kathy Hilton suddenly appeared in her social circle during this period. At this stage of The Real Housewives of New York, Kris Jenner is undoubtedly the most successful among the housewives. However, if Kathy Hilton joins, things may be very bad. The surname Hilton is too famous and has the characteristics of attracting the audience's attention. The show is in its fourth season. Even though this reality show has formed a very stable audience base, people always pursue novelty. It is hard to say whether their reputation will be suppressed by Kathy Hilton. If possible, Kris Jenner will definitely exclude Kathy Hilton from The Real Housewives of New York at all costs. However, Simon Westeros took the initiative to invite her, and things became very difficult. Thinking of the two experiences at the beginning, this is obviously a little man who is strong to the core. Kathy Hilton knew that Simon Westeros took the initiative to invite her, and it was a rare opportunity. She was just a little reserved for 2 seconds, and quickly said, "Simon, you mean, The Real Housewives of New York?" Simon nodded, "Yes. Of course, I'm happy to try it, but I don't know if I can do it well." "You have been an actor, this is much easier than being an actor," Simon said, and made a decision directly. "So, next spring, you can try to guest star in a few episodes, and then decide whether to join the 5th season regularly. The winter break for TV series is coming soon." After the first half of the 4th season of The Real Housewives of New York was broadcast recently, the second half will not be broadcast until February next year. Unlike the initial one-time production of a whole season, after gradually standardizing, most of Deanery's Entertainment's reality shows have begun to adopt the traditional production and broadcasting strategy. In addition to adjusting the plot and time according to audience feedback, this can shorten the capital operations cycle to the greatest extent. It is also easy to temporarily add a new guest role. Westeros had said so, and Kathy Hilton didn't hesitate to agree. Simon turned around and found his own shadow, and told Lady A to say hello to Robert Iger. Finally, he chatted with the Hiltons for a few words and turned to another place. After a certain young tycoon left, there was an obvious gap between the Hiltons and the Jenners, who were originally very harmonious. Although they were still talking and laughing, they were obviously not as warm as before. After socializing until more than 10 o'clock, Simon took Yasmin and Nadja to leave the party and returned to the apartment on 5th Avenue. "When I left the Gramercy Hotel last night, I felt that the temperature had dropped a lot, and there was a cold wind. When I woke up, the sky and the earth were all white. The first snow of the year fell in New York City after the early hours of last night, and it was so fierce that the heavy snow did not stop at all during the day. The whole Manhattan was covered by wind and snow. I originally planned to leave for Los Angeles in the morning. It depends on the situation. I have to give up." The two Jennies went to Australia after the birthdays of the two little guys a few days ago. The old man missed his grandchildren. In fact, Simon also wanted to live in Australia for a while. Unfortunately, the current situation does not allow it. Even though he reached an agreement with several bigwigs in Washington at the White House yesterday afternoon, Simon will not easily leave the United States in the short term, just in case. Although the means of communication in this era can eliminate regional barriers, it will always be different whether Simon is in the United States in person. After breakfast, Yasmin and Nadia rushed to work. After last night's show, there are still many things to do in the next few days. Simon did not leave the apartment on Fifth Avenue and work directly from home. The most important thing is the recent public opinion dynamics. Under the operation of the Westeros System Media and Public Relations Team, the news in the mainstream media in North America today is naturally the third Victoria's Secret fashion show last night. In order to make the topic hotter, some disputes were deliberately provoked, and those conservatives were once again poked and teased to attack the Victoria's Secret fashion show. The two sides went back and forth. The news of the meeting with the president and senior congressional officials yesterday afternoon also appeared in many important newspapers. The media's caliber is quite consistent, to discuss some matters related to the new technology industry. It seems that the midterm elections have quickly become a thing of the past. The Egret portal also took this opportunity to throw out the bombshell of IPO. At the same time, it hinted that the Westeros system will reach a settlement with the Federal Department of Justice in the near future regarding the antitrust investigation. Because of this series of good news, the Nasdaq technology sector rose across the board when the market opened in the morning, directly breaking through the 1,800-point mark. Simon's personal wealth increased by billions of dollars in just a few hours. After a busy morning, he held a 2-hour video conference with several senior executives of Egret in the afternoon. At about 4 o'clock, Simon left Manhattan and rushed to Greenwich. He planned to discuss some things with Joseph Sclapp before dinner. The heavy snow was still falling, and the helicopter could not be used, so he had to take a car. He talked to Australia on the way. With a time difference of 15 hours, it was already the morning of November 14th in Australia. Unlike the heavy snow in New York, it was midsummer in the southern hemisphere. On the phone, Janet was playing with a group of kids in their own territory in Tasmania. She also asked Simon to listen to the sound of the old man teaching Melbourne to ride a horse on the grass. This made Simon a little worried. A 76-year-old man and a little kid who'll only turn 3 next month, why would they ride a horse? Wouldn't it be better to play golf in a battery car? Thinking of it, he hurriedly warned that riding a horse was barely okay, and there must be many people around to protect him, but hunting was absolutely not allowed. Janet was laughing on the phone, with an arrogant look of thanking you for reminding. The road was slippery in the snow, and the driving speed could not be too fast. It took more than an hour to get from Manhattan to Greenwich, and the call lasted more than an hour. Everyone chatted for a few words, even little Nick. Janet felt very strange when she learned that it snowed heavily in New York, but she didn't expect it at all. Women are afraid of cold. Finally, she said that she planned to return to North America 2 days before Thanksgiving, and teased Simon that he could fool around without worrying about it. However, the old man and Jennifer did not forget to ask about the midterm elections on the phone. Simon certainly knew that Janet was laughing and joking, but as the mistress of the Westeros family, she did not do much less than him in private. Arriving at the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich and hanging up the phone, it was already 5:15. In the northern hemisphere in November, it is usually evening at this time, but because of the heavy snow, the sky and the earth are still bright. Sophia, who came to North America to spend the weekend with the children yesterday, has helped Simon clean up the manor and started to have dinner prepared. Joseph Sclapp arrived at about the same time. Simon and Sclapp talked in the study for more than an hour. After seeing each other off, dinner was ready. Because of the things in the first half of the year, the Fessy family who moved next door came to eat together. In the inevitably weird atmosphere, it was more warm. Asking about Gemma's schoolwork at the table also caused the girls' anger. Fortunately, Simon was only her stepfather, which made Sophia blush and hide her daughter's forehead with a spoon. After dinner, Sophia's parents took the 2 children back to the house next door, and the woman naturally stayed. Like a housewife, she personally tidied up the housework and came to the living room with a fireplace in the villa. She turned off the ceiling light, leaving only a dim wall lamp and the fire in the fireplace. She and the little man cuddled on the sofa. It was dark around them, and there was occasional wind outside, but the atmosphere was very charming. Simon put down the book he was reading, put his arm around the woman's waist, and listened to her talk about the progress of the integration of Versace, Bulgaria and Vacheron Constantin, and also talked about some recent developments of the Glory Society. Simon did not shy away from talking about the midterm elections and his own caution and worries. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. He reached out and stroked the woman's belly, asking, "No movement yet?" At the beginning, Sophia wanted to have another child, a child of her and Simon, and she talked to Janet about it and got her consent. However, after a few months, they had sex many times, but they were always unable to get pregnant. Holding down the man's mischievous hand, Sophia said, "Maybe it's because of my age, but it's not bad this way. I already have Danny and Gemma, so I shouldn't be too greedy." Simon kissed the woman on the lips and smiled. "Why don't we try again? Tonight is a good night. By the way, if you get pregnant, the name is ready." Sophia and Simon kissed, and rubbed her cheek against the man's chin, smiling and whispering, "Greenwich. Isn't this name good? It's weird, and what if it's a girl? Isn't silly girl? Seattle sounds good as a girl's name, but Greenwich sounds like a boy. What do you think it's called?" Sophia thought for a moment and said, "It's snowing now. If it's a girl, we'll call her Snow. How about Snow, Westeros? Snow, Westeros. Very good." Simon nodded, "Okay." Sophia then moved her body and was accidentally touched by a book. She picked it up and took a look. This was the Chinese book that the little man had been reading after dinner. She didn't pay attention to it just now, but now she was curious and asked, "What is this?" "The Book of Lord Shang." "What is it about?" "This, I can't tell you." "Why?" "This is a book for emperors." "Well, that is, a book that was only suitable for emperors to read in ancient times." "Oh, it's quite suitable for you, but what if I read it? I'm just a woman." "It's more troublesome if women learn bad things," Simon said with a smile. "After reading this book, I recently found that many of my previous ideas were very immature, and I plan to improve them. A few days ago, I asked Girlie to find this book on a whim. It's just 26 articles. Simon has read it several times. As for his thoughts, Simon personally feels that this book expounds a somewhat cold concept of governing a country. The saints are not benevolent, and treat the people as straw dogs. Regarding the construction of the Westeros system, Simon has been adjusting his strategy over the years. At the very beginning, Simon had the idea of creating a very great harmony group, giving everyone the best treatment, thinking that this would gain loyalty and cohesion. Now, the more I think about it, the more naive it becomes. Especially after reading this book. It is very foolish to become a ruler who only knows how to show favor. However, Simon is not the kind of person who believes in books. Qin Shi Huang used Shang Yang's ideas to create the unparalleled powerful Qin state, but it died in the second generation after Qin Shi Huang unified the six kingdoms. To a large extent, it is easy to break if it is too rigid. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. This book has brought a lot of inspiration to Simon, but if you want to make the Westeros system truly strong for a longer time, Simon may need to continue to explore for most of his life. Sophia was just curious for a while. The man said that this book was not suitable for her to read, so she gave up the idea of exploring it, and she didn't even think about secretly flipping through it in private. It's not that I didn't have a little thought before. However, after being able to be by his side for so many years, Sophia gradually found that not fighting is the best way to fight. Life is good now. The little man doesn't like greedy women. He has given too much to the people around him without realizing it. If he is greedy again, he will be stupid. He will only lose more. He stopped asking questions, put the book aside, and moved closer to the man. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 Approval of Acquisition. The snowstorm that affected several states on the East Coast lasted for 3 days. Fortunately, it was only on Sunday and began to weaken in the new week. The sudden cold weather inevitably impacted the public's desire to watch movies, and major Hollywood studios generally lowered their North American box office expectations during this period. However, many recent news hotspots, whether it is the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the good news of the new technology industry, or the upcoming IPO of Immigrant, continue to cause widespread heated discussions, and the media and the public are paying less and less attention to last week's midterm elections. This is not over yet. On November 16th, the day before the third Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast on TV, media opinion was once again triggered by a heavy news. After more than a month of negotiations and review, The U.S. Department of Justice officially approved the acquisition of Disney by the French Vivendi Group after agreeing to split some assets such as the television business that did not comply with federal media control regulations. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Among the 7 Hollywood studios, Disney's American cultural attributes far exceed those of Columbia, MGM, and Paramount, which were successively acquired by overseas capital. Disney's 2D classic animated films are not only the childhood memories of many Americans, but Disneyland is also an important symbol of American culture. Simon did not use resources to suppress relevant public opinion this time. Therefore, from the subordinates on the day the news was announced to the newspapers on the morning of November 17, there were overwhelming criticisms and even abuses against the Federal Department of Justice, Washington's top leaders, and Disney's shareholders and management. The most intense reporter from the Washington Post even criticized the Department of Justice for approving the transaction as an act of selling out the country. Then, the spearhead soon pointed to the Democratic Party, which had just lost in the midterm elections, and the White House. In the face of public accusations, the White House responded in a timely manner. At a press conference on the morning of November 17, the president personally explained the inside story. The Department of Justice was not decided by Janet Reno, the Attorney General appointed by the White House, but a 7-member committee was responsible for reviewing the transaction. 4 of the 7 were Republicans. Therefore, the decision-making power of this matter actually lies with the Republicans. The media did not buy the president's explanation. What everyone was concerned about was how to stop the deal. A reporter asked the president on the spot whether he would use a presidential order to send the deal back to the Ministry of Justice for re-examination. Clinton just said very tactfully that the White House was still studying the matter, and hinted that there was no legal violation in the deal. Unless the acquirer voluntarily gave up, it would be difficult to reject the deal. After the White House's statement, the spokesperson of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly responded to the matter publicly, saying that France was very optimistic about the development prospects of the entertainment industry. Vivendi Group's attitude was even a bit tough, claiming that it had invested a huge amount of money in the acquisition transaction and that the U.S. Department of Justice had approved it. If it went back on its word, Vivendi would protect its own interests through litigation. Then the news came out. In order to ensure that there would not be too many changes in the transaction process, especially to avoid Vivendi's withdrawal midway, causing the company's stock price to fluctuate greatly, Disney set a high breakup fee of up to 3% of the total transaction amount. Large merger transactions all have similar breakup fee clauses. Depending on the size of the transaction and the negotiations between the two parties, the breakup fee is usually between 1% and 5%. Of course, there are also situations where there is a higher percentage or no breakup fee at all. Everything depends on the game between the two parties. The core of the breakup fee clause is to avoid one party suddenly breaking the contract after a series of twists and turns, causing huge losses to the other party. Therefore, this breakup fee is actually two-way. In the agreement reached at the end of September, the transaction price between the two parties was finally $9.7 billion, and the 3% breakup fee was $291 million. $291 million is definitely not a small amount of money for both Vivendi and Disney. What's more, judging from Vivendi's tone, if this transaction is changed because of Disney, it will also sue for losses. Although French companies suing American companies in the United States, everyone knows that they can't get much advantage, but Disney, which has been declining in recent years, can't stand this kind of tossing. So, without Simon's quiet promotion, Disney's shareholders began to operate quietly in Washington. It's very interesting to say. The two most important shareholders of Disney are the Bass family in Texas and the Disney family in California. One supports the Republican Party and the other supports the Democratic Party. They just happen to exert their strength on both sides. Both families have felt the decline of Disney before. Even if the Disney family is still a little reluctant, they all understand that it is a very wise choice to accept the cash acquisition of up to $9.7 billion by Vivendi Group. Otherwise, everyone can only watch this asset shrink step by step, and it is not impossible to go bankrupt. You know, before Vivendi initiated the transaction, Disney's market value was less than $7 billion, but it had a total debt of up to $5.3 billion. In addition, the film business was sluggish and Disneyland Paris continued to lose money. It is difficult to say when it will suddenly become insolvent. At that time, If the debtors put pressure on the asset reorganization, the stocks held by these major shareholders may be directly cleared. Now, after completing this transaction, both parties can pocket billions of cash. In the face of interests, culture and feelings are all floating clouds. In this incident, the only thing Simon did was to let the New York Times, which has a good relationship with the Westeros system, once again bring up the topic of lifting the ban on media integration, accusing the Washington authorities of being reluctant to release this outdated industry ban, and the Disney transaction case should have been competed by local giants, and the American cultural treasure would not have easily fallen into the hands of the French. In fact, everyone understands that even if the media integration ban is lifted in advance, except for Deanery's entertainment group, whose own strength has surpassed the industry by several orders of magnitude, there is no other local giant that can compete with Vivendi Group's high cash offer. This does not prevent the bill to lift a ban on media integration, which was quietly suppressed by Congress in the first half of the year, from re-entering the media and public view. This time, Washington must also give a satisfactory answer. Amid the public uproar caused by the approval of the Disney acquisition, on Thursday, November 17, ABC TV officially broadcast a third Victoria's Secret fashion show at 9 o'clock in the evening. This big show not only has a production budget of $30 million, but also a publicity investment of $20 million. Before the live show last Saturday, the Victoria's Secret brand and Deanery's Entertainment had already started to place promotional advertisements on various platforms, and a huge billboard in New York's Times Square was hung for a month. At 9 o'clock that night, as the show started, as the Phoenix sounded for the first time in the audience's ears, the initial audience of the program directly exceeded 32 million. Just a rock song that is destined to be on many music charts, it has upgraded this Victoria's Secret show to an all-round entertainment feast from visual to auditory. Many people were eager to inquire about the Phoenix through the internet and telephone before the first theme was over. Of course, the supermodels who have become popular all over the world are still the focus of this show. After the Victoria's Secret show was held last Saturday, the fashion section of the Egret portal launched a special interactive topic and started a lottery for 10,000 collector's edition videotapes of the third Victoria's Secret fashion show. As the TV broadcast started, the popularity of related topics increased online. The Victoria's Secret Army, which has expanded to 43 people this year, has seen a sharp increase in the number of visits to the Facebook and Instagram pages of each Victoria's Secret angel in a short period of time. When the TV broadcasts on the East and West Coasts were all completed, the Egret portal immediately announced the ratings of the third Victoria's Secret fashion show. In its third year, the ratings of the Victoria's Secret fashion show hit a new high, with a peak audience reaching 45.6 million, exceeding the 42.1 million data of the first Victoria's Secret fashion show by 3 million, and the average audience reaching 37.9 million, also breaking the record of 35.5 million set by the first Victoria's Secret fashion show. The TV version of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, with a total of 6 themes, was edited according to the standard 43-minute TV series length, leaving ABC with 17 minutes of advertising time. Because it was only 1 hour long, the total length of the Victoria's Secret fashion show ads was far less than that of the Oscars, which had the same ratings. However, ABC sold the ads for $1.5 million per 30 seconds for just 17 minutes of advertising time. In just 1 hour, ABC earned $51 million just from this fashion show, which was itself a super advertising blockbuster. In the first Victoria's Secret fashion show, ABC only spent $5 million to buy the player because neither party anticipated how popular the fashion show would be. This time, of course, it won't be that cheap. According to the agreement signed by both parties, as the copyright holder of Victoria's Secret, Deanery's and the Victoria's Secret brand will receive 60% of the advertising revenue. Therefore, the $51 million in advertising revenue and the $30.6 million in revenue directly allowed the two companies to recover the production costs of this Victoria's Secret fashion show. What's more, the subsequent sales of videotapes are the big money. It was also the first Victoria's Secret show. At the beginning, because of the hot sales in the early stage, everyone thought that the total sales of videotapes would reach 15 million, which was already a record. As a result, after a few years, the actual total sales of videotapes of the first Victoria's Secret show reached more than 27 million boxes. According to the price of videotapes at about $30, 27 million boxes of videotapes, The total sales reach $810 million. For this item alone, the two companies that jointly held the copyright of the Victoria's Secret show earned a net profit of $290 million, which is equivalent to the net profit scale of the Victoria's Secret brand in the pure underwear business in the previous year. Records are not always so easy to break. Considering that the ratings of the second Victoria's Secret show did not decline much, but the sales of videotapes decreased by more than half, considering various factors, the sales of videotapes of the third Victoria's Secret show can at least reach the tens of millions level, which will be about $300 million in sales and more than $100 million in net income. In comparison, the investment of $50 million in the entire Victoria's Secret show is absolutely worth it. After the Victoria's Secret show, Thanksgiving is approaching. The first week of the Thanksgiving season from November 11th to November 17th has officially come to an end. Affected by the severe cold weather on the East Coast, the North American box office situation in the past week was indeed affected. Overall, the box office results are still gratifying. Among the three major new films last week, Jim Carrey's fantasy comedy The Mask, which is most in line with the holiday atmosphere, relied on its own quality and the strong publicity and promotion of Deanery's Entertainment to successfully win the weekly box office championship. It earned $37.09 million in the first 7 days, with an average of more than $15,000 per theater. Interview with a Vampire, produced by Geffen Films and released by Warner Brothers, lived up to expectations and ranked second on the weekly box office list, just behind The Mask with a gap of less than $1 million. The box office reached $36.38 million in the first 7 days. However, Interview with a Vampire opened with 2,604 screens, the largest scale among the three major new films last week, so the average theater was only more than $13,000, which was significantly different from The Mask. MGM's The Fear Zone ranked third, earning $28.11 million in the first 7 days of its release. Although it was one level behind The Mask and Interview with a Vampire, such a start also met MGM's expectations. Considering the fierce competition from a series of heavyweight films at the end of the year, the first week of $28.11 million is not enough to ensure that the domestic box office will exceed $100 million, and it may eventually be around $70 million. The film cost $30 million to produce and $15 million to promote. Even if the domestic box office is not enough to recover all the costs, relying on the popularity of Sam Neill and Jessica Lange, overseas distribution is enough to make a profit, not to mention the subsequent video and TV broadcast revenue. After experiencing a sharp drop in the second week of its release, facing the impact of three new films, The Haunting of the Mortuary in the Halloween season still fell by 37% this week, earning $14.63 million. After 3 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of The Haunting of the Mortuary has reached $83.69 million, and there is a great hope of entering the 100 million club. After 4 movies, the other old movies completely fell behind, and the box office was not worth mentioning. On November 18th, the Golden Box Office week spanning Thanksgiving began. This week's main new movies are still 3, namely Toy Story 2, produced by Deanery's Entertainment, Little Ones, a new comedy film invested by Sony Pictures, and Star Trek VII, Beyond the Stars, a long-standing science fiction film by Paramount Pictures. The most important one is undoubtedly Toy Story 2, produced by Pixar Pictures under Deanery's Entertainment. After the great success of the first film, the production cost of this 3D animated sequel reached $80 million, more than double the budget of $35 million for the first film, and the investment in publicity and promotion this time was as high as $50 million. The total budget of the project is $130 million. Through negotiations with many theaters, the current share of heavyweight movies produced by Deanery's Entertainment generally exceeds the average level of 55%. This Toy Story 3 is expected to get a share of about 60% from theaters. However, even so, with a total budget of $130 million, it will take about $210 million in domestic box office to make back the money. It is conceivable that the domestic theatrical release of Toy Story 2 will basically not make much profit. However, everyone knows that the bulk of the profits from the Toy Story series are not from the box office, but from the toys and peripherals. From the release of the first film at the end of 1991 to now, in 3 years, the total sales of peripheral toys in the Toy Story series have exceeded the $4 billion mark. With the release of Toy Story 2, It will inevitably set off a peripheral craze that will last for several years, which is the main source of profit for Deanery's entertainment. Chapter 743 Thanksgiving. Simon did not return to Los Angeles until the day before Thanksgiving, November 23rd. The two Jennies returned from Australia with their 3 little ones on the same day. Sophia stayed in Greenwich, planning to follow the local customs and spend Thanksgiving in the United States with her family. After 3 days of tenderness, when Simon left, the woman said in a mysterious way that she felt that she had a little one in her belly, probably a girl named Senora Westeros. Cape Dumay Manor. The time was November 24th. Thanksgiving. Because of the time difference, she slept very late last night. The morning sun had already covered the round master bedroom of Shale Villa. Janet still didn't want to get up and forced Simon to be her pillow. There was no work arrangement today, so he patiently stayed in bed with the woman. In fact, Jennifer also slept here last night, but the female assistant didn't have the mind to cling to her. The 3 little ones still needed ear care, so she got up early. It was not until after 10 o'clock that Janet's sleepiness completely disappeared. She rubbed her ears against the man and became interested again. When she finally got up, it was almost noon. After taking a shower and changing clothes, she went downstairs with Simon's arm around her, just like when they were first in love. Lunch was ready. Jennifer had just placed the 3 little ones at the dining table when she saw Janet walk in with Simon's arm hanging on her arm. She pretended to be helpless and rolled her eyes slightly. "I was wondering whether I should wake you up." Janet let go of Simon with a smile, leaned over to hug the female assistant, and kissed her on the lips in a very rogue manner. Then she sat down next to Seattle, kissed her good daughter on the face again, looked at her eldest son next to her, and pointed at Simon behind her with a smirk. "Baby, tell your dad how Grandpa taught you to hunt." Simon hugged Jennifer, walked to sit next to Melbourne, rubbed the little guy's head and said, "Come on, tell me." Although most of the time it was the women who took care of them, Melbourne, except Veronica, had always been closer to Simon. After hearing what his parents said, the little guy began to talk about his hunting experience in Tasmania a few days ago. It was probably a tragic incident in which a group of sheep were harmed by BB guns. While eating lunch, everyone listened to Melbourne's stuttering story. Janet drew attention to Seattle again, like offering a treasure, and said to Simon, "Guess what our seal has learned during this period?" Simon smiled and asked in cooperation, "What?" Janet did not answer directly, but turned around and asked the little girl who was originally concentrating on eating her food, "Come on, baby, let's do an arithmetic problem. What is 1 plus 100? Seattle, who had just celebrated her first birthday, still had the tenderness of a baby on her face and body, but her expression was already very lively, especially with her beautiful eyes, which made her look even more lively. When the little girl heard the words, she just turned her head and glanced at Janet lightly, and then continued to eat her lunch with a spoon, with the cold and arrogant look of "Can you stop being so childish?" Unlike the still ignorant little Nick, Seattle, who was born with extraordinary intelligence, was no longer the little girl who was held in Janet's arms and called Simon Mom half a year ago. Seeing that her daughter didn't answer, Janet was not embarrassed at all and continued to encourage her. Okay, we have already calculated this question, it's too simple. So, let's change to a more difficult one. What is the sum from 1 to 1000? After saying this, everyone waited for a moment. The little girl who was concentrating on eating a few mouthfuls of purple sweet potato glutinous rice porridge in her small bowl finally looked up, glanced at Janet again, and then looked at Jennifer opposite. "Mom, why do you always ask me such questions?" Jennifer looked at Janet with a depressed face, suppressed her laughter, and said to her daughter in a gentle tone, "Because Mom thinks Zaire is very smart, and I am proud of it, and I hope everyone knows that Zaire is very smart." The little girl thought about it and seemed to understand. Then she continued her lunch. Simon leaned over and glanced at his daughter sitting next to Janet. "So, does Zaire know the answer to the question just now?" Seattle looked up again and nodded. Simon waited for a moment. Then, still no movement. He could only give up. The female assistant who saw all this finally couldn't help but chuckle. After lunch, Janet was pulled by Jennifer to prepare for Thanksgiving dinner tonight, and the 3 little ones were sent to Simon to take care of. He knew that it was parent-child time specially created by the women for him. Simon did not refuse, and took the children to play in the mini playground in the manor until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Janet came over and took the children to some enlightenment courses. The three children had already started similar education early. The private school built specifically for the children in downtown Malibu has been completed, and Melbourne will enroll next year. If it is just to learn knowledge, Simon prefers family education, but he also knows that children go to school more to learn the skills of getting along with others subtly. The three little ones were taken away by Janet. Simon was briefly free and came to his office in Shell Villa to deal with some work emails whenever he had time, and listened to Lady A's report on some important matters. According to news from Washington, the Department of Justice held an internal meeting yesterday afternoon regarding the Disney acquisition. The result of the discussion was that they did not plan to re-examine the acquisition. The White House spokesman also made a similar statement yesterday. Craig Games released a statement on Facebook last night, saying that he would no longer participate in political campaigns. This morning, the Miami Herald in Miami, Florida, published a report accusing the National Rifle Association and the Westeros system of serious interference in the just-concluded Central District election, and called on the state government to formulate stricter campaign regulations to prevent local elections from being manipulated by capital. Our public relations team has fought back and followed up on the report of the Miami Herald. The naturalization process and the procedures for Miss Lin Su and Miss Chen Qing to study for an MBA at Columbia University have been completed. Mr. Jorma Ollier returned to Finland from China yesterday. During this trip, Nokia reached an agreement with China to increase its investment by $150 million in the next 2 years to add a research and development center and 3 mobile phone foundries in China. Sergei Komorov sent me a recent project investment report of Oldic. The company's total expenditure in the past 3 months was $17 million. Among them, the more important projects are to undertake a natural gas company in Rivne Oblast and a special breeding plan for artificially raising foxes and minks to provide for Melisandre's company. My father has discussed with several executives of Igrit about the redemption of the equity incentive clauses in the original contract before the IPO. This is the relevant memorandum. As of the close of yesterday afternoon, AOL's market value exceeded $100 billion, reaching $103.7 billion, becoming the third $100 billion company in the North American stock market after Deaneries Entertainment and Cisco. General Electric and Microsoft followed closely behind, with market values of $97.2 billion and $93.5 billion respectively, and are expected to break the $100 billion mark before the new year. In the office. Girl A skillfully listed a series of matters that Simon needed to know in person, and attached a thick stack of relevant documents. The printer in the corner of the room hummed at this time. Knowing that it was some email information printed by her boss, Lady A walked over, took out the printed documents and sorted them out. She glanced at them casually. There was no title, and the content seemed to be about some personnel issues in Ukraine. Allison basically knew a lot of public affairs about Ukraine. Since it was bypassed by her and came to Simon, it was obviously those things that were not very visible. Thinking of this, Lady A did not look at it more, but just handed it to Simon. Simon took the document handed over by Lady A, leaned on the leather chair with his legs crossed and read it page by page. After going to Ukraine once in August, Simon not only made some additional arrangements for this country, but also began to further increase investment. This is the open side. The secret work of sending Ukrainian gangs abroad has also been advancing. Simon naturally will not do it himself, but many layout materials will be sent to him through the Westeros family's intelligence network. Many former Soviet KGB members recruited by the Westeros system also entered various parts of Europe through this transportation, forming another more secret underground intelligence network. As for the series of Ukrainian spokesmen, Simon did not fully trust them. The two sides had not yet established a foundation of mutual trust, so he had been sending people to monitor what these people did. The report in his hand was the monitoring result of the intelligence team. People are selfish. People are fickle. Simon never had too much expectation on people's hearts. He only hoped that people who worked for the Westeros system would keep their due duties. On this basis, if you do more, he would also give more without hesitation. It's a pity that some people will inevitably become restless when they suddenly gain power and think that the emperor is far away. Among them are officers of the Ukrainian frontline military company, the management of the Oldic company under Sergei Komorov, which Simon focuses on supporting, and the force that Simon intends to cultivate is a relative. With the Westeros system as a big backer, some people bully others, some people embezzle, Some people take advantage of others, and some people try to establish their own mountain. There are many more. It was expected, and Simon didn't have any emotions about it. Moreover, it is satisfying that most of the spokespersons have finally kept their duties. Klim Derivienko, Sergei Kermorov and other core members have no problems. Among the 6 foreign relatives who were supported by the 6 small vases, Maxim Noskov, the father of Ekaterina Noskova, Simon's favorite, has put the fertilizer factory in Rivne back on track in just a few months, and has even begun to discuss mergers and expansions with several surrounding states. As for the families behind the other 5 small vases, except for the Leontiev family, which has laid out a media field in Rivne state and met Simon's expectations, the other 4 have more or less had some problems. Some of them still have the possibility of continuing to use after being knocked, and some can only be abandoned. This is also expected. In fact, both Kyanlima and Bol are very common, and it is not so common for the 2 to meet. In the initial expectation, Simon only hoped that one of the 6 families could produce a usable family, and now that Noskov and Leontiev have been obtained, it is still beyond expectations. Seeing Simon concentrating on reading the document, Girl A sat down on the sofa in the reception area next to him. When the man looked up again, Allison stood up and walked over. She looked at her boss's expression and asked tentatively, "Boss, do you need to arrange a trip to Ukraine?" Simon shook his head. Thinking about the little tricks the girl just mentioned about the Miami Herald, he still couldn't leave the United States in the near future. "Let's talk about it after the new year," Simon said, thinking for a while, and then said, "Let someone bring Noskova and Leontiev to North America to live for a while. Just say I invited them to come and play. Arrange for them to go to the manor in the western suburbs of Toronto." The 2 girls, one 14 years old and the other 16 years old, are not suitable to enter the United States. Canada is different. At this stage, the legal age for certain things in the Maple Leaf country is still 14 years old. Since it is a rule, it is better not to give people a handle if possible. Simon has always been very careful about this kind of thing. It is obvious that it can be avoided, so there is no need to leave hidden dangers for himself. Of course, the Grauf family is an exception. Simon once thought that if he lost interest or was noticed by others and became a threat, he would quietly clean it up. Women's 6th sense is always very sensitive. Victoria Grauf probably also keenly sensed some crisis, so she stabbed her mother in the chest. Now, although he temporarily gave up the brutal killing, Simon did not completely give up some thoughts. Clark Grauf had planned to hire a killer to assassinate the Westeros family, which was the original sin. Girl A did not go to Ukraine with Simon last time, but she knew that Simon had 6 small vases and other arrangements in the city of Rivne, and nodded when she heard it. She roughly guessed that her boss would not do this for no reason. It is very likely that this kind of favoritism is used to give some people some reminders or warnings. After explaining this matter, Simon began to look through the relevant documents of Girl A's report on a series of affairs, until after 5 o'clock, Janet came to remind him that it was almost dinner time, and then he stopped working and left the study. Because of the 4 seasons like spring, although it is very suitable for living, the unchanging Los Angeles inevitably makes many festivals lack some of the festive atmosphere they should have. Like Christmas. This important festival is obviously more suitable for the snow-covered weather on the East Coast. Unfortunately, it didn't snow in Los Angeles. Fortunately, we were able to celebrate the holiday with our family and enjoy a lively Thanksgiving dinner. The atmosphere was good enough. After dinner, we continued to stay in a small living room in the Shell Villa, watching TV, chatting, and coaxing the children. Before we knew it, it was already late at night. After sending the 3 sleeping little ones to the children's room, Simon and the other 2 came to the round master bedroom of the Shell Villa. Cape Tourmay is the highest point on the nearby coastline, and the round bedroom of the Shell Villa is the highest point on this streamlined building like a work of art. You can almost see the surrounding 360-degree scenery. It was more than 10 o'clock in the evening. The downtown area of Los Angeles on the east side was still lit up with the same lights as its name, the suburbs on the west side were dark, the stars of Malibu City in the north, and the vastness of the sea and sky in the south. Being in it was like a dream. In this atmosphere, there was no need for too much intimacy, just a simple hug, and the whole world around could squeeze the 3 people in the center together tightly, and their hearts were connected. It seemed to be surrounded by the world, and it seemed to own the whole world. Chapter 744, Big Outburst. After Thanksgiving, the box office week from November 18th to November 24th ended smoothly. Because the box office potential suppressed by the snowy weather on the East Coast in the first week of the Thanksgiving schedule was released, and because it spanned Thanksgiving, the film market saw a big explosion this week, with a single-week box office total of $192 million, an increase of nearly $70 million compared to last week's $123 million. Among them, the 3D animated film Toy Story 2 produced by Deaneries Entertainment performed the best. In the first week of opening, relying on a large number of 3,216 opening screens, Toy Story 2 won a box office of $87.31 million in 7 days of release. With more than 3,000 opening screens, the average theater still exceeded $27,000, easily topping the single-week box office champion throne. Faced with the strength of Toy Story 2, the second place in the weekly box office list, Paramount's classic science fiction series Star Trek VII, Beyond the Stars, fell directly to $23.11 million in the first week of opening. This new film, which was released at the same time as Toy Story 2, opened on 2,659 screens, with an average of just over $8,000. The third place on the list is no longer Little Ones, a new film released last week, but The Mask, which opened on Halloween on November 11th. In its second week, The Mask saw a 38% drop in box office revenue, earning $22.91 million, only $200,000 behind the new film Star Trek VII, Beyond. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of this fantasy comedy, starring Jim Carrey, reached $60.01 million. Interview with a Vampire, which cost Geffen Pictures $60 million, ranked fourth on the list, with a box office drop of 52%. It earned $17.43 million in the 7 days of the second week, and a cumulative box office of $53.81 million in 2 weeks. The box office fell sharply in the second week, and the chances of this vampire-type movie, which once broke the $100 million box office in history, to reach its previous box office results have been greatly reduced. Fear Zone, produced by MGM, ranked fifth on the list. The virus crisis thriller starring Sam Neill and Jessica Lange also saw a 49% drop in box office in the second week, earning $14.39 million. In 2 weeks, the film has accumulated a box office of $42.5 million. The comedy Little Ones, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, ranked sixth. This is the third comedy that Schwarzenegger and Ivan Reitman have collaborated on after Twins and Kindergarten Cop. Unfortunately, this comedy film with a man's pregnancy as a gimmick failed to replicate the success of Twins and Kindergarten Cop. With a huge production cost of $60 million and 1,749 screens, the box office revenue in the first 7 days was only $9.8 million. Speaking of which, Twins and Kindergarten Cop, which were once box office hits, were both Universal Pictures projects. Simon had the idea of intercepting Kindergarten Cop at the beginning, but he gave up because Ivan Reitman had already signed a contract with Universal. After Deaneries Entertainment acquired MCA, Ivan Reitman was still very happy to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment, which inherited the assets of Universal Pictures, on Little Guys. But Simon rejected the other party this time. Not only because Deaneries Entertainment is not short of projects now, but the most important reason is that in memory, Little Guys can only be described as a box office failure, and Simon certainly will not jump into this big pit. Deaneries Entertainment is unwilling to take over Little Guys, and Sony Pictures, which has repeatedly failed in Hollywood, has once again become a sucker. The first week of $9.8 million means that the total domestic box office of this blockbuster, costing $60 million, will hardly even cross the threshold of $30 million, and huge losses are inevitable. As for why Little Ones failed to replicate the success of Dragon Brothers and Kindergarten Cop, Simon believes that in addition to the unsatisfactory story itself, it is mainly because Hollywood has entered a new era. The rise of 3D animated films and CG special effects blockbusters has made the audience's tastes continue to rise. Both Arnold's own box office appeal and the appeal of such old-school comedies to the audience have been greatly reduced. The Halloween movie The Mortuary, produced by Deaneries Entertainment, ranked sixth. This is the only movie that has not fallen behind in the Halloween schedule. In its fourth week of release, the box office of The Mortuary fell by 35%, earning another $9.53 million, with a cumulative box office of $93.22 million, and breaking the $100 million mark. November 25th, a new box office week. The festive atmosphere is still there, but this week only Disney's black comedy Cool Strip was released. The film cost $10 million to make and opened on 1,379 screens. After its release, the media's word of mouth was average, and it was difficult to pose a threat to big productions such as Toy Story 2. Therefore, the box office week starting on November 25th provides an extra 7 days of space for a number of old films to play. Whether The Mask and Interview with a Vampire can break into the billion-dollar box office club depends on the box office performance of this week. After Thanksgiving, although many media are still calling for the federal government to intervene, because the White House and Congress have not raised any objections, the French Vivendi Group's acquisition of Disney has entered the formal delivery process. Westeros system. After a series of big news to divert the public's attention from the midterm elections, something Simon has been secretly worried about has finally happened. November 28, Monday. A new week has just begun. Kevin Morehouse, a Republican congressman from Pennsylvania who lost in this year's midterm election, suddenly launched an attack and asked Congress to investigate his opponent Jocelyn Byrne for allegedly accepting illegal campaign funding from the Westeros system in disguise. The evidence Kevin Morehouse cited was the obviously too large free volunteer team during Jocelyn Byrne's campaign. Campaign volunteers, like White House interns, are a high-quality platform for the American elite to accumulate qualifications. Jeffrey Katzenberg, former president of Disney Pictures and now one of the three giants of DreamWorks, once served as a volunteer for the New York mayoral campaign and the U.S. presidential campaign, and later almost entered politics. The huge volunteer team organized by the Westeros system is certainly not the kind of young people who have just entered society and want to accumulate qualifications, but Simon certainly will not make some obvious low-level mistakes. The volunteer team that served Jocelyn Byrne for free during the midterm election campaign had no direct financial connection with the Westeros system before November 8. Until the dust settled on the recent midterm elections, this team recently set up a political consulting company in Pennsylvania, and soon received a huge cooperation order of $1 million from the Westeros system. The reason for the agreement between the two parties was to conduct a survey of Pennsylvania voters. Kevin Morehouse seized this point. He also tried to pull in Joseph Sclapp, the core figure in the political affairs of the Westeros system, and directly released photos of Sclapp's recent meeting with John Hockneville, the head of the emerging political consulting company headquartered in Pittsburgh, at the press conference. Not only that, Kevin Morehouse also mentioned at the press conference the negative attitude of Jocelyn Byrne, a Pennsylvania congressman, in dealing with the rising crime rate in Pennsylvania, and pointedly condemned Byrne for obstructing the state legislature from enacting stricter crime control bills. Obviously pointed. It is very likely that he wants to re-examine the Woodfield Manor bombing that has gradually faded from the public eye. After months of investigation, the Woodfield bombing case has been closed. The final result given by the FBI is that the former Monroeville Machinery Company employee created the tragedy in order to retaliate against the Woodfield family. As for the obvious doubts about how the other party obtained up to 5 kilograms of C4 explosives, due to the lack of sufficient clues, it can only be left unresolved. Just like the assassination of Kennedy. What's more, in a country like the United States, it is not that difficult to obtain explosives. There are various rumors about the truth of the matter in the local area, basically pointing to other shareholders of Monroeville Machinery Company and investors who lost huge amounts of money in the Grauff Foundation. There are also rumors that some of the management of Monroeville Machinery Company are behind the scenes. In short, no rumor points to the Westeros family. After the bombing, the main members of the Woodfield family were killed or injured, and the Monroeville Machinery Company went bankrupt and liquidated. The few remaining Woodfield family members fell from the local rich old money to ordinary people with nothing, and they had no ability to pursue the matter. Some truths can only circulate in a few high-level circles in Washington. However, Simon has never relaxed his vigilance on this matter. Kevin Morehouse mentioned the fight against crime at a press conference that was supposed to expose election fraud. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Simon attached enough importance to it. On November 29, Simon came to the East Coast again, a manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. In the study, Joseph Sclapp was reporting to Simon the evaluation results of Sclapp Consulting Company on the matter. Preliminary observation is that this is more like a warning, and it is used as a reason to draft a stricter targeted election bill. Simon, although the public can easily see through the connection, we did not violate the rules after all. If the Republicans want to make a big deal, they should have seized some more substantial evidence, rather than this kind of marginal operation that is difficult to prove guilt. Simon leaned on the sofa in the reception area and nodded slightly after hearing what Joseph said. In fact, he also understood this. However, many things often develop beyond human will. Just like the Epstein case in memory, the Democrats dug up Jeffrey Epstein's dirty deeds again after many years. They originally just wanted to smear the president's face, but they found that the matter became bigger and bigger, and all the people who should and shouldn't be dragged in were dragged in, and finally Epstein had to commit suicide. The current situation is similar. Although the two sides reached a tacit understanding through the last meeting in the White House, some people are obviously unwilling to give up and have to make some tricks to warn Simon. However, some people obviously forgot that they should not try to uncover the inside story of this year's midterm election. If you don't pay attention, once the matter gets out of hand, it will definitely be a large-scale political shock. At that time, the Westeros system cannot escape, the National Rifle Association cannot escape, and the large number of elected congressmen involved in it cannot escape either. In the end, many people will go to jail, many people will be ruined, and many people will be forced to resign and leave politics. This is a result that no one wants to see. The reason why Craig Ames of Wisconsin accepted the result after losing the election and took the initiative to announce that he would no longer be involved in politics, in addition to some materials in the hands of the Westeros system, is that this politician, who has extreme left-wing tendencies but is very politically mature, saw through how far the whole thing involved. In order to avoid being crushed by the general trend, he wisely gave up the pursuit. In comparison, Kevin Morehouse of Pennsylvania has much less political experience. Moreover, he may have been used as a pawn. Thinking of this, Simon picked up a document on the coffee table in front of him, turned to a blank page with no words, and began to draw casually on the paper with a pencil, while asking Joseph, "How do you plan to deal with this matter?" Joseph, who was sitting opposite Simon, glanced at his boss's quick drawing on the paper of a bowling ball-like bomb that was often seen in cartoons, and said, "I have talked to John about canceling the contract that was just signed last week. This will make Kevin Morehouse lose the basis for accusing us." Simon kept writing, "If we do this, some people will definitely say that we are deliberately covering up. This is inevitable, but as long as there is no handle, public opinion will be easier to suppress," Joseph said, and then said, "In addition, I think we should slow down similar layouts in other parts of the Federation." Simon nodded, "Just do it." Joseph paused and said, "What about Paul?" In order to avoid putting all eggs in one basket and increase the risk, Simon has also supported Paul Spates in the past year. Hearing Joseph's words, Simon looked up at him with a smile and said, "Joseph, I will not let Paul accept your command. The Westeros system is large enough and will be even larger in the future. It can accommodate both of you. I'll look forward to your close cooperation. If not, it's okay not to interfere with each other, but never let me see you fighting each other. Once I find out, I will not tolerate it." Faced with Simon's straightforward attack, Joseph did not argue and nodded, "I understand. That's good. I will talk to Paul. You just need to do your own thing. So, is there anything else? I have sent people to contact some local media in Pennsylvania to fight back against John Morehouse's accusations. In addition, Simon, after the layout of other regions is delayed, we still need to pay the compensation we deserve, which requires you to provide resources in person." Simon nodded, knowing what Joseph meant. "Take the time to draw up a list for me, and I will have someone arrange it." Unable to make disguised payments through large-scale contracts afterwards, Simon must give due compensation in other ways, otherwise no one will be willing to serve the Westeros system in the future. This is probably the purpose of some people provoking this matter. In any case, if the political network of the Westeros system cannot be laid out according to the original plan, Simon's control over the major political elections in the Federation in the future will definitely be affected. The huge Westeros system makes it easy to arrange some marginalized high-paying positions, which is also a common way out for many politicians after leaving politics. If someone makes trouble again, it will affect the interests of the entire federal political circle. The two discussed some details for more than half an hour. Simon finally handed a cartoon he had just been drawing to Joseph and said, "Make a few copies and send them to several leaders in the White House and Congress, and say that I drew it." Joseph Sclapp took the cartoon. There were many cartoon bombs densely drawn on the A4 paper, and the fuse in the middle was lit. Apart from this, there were no text reminders or marks. However, Joseph saw the meaning at a glance. The cartoon bomb with the ignited fuse was John Morehouse, who provoked the incident yesterday, and the dense bombs around it were not just the Westeros system, but all the forces involved. The subtext of this cartoon is obvious. Some people provoked this incident, thinking that it was just a bomb that was ignited and did not want to affect themselves, but the result could trigger a chain explosion that was completely out of control. Simon was warning some restless forces in Washington. Everyone is in the same circle, and if things get out of hand, no one can escape. Chapter 745, Male-Led Selection. It was already evening when Simon finished talking to Joseph Sclapp. After seeing Joseph off, Gurley asked about dinner and reminded Simon that Lin Su and Chen Qing had arrived more than an hour ago and were waiting in the living room leading to the backyard of the villa. Simon came to the living room on the east side of the first floor of the villa. When he saw the man enter the room, the two women on the sofa got up quickly. The indoor heating was sufficient, and neither woman wore a coat. Lin Su wore a camel-colored turtleneck sweater and slightly loose black trousers, with her hair tied up in a bun, intellectual and conservative. Chen Qing, on the other hand, wore a light and close-fitting light pink base shirt and tight white trousers, revealing her tall and graceful figure. Her shoulder-length black hair, which was not long to begin with, was cut a little shorter, just past her ears, which fit her face shape perfectly, sexy and capable. They greeted each other, and noticing the man's scrutiny, Lin Su lowered her eyes slightly, retreated to the other side of the coffee table without a trace, and gave the single sofa seat closest to the door to the man, wanting to sit opposite. Stay away from him. Chen Qing was not as reserved as Lin Su. She generously went forward and hugged the man. After they separated, she raised her face slightly, shook her head lightly and said in Chinese, "Boss, is my new hairstyle okay?" The stylist introduced by Miss B. Simon looked at her again and said in Chinese, "Very good. Languages will not degenerate if they are spoken frequently." In order to maintain his Chinese ability, Simon specifically asked the two women to use Chinese when they were with him privately. Chen Qing seemed to be unconfident again. "I just think it is more convenient to take care of it this way. If you like long hair, I will keep it. It's good, and you are beautiful. You can support any hairstyle." After saying this, Simon looked at Lin Su, who had opposite after saying hello, and smiled wickedly, and walked over directly. Lin Su only felt the man approaching and felt his breath. That hateful face with a smile was getting closer and closer. Before she could speak, her body was already picked up by the man. What is this? Confused thoughts rushed through her mind, and with a buzzing sound, she crashed a bit. She wanted to struggle, but her body seemed to be out of control, so she could only close her eyes resigned to her fate. Her body quickly stabilized again. Instead of being carried directly to the bedroom by Westeros, she sat on the single sofa next to her. The man sat down and she sat on his lap. The black short boots on her feet were taken off. She subconsciously curled up her legs, as if she took the initiative to curl up in his arms. The masculine scent that hid her made Lin Su's cheeks begin to heat up. Simon held the woman in his arms, but did not take any further action. He asked, "Are you not used to being in the United States? You seem to have lost weight." Lin Su closed her eyes, and her delicate and fair face was flushed. She did not intend to answer. It was considered a resistance. Chen Qing sat down on the long sofa next to Simon, looking at the scene in front of her, feeling a little jealous. Seeing that Lin Su did not answer, she helped her answer with a teasing tone, "No, boss. Sister Lin was very thin to begin with, and she has gained a lot of weight during this period. The word fat is probably the natural enemy of all women." Lin Su still didn't say anything after hearing what Chen Qing said, but her body was obviously dissatisfied and slightly struggled. Simon patted Lin Su on the body to comfort her, and did not continue the topic. He just held the soft jade in his arms and turned to the main topic and asked Chen Qing, "How is the Shuanghu project going?" Speaking of business, Chen Qing sat up straight and said, "Our team had the third negotiation with Shuanghu yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to take all the shares held by the local government and completely privatize this company. The Westeros system is actually a step late. At the beginning of this year, Shuanghu had already accepted the investment of Chinachan Group. This is a Hong Kong-funded enterprise. Chinachan Group mainly operates in the real estate industry. When entering the mainland, it also aims at large-scale infrastructure projects. Shuanghu is just a byproduct. Therefore, when investing at the beginning of the year, the other party only took 25% of the shares, and the remaining 75% of the shares are still in the hands of the local government. If the Westeros system wants to participate in this company now, the best way is to directly acquire state-owned shares. Shuanghu is not too big now, with an estimated value of about 200 million RMB, or just over $23 million US. Even at a premium, 75% of the shares would not cost more than $20 million US. However, when investing in China, the issue of funds is not the most important. Simon asked, "Do you think the local government will approve full privatization?" Chen Qing nodded confidently and said, "No problem, boss. State-owned enterprise reform and the introduction of foreign capital are two major trends in the mainland, and our acquisition of Shuanghu just caters to this trend. By selling the shares to us, local officials can achieve political achievements, the company's management will have greater autonomy, and the company's development and growth can also greatly improve local economic data indicators. Everyone can benefit, so why not?" Lin Su, who was curled up in Simon's arms like a cat, frowned slightly when she heard Chen Qing say this, but didn't say anything. Simon smiled and said, "In that case, you can go ahead and move forward. However, the key to the problem is not this acquisition, but what happens after the acquisition. I don't want to see a company with a good growth trend become a mess after the acquisition." "That's another problem," Chen Qing nodded. "I hope that after the acquisition is completed, the company can transfer a portion of its equity to the management to achieve interest bundling." "No problem," Simon agreed, and asked again in a testing tone, "How much do you think is appropriate?" Chen Qing said, 20%, boss. I think we only need to maintain absolute control. Money is easy to get, but a good general is hard to find. Shuanghu's management is excellent and it is worth it for us to do so. Of course, this 20% is not given at one time, and can be gradually transferred in the next 5 to 10 years. Moreover, considering the mood of the local government, it is best not to do this within 1 year after the acquisition is completed. Simon looked at Chen Qing and asked, "Why 1 year later?" Chen Qing was about to answer, but felt the man's clear gaze, and suddenly stopped, with some inexplicable sadness and helplessness in his tone. "Boss actually understands, doesn't he?" Simon certainly understood. During the restructuring of China's state-owned enterprises, many ambitious and capable business managers hope to conduct management buyouts or privatization restructuring in order to get rid of institutional constraints and operate the company more flexibly. However, local governments often refuse and are more willing to cooperate with foreign capital. After a few seconds of silence, Simon said to Chen Qing, "There is no need to dwell on this. In fact, human nature is fundamentally the same. You will understand it later." Chen Qing quickly put her mind at ease and said with a smile, "The boss's theory of genetic instinct, right?" Simon was a little surprised. "You know this too?" Chen Qing said, "Miss B told me. She said that the boss has such a theory, which is more scientific than Freud. Freud said that all human behaviors can be explained by sex, but sex is actually only a part of genetic instinct. It seems that you get along well with B and the others." "Yes, everyone is good. I admire the company created by the three ladies BCD. Of course, there is also A. She is the most outstanding one to be able to follow the boss." Simon smiled and said, "Don't leave anyone behind. It's not good to be so smooth." Chen Qing also laughed, and glanced at Lin Su, who seemed to be asleep in the man's arms with squinting eyes, and said, "Boss, I have recently taken a fancy to another project, which is actually one of the information you gave me, Xiaobang. Does the boss have any impression?" Simon nodded calmly. He was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect the girl to have such a good eye. The information given to the two girls at the beginning was just picked by Simon at random. Of course, there were Shuanghu and other high-quality ones, but most of them were just for the sake of numbers. Simon and Chen Qing agreed on 2 years at the beginning. In fact, he hoped that the two girls would be able to stand on their own after 2 years of training. However, in just 1 month, Chen Qing quickly got into the state. Not only did she start her MBA study, but she also cooperated with a team of Apollo Management Company to start the acquisition of the famous Shuanghu Group shares in her memory. Unexpectedly, Xiaobang was chosen again. In my memory, the Xiaobang team would switch to establish BBK next year. Simon was determined to get this team, but he was not so anxious. He didn't expect Chen Qing to be one step ahead of him. In fact, Simon has been paying attention to the dynamics of the two women during this period. Working and studying, the two women are busy for more than 12 hours every day. Chen Qing also makes full use of the two bodyguards and two female servants assigned by Simon, and gradually builds a small team of her own. Success is never easy. The two women are able to work so hard on the premise of their outstanding qualifications, and have basically won Simon's recognition. Now, this keen vision shown when entering the business world has once again received extra points from Simon this time. Chen Qing said, "This is also a state-owned enterprise. It was established in 1987. In just 7 years, it has achieved an annual sales value of $1 billion. Recently, the person in charge of this company hoped to privatize and restructure, but was rejected." Simon asked, "Do you want us to invest in this company as well?" This time Chen Qing shook her head. "I have had several phone calls with Mr. Duan, the president of Suber. It is basically the credit of this executive that Suber has reached its current scale. Duan is still trying to lobby the government for restructuring recently, but I am not optimistic about his efforts. Unlike Xu Honghu, this time, I think we can directly poach Suber's team to set up a new company. China's electronics industry is still in its early stages of development and there are opportunities everywhere. In comparison, a management team familiar with the Chinese market is the most rare. By poaching them to set up a new company, we can also gain more initiative. Do you have a specific business plan?" "Not yet, but as long as the boss agrees, I will have a deeper contact with Mr. Duan." Simon stared at Chen Qing for a while, and the girl was a little puzzled, then suddenly smiled again. "Go ahead, get this done, and tell Duan that I can give him $10 million directly, just 70% of the shares." Chen Qing didn't expect Simon to be so straightforward, and he was willing to spend $10 million without even asking a few more questions. However, she thought about the information that Simon had handed over to her, and then she felt relieved. Her boss must have been paying attention to this company for a long time, but he didn't have the energy to start these small businesses before $10 million. Isn't it just a small business that is not worth mentioning to him? After thinking for a while, Chen Qing said, "Boss, 70% is a bit too much? I think it's enough to give the other party 10% at the beginning. After the follow-up is done, more can be transferred." Duan seeks to reform Xia Obiang, just hoping that his team can get a small part of the shares. "Didn't you just say that it's easy to get a lot of money but hard to find a good general?" Chen Qing said, "Yes, but you can't give too much at once. Boss, in ancient times, once a general reached the highest position and had no merits to be rewarded, he probably could only rebel and pull the emperor off the throne." Simon smiled and said, "If Duan wants to pull out a team, 10% seems a bit too stingy and it's not enough to share. So, 30%. I'm not a generous person, but too little won't win people's hearts." Chen Qing thought about it for a while and said, 30% is fine, but we don't need to give them too much money in advance. $5 million is enough, which is more than 40 million RMB, which is already a lot of money. If they can do well, the 30% shareholding will remain unchanged. If they don't do well and need additional funds, the shares will be diluted, which can also be regarded as a kind of spur. Chen Qing's suggestion is very reasonable. Simon nodded directly. "Okay, in addition, of the $5 million, $500,000 will be considered as a loan from me to you and Lin. You can have shares in this company, and this rule can be followed in the future." Chen Qing's eyes lit up immediately. These days, she has become familiar with Girl B and the others. What Chen Qing envied most was that these girls could get shares in the companies they founded. After changing her mind, Chen Qing quickly said, "Boss, $500,000, I think I should get more." "How much?" "400,000. Before Simon could answer, Lin Su, who had been curled up in the man's arms like a sleeping kitten, had already lost her temper. She opened her eyes, turned her head and glared at him. "I'll give it all to you. I don't want any at all." "Okay." Chen Qing was very impolite, and turned to Simon. "Boss, this is what Lin said." Simon felt that Lin Su wanted to jump out of his arms and fight with Chen Qing, so he quickly hugged her body and comforted her. "Okay, stop making trouble, half each, and it will be the same in the future." Chen Qing said aggrievedly, "Boss, it's not fair, I've done more than her." Lin Su said angrily, "I don't want it, not at all." Simon raised his hand and tapped Lin Su somewhere, then said to Chen Qing, What I said is what I said. Don't talk to me about fairness. There has never been any fairness in this world. If you think Lynn has done too little, then try to get her to do more. If she is unwilling or deliberately lazy, tell me. If you can't do this, then you can only accept this unfairness. Chen Qing didn't expect Simon, who had always been very gentle, to suddenly get angry. She didn't dare to refute at all and nodded obediently. Of course, she also understood that the man was hitting her. Although she had reached an agreement with Lin Su to support each other and cooperate, Chen Qing naturally took herself as the leader. Just now, when she heard Simon give others 30% of the shares without hesitation, she thought that she could naturally fight for more. Unexpectedly, men are also fickle. Putting away her restless thoughts, Chen Qing talked about some things with Simon again. Girl A came over to remind her that dinner was ready, and the three of them left the small living room this time. After dinner, they naturally stayed overnight. Chapter 746, Male-Led Selection, 2. It is not easy to get up early in winter. Simon and Chen Qing both got up before 7 o'clock the next morning. The man was exercising, and Chen Qing was accompanying him. Lin Su, whose worldview had been slightly refreshed last night, ran to prepare breakfast. She had already accepted her fate. Except for a certain ridiculous guy who always made her feel powerless, she was not dissatisfied with her current life. She had always dreamed of it. In the gym, Chen Qing was running with Simon while picking up various ideas from the man like a diligent little squirrel. Simon had too many things in his memory, and in most cases, he needed some stimulation to remember them. Yesterday, he agreed to Chen Qing's poaching of the management team of Xia Obiang, and gave the two women a certain share of equity. Although the Xia Obiang team may still do what they are best at, educational electronic products, after working alone, Chen Qing was not satisfied with this. Relying on her recent understanding of the Westeros system, Chen Qing felt that she was fully qualified to get involved in some more popular and profitable industries. For example, personal computers. Unlike the Western PC market, which has already begun to explode, China's domestic personal computer industry is still in its infancy. It is estimated that in the year 1994, which is about to pass, China's annual PC sales will be only about 700,000 units. With a huge market of more than 1 billion people, the industry scale is less than 2% of the global total sales. On the surface, it is a huge blue ocean market. Simon is not optimistic about this. The overall scale of China's domestic personal computer industry is small due to the level of economic development. However, this field has actually been operated by many domestic and foreign brands for many years. Not to mention overseas brands such as IBM, HP, and Toshiba, Lenovo, Founder, and Tongfang were all established in the 1980s. They have deep roots in both technology and the market. If that's all, it's okay to try it now. The most important point is that because the core software and hardware technologies such as CPU, hard disk, and operating system are all in the hands of foreign manufacturers, going to China to establish a PC brand will ultimately only be the lowest-end assembler. In comparison, the Westeros system, which holds large shares of Microsoft and Intel, is more willing to quietly enjoy the high-end cake of the PC industry. No one can make all the money. Having already occupied the most lucrative part of the industry, it would be more troublesome to worry about the superficial things. Although he was not optimistic about Chen Qing's establishment of a personal computer company, Simon still thought of another industry during the conversation between the two. VCD. This was a popular electronic product that was unique to Greater China in the 1990s. The overall market size of VCD hardware itself reached tens of billions of RMB at its peak. Not only that, in 1994, because the domestic VCD market had just sprouted, the Westeros system was fully capable of maximizing profits by monopolizing VCD core components and other means. It was discussed yesterday that after the Xia Obiang team left, if they continued to make products similar to their old employer, they would inevitably encounter suppression outside of business. The initial plan was to let the team leave as far away as possible and set up new companies in other provinces and cities. Now, if they can skip the game console field and directly enter the emerging VCD market, some potential conflicts will be much less. After a deep discussion in the morning, after breakfast, Chen Qing hurriedly left with Lin Su to collect information about VCD. Simon continued to stay on the East Coast for another day. At noon, Simon received a call from the White House. Simon and the president had a rather obscure chat, He learned that Clinton had communicated with the Republicans and that the incident provoked by Kevin Morehouse, the former Republican congressman from Pennsylvania, would stop here. Of course, he would not absolutely believe it. However, Simon was quite satisfied with Washington's attitude. Before leaving in the afternoon, he met with Joseph Sclapp again. He learned that this operation was still related to the conservative Republican Party in the South. Simon was no longer polite and asked Paul Spates to lay out Florida according to the original deep cultivation plan. There was plenty of time this time. There was no need to consider the 1996 election. There were still 6 years before the 2000 election. With the strength of the Westeros system, 6 years of layout was enough to slowly understand every constituency and every type of voter in Florida. Whoever wins Florida wins the world. After reading the Book of Lord Shong recently, some of Simon's ideas have quietly changed. He used to dislike the Bush family. But it is different now. If Bush Jr. comes to power and tosses around for 8 years, it is in line with the weak people policy in the Book of Lord Shong. The people are weak enough, and they work hard all day long to get only the most basic survival supplies. That is the best state to rule. Eating too much or not eating enough is easy to cause trouble. Of course, this is under the premise that the Bush family will not threaten the Westeros system. Otherwise, Simon doesn't mind completely changing history. After dealing with things here, Simon set off to return to the West Coast that afternoon. The next day was December 1st, the last month of 1992. The Information Age marketing plan initiated by the Westeros system has entered the second phase and is still in full swing. More than half a month has passed since the midterm elections. Many measures to divert public attention are still continuing. Except for a few restless media in some local states and counties, the topic of the midterm elections has been reduced to a minimum. As long as a month passes, the possibility of another situation will be minimized. So, back in Los Angeles, most of Simon's attention began to turn to a series of key film projects of Deanery's Entertainment recently. The first is This Man from Earth. When chatting with Grace privately, the idea of a new version of This Man is from Earth came up. The script has been completed under Simon's personal leadership and a group of specially invited university professors to supplement professional details. The previous This Man is from Earth has become a classic of low-cost science fiction because of its low production cost, but if you look closely, it actually has many unsatisfactory rough details. This time, although the production cost is still not high, because it is Simon's personal project, all the production specifications of the film have reached the highest standards. In terms of actors, there are countless actors who want to participate in Simon Westeros's new project, and the pay is the least important thing. Therefore, only the most basic pay standard stipulated by the Actors Guild is given, and a large number of well-known Hollywood first- and second-tier actors still hope to appear in such a movie. Hollywood is ultimately a circle of human relationships. When people around him are lobbying everywhere, Simon's idea of finding a group of pure newcomers is simply not feasible. However, the actors selected in this way have absolutely no problem with their acting skills. The second is the script. The setting that the male protagonist John is actually Jesus must be deleted. Unlike more than a decade ago, in the early 1990s, the proportion of religious believers in Western society was still very high, and it was a very sensitive topic to involve such themes, not to mention a public figure like Simon. If he did so, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. For the new version of This Man from Earth, Simon does not intend to bring people any thoughts. The basic positioning is just a very interesting alternative science fiction. If the purpose is to inspire Hollywood filmmakers. Therefore, there is no intention to provoke any controversy. Not only that, when talking with Grace at the beginning, the idea that the male protagonist is a series of historical celebrities was also possessed by Simon during the script creation process. In the final script, the male protagonist John will be a relatively pure time and space passerby. He did not leave his name in history, but he had intersections with many historical celebrities, and at the same time, he also promoted the development of history intentionally or unintentionally. In a key plot detail, the father-son relationship between the male protagonist John and the psychology professor Will is no longer as abrupt as in the original version, but has been paved from the beginning. The final answer to the mystery will not be revealed with Will's death as in the original version, but the clue was discovered by the heroine, and the truth was guessed when only 2 people were left. The male lead neither admitted nor denied it. It was a suspense. In general, the new story will tell the story of an immortal through a drama-like plot mode. From beginning to end, it is rigorous and smooth, and people can't find any flaws, but it is difficult to prove this fact. After the script was completed, according to the cast list originally listed by Simon, the casting work that was started at the same time also came to an end. After all, no well-known first-line actors were selected. However, the nominees are basically well-known actors familiar to the public. Even Tris Goff, who had no acting experience before, ranked 7th on the Egret Portal model popularity list after the third Victoria's Secret fashion show, relying on the rapidly rising popularity in the past 6 months, and successfully won the title of supermodel. Simon's most important thing is the male lead. What should an immortal who has lived for more than 10,000 years be like? Simon is actually the one who has a lot of say. After going through vicissitudes, the most important point is the kind of bystander temperament that is indifferent to the world. Because of too much experience, everything around him has been difficult to affect his state of mind, and he is inevitably indifferent in his bones. However, as an immortal who can no longer remember his own age, he has lived in the world for a long time and is almost easy to deal with. Therefore, he will instinctively have the same tolerance and protection mentality towards the world as adults do towards children, which makes it easy for people to feel close to him. He is indifferent in his dealings with others, cold-hearted and elegant. All right. Janet, who was able to see the script in advance, felt that someone else was more suitable for this role. Simon certainly would not do it himself. Back in Los Angeles, after the last round of auditions in which Simon personally participated, the male lead was finally confirmed, and Simon was very satisfied with George Clooney, who just became famous this year with ER. George Clooney is 33 years old this year. He is a late bloomer who has been working hard for many years before finally coming to the fore. For the time being, he is only a TV actor. Although he is not the elegant bachelor with gray hair, Clooney's personality and temperament are very consistent with Simon's setting for John. The requirement for the heroine Sandy is between 30 and 40 years old. Simon initially thought of Kathryn Bigelow. Kathryn has been busy with the movie Detroit about the Detroit riots this year. The post-production of the project is nearing completion. Simon mentioned it to Kathryn when he had lunch with her at Deanery's studios some time ago, but was rejected. The woman's reason was that she couldn't act. Simon enthusiastically said that he could teach her one-on-one, and he was best at giving female speeches, and then he was rejected even more straightforwardly. Finally, Elizabeth Perkins was chosen. This temperamental actress who fits Simon's aesthetic is 34 years old this year. After working with Tom Hanks in the box office breaking Flying Beyond in 1988, Elizabeth Perkins should have had a good development, but unfortunately, she was unlucky. The commercial performance of the films she received in recent years has been tepid. She has not established herself in the first-tier position and has fallen back to the second tier, and even has a tendency to slide towards the third tier. In order to save her career, Perkins jumped from CAA to WMA last year. This time, Jonathan strongly recommended her, and the role and acting skills were all fine, so Simon agreed. The other supporting roles are basically all veteran actors in Hollywood. Simon directly handed the directorship to Brett Ratner, who had just completed the third Victoria's Secret fashion show. This filmmaker, who was originally a MV director, worked hard for the third Victoria's Secret fashion show. After the show was completed, Ratner only rested for less than 3 hours a day for a week in order to edit the TV version. Simon was very satisfied with the final film. This current movie is a ticket for Brett Ratner to enter Hollywood. The planned shooting cycle is only 2 weeks and is expected to be completed before Christmas. While getting the crew team, Simon has quietly set up the set in the suburbs of Toronto, Canada. The shooting location was chosen in Toronto instead of near Los Angeles, mainly for the need of confidentiality. Many Hollywood filmmakers racked their brains to keep secrets during the shooting process, and the more famous the filmmakers are, the more they have to worry. The new film written by Simon himself has attracted too much attention. Recently, many entertainment media have been inquiring about related news. If it is shot near Los Angeles, don't expect to have any peace at that time, and it is very likely that the content will be dug out by the powerful paparazzi. Although not underestimated, in the final analysis, this man from Earth is just a hobby for Simon. Simon's focus is still on a series of blockbusters under Deanery's Entertainment. Jurassic Park 2 and Apollo 13 will be released in the summer of next year. The next work of the DC movie universe series Batman v Superman, Dark Dawn, James Cameron's new film Titanic, which has been quietly approved, MGM's restart of the 007 series, the next stage of the Conjuring movie universe, and the recently finalized cooperation projects Charlie's Angels, The Bourne Supremacy, Jumanji, The Mummy and so on. These are the top priorities of Deanery's entertainment group. In the busy schedule, the third week of the Thanksgiving schedule officially ended. In the box office week from November 25th to December 1st, the 3D animated film Toy Story 2 produced by Deanery's Entertainment still leads. Because there were no heavyweight new films joining the competition on November 25th, after the first week of box office sales, the box office of Toy Story 2 fell by only 29% in the second week, earning $61.99 million. For a saturated release film with more than 3,000 screens, it is very rare to keep the box office decline within 30% in the second week. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of Toy Story 2 has reached $149.3 million. The domestic box office of Toy Story 2 was $240 million. This time, it earned $150 million in 2 weeks. Considering that Toy Story 2 will span the Christmas season next, the long-term trend can be determined. Therefore, the industry and the media generally raised the box office expectations of this 3D animated film to $300 million to $350 million. The total cost of production and publicity of Toy Story 2 is as high as $130 million. Simon did not expect much profit from the domestic box office at first. Now, the profits generated by the domestic box office alone have made other Hollywood studios jealous. Chapter 747 Settlement Conditions. After Toy Story 2, which won the weekly championship, The Mask ranked second on the list. After a 38% drop in the second week, The Mask narrowed its decline to 23% in its third week, earning $17.65 million, and the cumulative box office reached $77.66 million in 3 weeks. Deanery's Entertainment is sure to win another billion-dollar box office club in 1994. Paramount's classic sci-fi series sequel Star Trek VII, Beyond fell from second to third place on the list. In the second week of its release, the film's box office fell by 31%, earning $15.94 million, and the cumulative box office for 2 weeks was $39.05 million. The total domestic box office is expected to be between $60 million and $70 million. It is not a big hit, but it is as stable as ever. Paramount will definitely continue this series. Interview with the Vampire starring Johnny Depp and Brad Pitt ranked fourth, with a decline of 19% in the past week, earning $14.11 million. The cumulative box office of this vampire movie in 3 weeks was $67.92 million. Because of this good trend, the chances of Interview with the Vampire hitting the billion-dollar club have increased significantly. Ranked fifth is Fear Zone produced by MGM. In its third week of release, the box office of the film fell by 27%, earning $10.53 million, and the cumulative box office was $53.03 million. Outside the top 5, Disney's Cool Cop earned $9.64 million in its first week, ranking 6th on the list. This black crime comedy, which cost only $10 million to produce, performed better than expected in the market. Of course, it is only relative to the cost. The total domestic box office of the film is expected to be around $30 million, which is a small profit, but it is far from comparable to a series of blockbusters. The Halloween horror film The Haunting of the Mortuary, which ranked 7th on the list last week, remained in the same position this week, with a box office drop of 33%, earning $6.39 million, and a cumulative box office of $99.61 million, which is about to break the $100 million mark. Sony Pictures' $60 million comedy Little Ones about a man's pregnancy gimmick fell by as much as 49% in the second week after a failed start, with only $4.99 million in the box office, falling from 6th place on the list last week to 8th place this week, with a cumulative box office of only $14.79 million in 2 weeks. Arnold Schwarzenegger's new film had a bleak start, and it fell another 49% in the second week. Even the initially expected threshold of $30 million was far away. Because the average box office in the second week was only more than $2,800, most theaters removed the canvas after December 1st, which was basically off the shelves for 2 weeks. After a year of frequent failures, the industry once again heard that Sony was planning to withdraw from Hollywood. In the past, Sony has been struggling to survive. In addition to supporting its own interests in the hardware industries such as VCRs, DVDs, and high-definition Blu-ray with content, the company has also occasionally achieved some success, and its results are not so bad. This time, because Deanery's Entertainment Group's overwhelming advantage in Hollywood has seriously squeezed the living space of other studios, the strong have become stronger, and the weak have become weaker, and Sony's struggle to maintain has become more and more difficult. The rumors in the circle are all the rage, but Simon knows that Sony still has no plans to withdraw from Hollywood. At least not in the short term. This is also the obsession of Sony's founder Akio Morita. Because Sony's investment in Columbia Pictures caused huge losses under the tossing of two unreliable managers, Akio Morita resigned as chairman, but the influence of this business tycoon on Sony is still there. On the other hand, and also the main reason, the promotion of DVD technology is imminent, because the DVD standard is temporarily divided into two major camps. In order to gain an advantage in the promotion of DVD and not repeat the mistakes of the VCR business, Sony must stick to its advantages and content resources. Sony staying in Hollywood is in the interests of Deanery's Entertainment Group. Just as Simon secretly pushed Vivendi to acquire Disney, Deanery's Entertainment is adept at suppressing the foreign-controlled Hollywood studios, either openly or secretly. If Sony lets go of Columbia and it falls back into the hands of federal local enterprises, some people may not be able to stand Deanery's Entertainment bullying people again. Simon once considered that if Sony could not hold on, Deanery's Entertainment would give the other party one of the latest 10 cooperation projects. Since it was confirmed that Sony had no intention of withdrawing, Simon gave up the idea. The box office week from November 25th to December 1st ended, and the Thanksgiving period ended smoothly. On December 2nd, a new box office week began, and the public temporarily put their energy back into work, and the North American film market entered a cold period between the Thanksgiving period and the Christmas period. However, this week there's still a commercial film, Turbulent Paradise, that has opened on more than 1,000 screens. The film is produced by Fox Film and opened on 1,286 screens. It mainly tells a series of hilarious stories that happen after three young men robbed a small-town bank. Fox obviously has no confidence in this film, so it was put on the quiet schedule of December 2nd, probably expecting a miracle to happen. In addition to Trouble in Paradise, there are three other small-scale previews this week, namely Little Women, a classic adaptation film produced by Deanery's Entertainment's Gay-Omen Films, the biographical film The Poet and His Lover released by Paramount's Orion Films, and the documentary Bauhaus produced by Warner Brothers. Little Women was once produced by Sony Pictures, and both the box office and awards were very good. Winona Ryder was also nominated for the Oscar for Best Actress for this film, which is a routine interception by Deanery's Entertainment. Simon also adjusted the original film's main cast. Susan Sarandon and Kirsten Dunst's roles remained unchanged, mainly the heroine. Because he had never felt for Winona Ryder, he replaced her with Maya Kirshner, whom he met at the Sundance Film Festival at the beginning of the year. In Simon's opinion, the acting skills of this Russian-born Canadian child star are not much worse than Winona Ryder. What she lacks is just the opportunity. This is how Hollywood is, or how the whole world is. Some people work hard but get nothing, while others enjoy the fruits of their labor, almost squandering the resources that others dream of. Having already stood at the top of the pyramid, Simon has no intention of changing this state. In fact, it cannot be changed. After all, Simon himself is the biggest beneficiary of this unfairness. At the beginning of the year, he caught Amaya. Simon has not had anything to do with the girl so far, but he likes the gloomy temperament hidden behind her innocence, and is looking forward to digging out this temperament and showing it on the big screen. The film will be screened on 23 screens. After the release, the comprehensive media rating of Little Women reached an excellent level of 8.7 points. Maya Kirshner's performance did not disappoint Simon. Most of the film reviews specifically mentioned this actress who suddenly began to emerge. The film critics who knew some of the inside stories of the casting had publicly expressed regret that Winona Ryder could not play the role, but now they have all changed their tone. Of course, the film reviews about Maya Kirshner are more or less driven by WMA. After being selected by Simon, the positioning designed by WMA for Maya Kirshner was to confront Winona Ryder under ICM. The biopic The Poet and His Lover of Orion Pictures is obviously rushing for awards. The number of screens for the film's preview is 17. Unfortunately, the reputation after the release is very average. Let alone rushing for awards, the possibility of box office recovery is very low. Bauhaus, released by Warner Brothers, follows the documentary trend pioneered by Deaneries Entertainment in recent years. It opened on 31 screens and received good media reviews. It is expected to be nominated for the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature. While Simon was busy with various key projects under Deaneries Entertainment in Los Angeles, this man from Earth quietly started shooting on the outskirts of Toronto, Canada on December 7th. It is planned to go there in person to follow up for a day or two. Before that, Simon rushed to San Francisco again on December 8th. December 8th was exactly 1 month away from the midterm elections. Nothing happened during this period, and the possibility of further changes in the future was greatly reduced. Simon's constantly tense heartstrings relaxed a lot. After completing this operation, the layout of the Westeros system in the political field will turn into a slow and intensive state of cultivation. Simon promised several Washington bigwigs last month that the proportion of influencing members of Congress would not exceed 10%, but he did not promise that he would not exert force on the election system of local states and counties in the future. The U.S. electoral system is a bottom-up system. Because of the inertia of human subconscious thinking, starting from the most basic municipal elections and all the way up, the results of each stage of the election may have a crucial impact on the final presidential election. While maintaining his influence in Washington, Simon's next step is to quietly make political arrangements in some key states and counties so as to influence the direction of U.S. politics at a critical moment. In other words, the purpose of this trip to San Francisco is to discuss the settlement plan between the three giants of Cisco, AOL and Ygritte of the Westeros system, and the antitrust investigation of the Federal Department of Justice. Simon's words to several bigwigs in Washington did work in the end. Of course, there must be the factor that the Westeros system was very sharp during this midterm election. Now in Washington, no one wants to offend Simon, just like the Westeros system pushed the National Rifle Association to the front as a target, but it did not have much impact on it. As a result, the antitrust investigation and settlement negotiations that had been deadlocked for several months began to turn around. In fact, most antitrust investigations in the United States will not go to the final trial, including the famous Microsoft antitrust case, which ended with a settlement between Microsoft and the U.S. Department of Justice. After Simon proposed to Clinton and others a plan to use the federal new technology industry giant to conquer the world, executives from Cisco, AOL and Ygritte were invited to Washington for a series of secret meetings. No matter what the politicians' thinking patterns are, they cannot resist the tempting plan proposed by Simon. Because once successful, the United States will gain unrivaled economic hegemony in the information age in addition to military power. Moreover, unlike the huge military expenditures required for military hegemony, this economic hegemony can continuously gain huge profits for the United States worldwide to make up for the continuously increasing domestic debt deficit. So, when such a plan that benefits the country and the people spreads in a small circle among top politicians, who can and who dares to oppose it? Don't you love America? In order to smoothly advance the plan, the technology giants must be untied first. The Westeros system also took the initiative to make concessions in the established plan and gave the Ministry of Justice a way out. The two sides roughly agreed on the settlement plan in less than a month. First of all, none of the three companies needs to be split. This is the absolute bottom line of the Westeros system. At least it is the bottom line at this stage. Cisco and AOL must not be split. As for Ygritte, Simon is very clear about the potential of this company. If it continues to make full efforts in search engines, social networking sites and e-commerce, and maintains its current industry advantages, then in 20 years, Ygritte will be a collection of Google, Facebook and Amazon in Simon's memory. Coupled with the monopoly of internet basic software business and Ygritte's huge internet investment portfolio, it is likely to be a supergiant with a market value of more than $3 trillion. Not to mention the federal government, Simon himself does not want such a dazzling enterprise to exist. Therefore, Simon will inevitably split Ygritte at the right time. But not now. Ygritte wants to conquer cities around the world, and it will need the current scale advantage in the next few years. In the final agreement, Ygritte agreed to open the homepage lock of IE browser. The new version of IE will no longer lock the Ygritte portal, but will be changed to a mode similar to the Google Chrome browser in Simon's memory. The software opens with a search engine tool, and below are 6 commonly used page boxes. Users can set up their favorite 6 websites as a direct train. In fact, It is to increase the homepage from 1 to 6. Of course, the single homepage mode is still retained, and it also only requires users to set it freely. For ordinary people, this concession does not seem to be so important. Only the industry knows that Ygritte's concession this time, although it did not open the browser software patent as some people expected, is equivalent to directly giving up the monopoly on the internet interface. Next, everyone can make every effort to fight for their own traffic in a relatively fair environment. Although the final settlement agreement has not been signed, as the news came out, the industry is already jubilant. There are also objections within Ygritte to Simon's decision to give up the internet interface monopoly. They believe that doing so is self-destructive and will affect next year's IPO. The four giants that Simon had persuaded before also believe that they should not be so anxious and that they can give in. They can fight with the Department of Justice for another year or two to make Ygritte's advantage more entrenched. Simon's attitude towards these objections is not to waste any more words, but to force the management to implement according to his requirements. Microsoft once had a super interface like IE, but it still achieved nothing in the internet field. Ygritte's accumulated advantages at this stage are enough. Continuing to maintain the internet interface monopoly will only make the company itself slack. Only with competition can there be progress. Moreover, when most of the peers in the industry focus on the hot portal website business, few people notice that this time, Ygritte officially put the search engine business on the stage. In addition to Ygritte, Cisco's promises to ensure that the procurement of internet service provider equipment in various parts of the Federation cannot be monopolized by Cisco, and a single equipment provider cannot occupy more than 80% of the ISP equipment supply. Congress will pass similar bills in the near future to make clear restrictions. As for AOL, the most important point is to abolish the exclusive agreements signed with the three major operators in the East Coast, and promise not to sign other similar exclusive agreements in the future. These are the main terms. The final settlement agreement is certainly not that simple. In addition to the core main terms, the settlement agreement also includes many details such as patent transfer and serial prohibition. The entire settlement agreement involves all aspects of the negotiations between the two parties, totaling 170 pages. Simon rushed to San Francisco on December 8 and held 2 consecutive days of meetings with the heads of the three companies. Finally, he adjusted some details with the representatives of the Ministry of Justice. On December 12, the two parties officially announced that the antitrust investigation that lasted for several months had reached a settlement. Of course, whether the agreement is signed, whether it is followed, and whether it is strictly followed is bound to be another matter. Microsoft has been subject to antitrust investigations by the Ministry of Justice since the early 1990s. Continuous settlements and continuous breaches of contract eventually developed to the point where it was almost split. The three companies will not discount the court terms. This is an open explanation. There is room for maneuver in other details. Striving for maximum benefits is the nature of enterprises. Simon does not intend to interfere. This settlement is far from the bottom line of the Westeros system's concessions. If conflicts arise again in the future, it will only be a matter of throwing out some more chips. Chapter 748, Suicide Squad released. Outside the Chinese theater in Hollywood, Cindy Crawford stepped out of the limousine in a gorgeous dress and was immediately surrounded by the cheers and screams of fans on both sides of the red carpet. Even though she knew that this hot atmosphere was not caused by her and it was not her first time attending such an occasion, she was inevitably infected. Today is Wednesday, December 14th. It is the day of the premiere of Suicide Squad, another blockbuster in the DC movie universe series. After the third Victoria's Secret fashion show, Cindy Crawford moved to the East Coast and began to prepare for Fair Game, which will start shooting early next year. Although Simon Westeros made it clear that he was not optimistic about the film, Cindy was reluctant to give up. It is not easy to get the leading role of a blockbuster movie with a production cost of $50 million. However, Cindy also conveyed Simon's attitude to Joe Silver, the producer of Fair Game. No one in Hollywood would ignore the opinions of a young tycoon, not to mention that it is a big project involving an investment of $50 million. The script is currently being revised. It is said that Silver has personally communicated with Westeros and obtained some opinions. Cindy attended the premiere of Suicide Squad not because of an official invitation, but because she took the initiative to express her desire to come and show her support. It was mainly to increase her personal exposure. After 3 consecutive Victoria's Secret fashion shows, the competition in the fashion circle is becoming more and more fierce. Relying on her past popularity, Cindy Crawford has been ranked first in the model popularity list launched by the Egret portal in the past 2 years, but her points on the list are being pulled closer and closer by latecomers. Once she is overtaken, with a frequency of newcomers replacing old ones in the fashion circle, her popularity will fall very quickly. Of the 5 supermodels who rose to prominence under the hype of Elite in the 1980s, only she and Claudia Schiffer are still in the top 10 list. Linda Evangelista was squeezed out of the top 10 this year, the Black Pearl Naomi Campbell has disappeared, and Christy Turlington simply got married and had children and retired from the fashion circle. Many fans questioned the fairness of the Egret portal list, but Cindy knew that there was probably no other list in the circle that was more authoritative than the Egret portal list, because that list was based entirely on the supermodels' public endorsements, catwalks, cover and other qualifications to accumulate points, rather than the previous fashion magazine rankings that were highly subjective and inevitably had public relations factors. With this little thought in mind, Cindy walked through the premiere red carpet in a charming manner, causing screams. Finally, after signing and taking photos in front of the photo wall, Cindy was led by the staff to a lounge prepared for important guests in the backstage of the theater. Many guests came here on their own initiative today, but Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner Group did not neglect the details of the reception. Many people had already gathered in the lounge. They were all public figures, and even if they had no intersection with each other, they knew each other. Cindy greeted everyone warmly, and her eyes quietly patrolled around, regretting that she did not see the figure of a certain guy. There were many acquaintances in the circle. The 2 of them were sitting on a sofa not far away, like a pair of dazzling lilies. Rumors about their lesbian tendencies had spread more than once in the circle. I wonder what someone would think if they knew about it. Stephanie Seymour, who made Cindy grit her teeth, also came with her fiancé Peter Brandt to join in the fun. Their eyes accidentally met and sparks flew. There were also Eva Herzigova and Aniela Pasterva, who were under the name of elite female agent Grace Spurt, who just rose this year. Some media predicted that both women would be expected to squeeze into the top 10 of the model popularity list next year and officially obtain the title of supermodel. Carol Goff was missing, probably because she had other work arrangements. Nicole Kidman, who had just hugged Cindy, noticed that her eyes were wandering and absent-minded, and asked with a smile, "Cindy, are you looking for Simon?" Cindy came back to her senses and did not deny, "Yes, he doesn't seem to be here yet." Nicole smiled with a little sense of superiority, "I just asked Amy. Unfortunately, Simon will not come tonight." "Huh?" Nicole pointed to Amy Pascal, CEO of Deanery's Entertainment, who was talking to Terry Semel not far away because Cindy didn't understand. Of course, Cindy knew who Amy Nicole was talking about, but she didn't expect that a certain guy would not even attend the premiere of such an important movie. Could it be that, as rumored, there was a disagreement between Deanery's and Time Warner? Thinking about it, she gave up the idea again. Amy Pascal was there in person and had a good chat with Time Warner CEO Terry Semel. Obviously, there was no conflict between the 2 sides. Nicole actually knew more. The new movie written by a certain guy himself started shooting recently, and he should have gone to the set. However, the news is limited to this, and Simon's new film is still in a strictly confidential stage. As for the filming location, it is obviously not in Los Angeles, perhaps in Australia, so she couldn't come to attend the premiere. Cindy Crawford also wanted to take the opportunity tonight to discuss the renewal of the Victoria's Secret endorsement with Simon, and confirmed that Nicole was not joking with her, and she was a little disappointed. The first 5 Victoria's Secret spokespeople, the other 4 were less famous, and they all signed for 5 years. Only Cindy signed a 3-year contract, which expires next year. At first, I felt that I had taken advantage, but now, I only regret it. The current Victoria's Secret show has far exceeded the scope of an ordinary fashion show for the fashion circle. Whether you can get on the Victoria's Secret tea stage, whether you can get the theme opening and closing, have become a symbol of a model status, especially for Victoria's Secret brand spokespersons. After having such an identity, the resources of the entire Westeros system will intentionally or unintentionally tilt towards them, which is almost obvious to everyone in the circle. Cindy Crawford has been able to maintain her status in recent years. She has been the champion since Egret launched the model popularity list. This is also due to her identity as the spokesperson for Victoria's Secret. If she loses this halo, even if she wants to focus on Hollywood in the future, it will not be so smooth. The remuneration for the endorsement contract signed at the beginning was $5 million for 3 years. If the growth of the Victoria's Secret brand in recent years is used as a standard, it is not excessive for Cindy to offer a high price of $5 million per year if she wants to renew the contract. However, the fact is that a lot of fairies are now eyeing the position that Cindy is about to give up, and Victoria's Secret officials do not seem to be so interested in renewing the contract with her. Cindy has considered that if she can sign for another 3 years, even if the total price is still $5 million, considering the halo blessing brought by the maintenance, she can only accept it. If you want to renew the contract, getting Simon Westeros's approval directly is more effective than anyone else's endorsement. At the after-party of the Victoria's Secret fashion show last month, Cindy wanted to discuss this with Westeros, but unfortunately, Stephanie Seymour interfered and she had to put the idea aside for the time being. I just hope that Westeros can forget the shit Stephanie Seymour revealed. Until the staff came to notify everyone to enter the screening room, Westeros did not show up. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast. In the hall full of stars, reporters and fans, after a brief speech by the host, the screening of Suicide Squad began directly. Cindy Crawford put aside some ideas for the time being and just regarded this as a pure viewing. After the opening credits of Daenerys, Warner Brothers and DC Films, the first thing that appeared on the big screen was a fast-moving aerial shot, accompanied by the roar of a helicopter and chaotic radio conversations. Below the helicopter was a small town, a chaotic town that had been shrouded in smoke and flames. Looking down from the sky, vehicles and people were like ants bumping around everywhere, and there were frequent gunshots. It was just this set of suspenseful and hot shots that directly brought everyone's attention to the movie. For the filmmakers on the scene, they can see more from this set of shots. The first is the burning budget. The movie opens directly with such a big scene, which is not affordable for ordinary movies. Moreover, this kind of opening that catches the audience's attention has also inspired the filmmakers on the scene. Some people are already thinking about how to learn from it in their own movies. On the big screen, the camera quickly turned to the face of the man in the helicopter cabin. The audience who had seen the trailer of Suicide Squad recognized that this was the male protagonist Rick Flag, played by Val Kilmer. At the beginning, Warner thought that Val Kilmer's popularity was not enough to support the male protagonist of Suicide Squad, and once tried to invite Mel Gibson to play this role. Although the summer movie Heat was a group play led by Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, Val Kilmer's gangster also left a deep impression on the audience, and his popularity increased greatly. As soon as the close-up shot of Val Kilmer was frozen, a hurried voice came from the radio: "The target has left the town. He is going to escape to the mountains." Ah! After the screams from the short side, only rustling noises were left on the radio. The helicopter began to turn. Rick Flag checked his equipment with a grim look, put on a gas mask, and then said to his men who were waiting behind him, "Follow me." As soon as the voice fell, someone opened the cabin, threw down a rope, and more than a dozen Special Forces members slid down from the helicopter skillfully. This part of the shot was completely shot by real Special Forces. The whole process seemed professional and smooth. After editing, it gave the audience a wonderful sense of immersion. Just after the assembly was completed on a rooftop in the town, a burst of explosions sounded again not far away. Following the warning from the helicopter, Rick Flag rushed towards the target without hesitation. The audience soon saw a terrifying figure surrounded by flames, destroying everywhere like crazy. Rick Flag led his men closer and happened to encounter a Special Forces member who was engulfed by flames on the ground and turned into ashes in an instant. This horrific scene made everyone at the scene stagnate. Only Rick Flag raised his gun and shot without hesitation. Gunshots rang out. The figure surrounded by flames screamed, looked at him fiercely, and turned and ran. Rick Flag chased after him without hesitation. The men behind him reacted and followed closely. A deputy reminded Rick, "It says to be alive." Rick Flag, who was running, looked at the hellish scene around him and said coldly, "First we have to stay alive." From the previous "Follow me" to the current "First we have to stay alive," with just 2 lines and a series of shots, the image of a brave and strong Special Forces officer who cares about the lives of his brothers has already jumped onto the screen. In the next 5 minutes, there was continuous fighting and chasing. Because of the huge disparity in strength, the team of Special Forces led by Rick Flag died one by one, and he was the only one left. When the terrifying figure surrounded by flames finally came to the edge of a cliff with nowhere to escape, Rick Flag, who was covered in scars, directly took off his gas mask and threw it on the ground, looking at the figure not far away with bloodshot eyes. "Son of bitch!" Cursing fiercely, Rick Flag raised his gun without hesitation and pointed it at the figure in front of him, who was also at the end of his strength. At this moment, a cloud of black fog fell from the sky. Rick Flag only vaguely saw a slim woman blowing a breath at him. Before he could tell whether it was an illusion, his body had already fainted and fell down. The screen was also black. When the light came on again, the camera had turned to a hearing hall. A fat black woman was introducing several big men on the stage, and a combat video of Rick Flag leading the team was playing on the big screen. The Vengeance Demon has the ability to control fire and has a strong self-healing ability. Ordinary weapons cannot cause fatal damage to it. In this pursuit, we lost a total of 37 Special Operations team members. If it weren't for the witch who also has superpowers, he would still have escaped in the end. This once again proves the necessity of my proposal. The Federation needs to form a team of superpowered people to help us perform some tasks that ordinary soldiers cannot complete. During the literary play in which Amanda Waller talked with several government officials, the credits began to appear on the big screen. In the screening hall, a thrilling chase began. Even viewers who have no knowledge of DC Comics can fully enjoy it. This is also the effect Simon hopes to achieve. The opening literary play interspersed with subtitles quickly introduced a general background of the whole thing. Faced with the emergence of superpowered people in various parts of the Federation, the fearful Amanda Waller believes that humans need to create a team for checks and balances, and has been lobbying government officials for this purpose. After the cyborg incident, the mother box that originally fell into the hands of humans was accidentally lost, and the federal high-level officials urgently needed to find it. Amanda Waller's Suicide Squad plan to use superpowered criminals was finally approved. This background introduction ended, and after the title of Suicide Squad, the main film began. Rick Flag, who was seriously injured in a battle with the vengeful demon, had just left the hospital. A car stopped in front of him, and a sexy girl in a black OL suit got out of the car. The last memory before coma emerged. Rick Flag was alert. "Is it you?" The girl stretched out her hand to Rick Flag. "Hello, Mr. Flag, I'm June Moon." Rick Flag paused, but still reached out. "Thank you for saving me last time." The girl smiled slightly, but this smile was a bit evil and charming. "Mr. Flag, it seems that you are very self-aware." Rick let go of the other slender hand. "So?" The girl handed over the document she had just held when she got off the car. "This is your transfer order. From today on, we will work together." In the screening hall, looking at the sexy girl on the big screen, many people couldn't help but feel amazed. This is Nastasia Kinski. Therefore, some people also thought of the scandal between the girl and Simon Westeros. However, this charming European actress is indeed very suitable to play the role of the witch. Simon chose Nastasia Kinski, who had not been in contact for a long time, to play this role. It was not a personal preference, because the image really fit. In fact, the first choice for this role was Isabelle Adjani. If it comes to the role of a charming and evil witch, no one is more suitable than Adjani. The performance of this French actress in Zulawski's Possessed impressed Simon. Unfortunately, Isabelle Adjani, who is 39 years old this year, has gained some weight, and the role of a witch requires a slim and charming figure. After Simon's request for her to reshape her body was rejected, he had to give up with regret. The role of the witch eventually fell to Nastasia Kinski, the second candidate. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749 Origin. In general, the first part of Suicide Squad is positioned as an origin movie. Rick Flag, Nemesis and Enchantress at the beginning of the movie, Crocodile Man, Deadshot and Poison Ivy who appeared in the Batman trilogy, plus two Boomerang and Slipknot who are only briefly introduced as cannon fodder, form the initial team of the Suicide Squad. It is easy to control the life and death of a group of criminals, but it is not enough to drive a group of vicious criminals to serve you. One of the hidden lines of this movie is to tell the running and process of the Suicide Squad, including how Rick Flag learns to control a group of criminals, the conflicts between the members of the Suicide Squad, and the potential recognition between the core members after fighting side by side. Enchantress played by Nastasia Kinski introduced Rick Flag played by Val Kilmer into the team, and conflict soon emerged. When Rick Flag realized that manpower was limited in the last battle with Nemesis, he basically agreed with Amanda Waller's plan to use superpowered criminals to form the Suicide Squad and agreed to serve as the captain. However, when Rick discovered that Amanda Waller was going to introduce the revenge demon who killed her teammates into the team, he immediately backfired. This plot is interspersed with a background story of the revenge demon Rafael Sandoval. Rafael Sandoval is the second generation of revenge demon in DC Comics. He was originally an ordinary gang member. He was betrayed by his accomplices in a gunfight with the police. After being imprisoned, he accidentally gained the power of the revenge demon. Because he couldn't stand the bullying, Rafael Sandoval in prison accidentally broke out, burned everyone around him and escaped from prison, triggering the battle at the beginning of the movie. After bargaining, Rick reluctantly accepted the revenge demon. Then there's the Enchantress, whose heart is in the hands of Amanda Waller and can only serve as a slave at ease, and the Crocodile, Deadshot and Poison Ivy who were thrown into Arkham Asylum by Batman. Unlike the complete criminal attributes of Crocodile and Deadshot, Poison Ivy saved the whole world in Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, but did not receive the treatment of a hero. After purifying the poison gas released by the Joker by burning his own life, Batman sent Poison Ivy, who was exhausted and unable to resist, to Arkham Asylum. It was not a punishment, but he thought that she was not suitable to appear in human society, and he also promised to give Poison Ivy a certain protection. Before Amanda Waller appeared, Poison Ivy's life in Arkham Asylum was indeed leisurely and comfortable, which also showed that Amanda Waller was essentially an anti-hero. The subsequent Boomerang and Slipknot were weaker superpower criminals captured by humans. One was used by Amanda Waller to headshot and establish her prestige, and the other died in the subsequent battle. They were basically two cannon fodders. The team was formed in the Stumbling and Arguing, and was sent directly to Metropolis to perform the mission. The target of retrieving the suspected mother box. The location is in the underground warehouse of a private museum in Metropolis. Because the information of the mother box is too sensitive, the federal government can only use this shady method to steal it quietly without absolute evidence. As for the provider of this information, it was Enchantress. The film did not hide the clue that the witch was actually the villain of the movie. From the first meeting between the witch and Rick noticed something wrong with this woman. Later, until the mission started, Rick still doubted the purpose of this trip. Privately, the witch also gave a direct answer. The clue she guided Amanda Waller was not the mother box, but the ancient magic box that sealed her master, the demon Nightmare. The witch wanted to release her master, but she did not have this ability. She could only pretend to succumb to Amanda Waller and sacrificed herself to give her heart to the other party. In the comic setting, the demon Nightmare is the witch's brother. During the script creation process, Simon felt that this relationship lacked a little persuasiveness, so he simply changed it to the master. The plan was finalized and the team set off. The Slipknot who had just gained freedom and wanted to escape was shot in the head by Amanda Waller. Soon one of the 8 was gone. The villains who settled down could only show their magical powers and soon sneaked into the underground warehouse of the private museum. The plot here had its first climax. Catwoman shows up. Batman accidentally intercepted the news from Amanda Waller and commissioned Catwoman, who is good at stealing, to come and investigate the truth, and happened to run into the Suicide Squad. Because Catwoman had already appeared in the first Batman Begins, Valerie Golino's Catwoman has been very popular in recent years because of preconceived reasons. Simon signed a 3-movie contract with the actress, and 2 of them had already been used. In order to ensure that Catwoman still has a chance to appear in the subsequent hero assembly process, before the filming of Suicide Squad, the DC team negotiated with Valerie Golino, and the 2 sides signed 2 other film contracts with a total salary of $15 million. This was also Simon's negligence at the time. Why was Scarlett Johansson, the actor of the Black Widow in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, able to get a salary of $20 million, second only to Downey? The problem was that Black Widow was too popular, but Marvel did not sign a long-term contract with her at first. Subsequent Marvel Cinematic Universe actors did not have such good luck. Similarly, Simon thought that signing a 3-movie contract with Valerie Golino would be enough, but he miscalculated. Fortunately, the 2 sides have been cooperating happily, and the 2-movie contract is about $15 million, which is also within the acceptable range of DC. Valerie Garlino is also aware of her situation and did not ask for a sky-high price. Catwoman is indeed very popular, but it is not indispensable. At least the popularity of Poison Ivy played by Nicole Kidman is not much worse than her. If she is unwilling to renew the contract or ask for a sky-high price, she will only have one chance to show her face in the huge DC movie universe series, and it will have to wait for a few years. Not only that, with the strength of Deanery's entertainment in Hollywood, once the relationship is strained, she will not be able to get other resources in Hollywood in the future, and she can basically retire early. The era when Hollywood bigwigs were obediently coaxed by the studio and could do whatever they wanted is gone with the rise of Deanery's entertainment group. Valerie Garlino renewed the contract for 2 films, which led to the appearance of Catwoman in Suicide Squad. Of course, with a total of more than 10 minutes of scenes, Valeria Garlino easily took the maximum salary of $5 million specified in the original contract. Such an easy income, even many first-line actresses can only envy. In fact, Simon deliberately signed only 3 to 5 film contracts with actors in the DC movie universe. Of course, he could sign more contracts with actors like Marvel in his memory, and the salary could be much lower. He didn't do this at the beginning. The purpose was that Simon hoped that one day the DC movie universe would be unsustainable because the actors' salaries were too high. At that time, it would be the time for Marvel to exert its strength. Traditional Hollywood blockbusters usually have good guys fighting bad guys, and the audience will only put themselves on the side of the good guys. This time, Suicide Squad is the opposite. Catwoman is both good and evil in the comics, but after several consecutive collaborations with Batman, Selina Kyle is already considered a superhero. As a result, the conflict for the ancient magic box has become a rare plot of bad guys fighting good guys on the big screen. With the overall strength of the Suicide Squad, if they work together, it would be easy to deal with Catwoman alone. However, when the two sides met, except for Rick Flag who did not hesitate, the other villains who were still dissatisfied with Amanda Waller all showed a more or less lazy attitude. After all, superpowered criminals are not like cabbages that can be easily picked up if one is missing. As long as there is no obvious betrayal, Amanda Waller did not take any ruthless action even if Poison Ivy openly flirted with Catwoman. However, after all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention it was a 1-on-7 situation. Catwoman failed to take the ancient magic box. The fight triggered the alarm system of the private museum. After a chaotic battle, Catwoman and the Suicide Squad evacuated separately. During the period, Poison Ivy also secretly helped Catwoman against Amanda Waller's will and sent her away, and asked Catwoman to tell Batman that she needed an explanation. The mission was finally completed. The members of the Suicide Squad were temporarily sent back to Arkham Asylum, and the ancient magic box that was illusioned by the witch to appear as the Mother Box was brought to the Suicide Squad headquarters. Then, the witch turned against them. The Demon Nightmare was released and fled to Metropolis. The Demon Nightmare, who had just escaped from the seal, was very weak, giving Amanda Waller a chance to make up for it and remobilize the Suicide Squad to hunt him down. In this operation, the members of the Suicide Squad gradually began to form a certain tacit understanding. The second cannon fodder Boomerang was also killed in this operation. Finally, the witch sacrificed herself as a sacrifice, which helped the Demon Nightmare to recover full health, and Metropolis was threatened. The final battle began. Facing the Demon Nightmare that was enough to destroy the entire city, even the vengeful demon who was good at manipulating fire could not compete with it, and the main output fell on Poison Ivy. Last time, she saved the world at the cost of burning her own life, but she was not only imprisoned, but now she is forced to become someone else's thug. Poison Ivy will not give in easily. After bargaining with Amanda Waller, she finally decided to go all out. The remaining Crocodile Man, Deadshot and Vengeance Demon also showed their bad nature and took the opportunity to put forward various conditions. In the end, justice, oh no, evil defeated evil. Amanda Waller, who had already shown her anti-hero nature at the beginning, regretted her promise to Poison Ivy after everyone dealt with the Demon Nightmare, and asked Rick Flag to bring all the people back. Catwoman appeared again and helped Poison Ivy remove the bomb implanted in her neck. The two left together. Batman also made a surprise appearance in the last plot, but it was just a voice, and warned Amanda Waller. The story ends here. When the subtitles rose, everyone in the Hollywood Chinese theater felt unsatisfied. Filmmakers think about how to draw inspiration from this another special effects blockbuster. The media people were thinking about how to write tomorrow's report. The moods of many movie and comic fans were even more diverse. Some were impressed by the beauty of Enchantress, some were shocked by the power of Nightmare, some recalled the various details of the whole movie, and some were touched by the feelings between Catwoman and Poison Ivy. At the same time, it was inevitable that regrets were unavoidable. The bomb on Poison Ivy's neck was taken out, which meant that Nicole Kidman would no longer appear in the next Suicide Squad. Enchantress, who was also responsible for the appearance, also died in this movie. Without the two women, which female villains would appear in the next movie? Thinking about this, the subtitles came to the end and the screen lit up. Routine Easter eggs. Everyone cheered up. The remaining Deadshot, Crocodile Man and Vengeance Demon were re-imprisoned in Arkham Asylum, and Amanda Waller fulfilled the promise made by the three people, which was not excessive. In the adjacent mountain cell, Deadshot's account was unblocked, and the money he had earned as a killer was set up as a trust fund for his daughter. At this time, he was looking through the letters sent by his daughter with a satisfied look. The vengeful demon had a deck of tarot cards in his hand and sat cross-legged in the cell, seemingly immersed in it. The Crocodile Man's cell was between the two of them, and a wall-mounted TV was installed inside, playing a sitcom. The camera zoomed in. On the TV screen was Friends produced by Deanery's Entertainment. In the scene of Rachel and Chandler's daily quarrel, the mental hospital suddenly became a commotion, with gunshots, footsteps, and explosions mixed together, making it extremely lively. The three of them were all calm, as if everything had nothing to do with them. The Crocodile Man looked at the TV screen, suddenly raised his hand and hammered the wall a few times, attracting the attention of the other two, and said in a hoarse voice, "Hey, Deadshot, have you noticed that according to the soap opera routine, our team is actually missing a happy fruit?" As soon as the voice fell, in the still unstoppable commotion, a series of crazy and morbid women's laughter suddenly floated throughout the Arkham Asylum. Ha-ha-ha, 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 ha-ha. In the cell next door, Deadshot paused, then raised his chin towards the sound. "You mean, like this?" The screen went dark. The movie was over. In the screening hall of the Chinese theater, even the audience who knew nothing about DC Comics felt creepy because of the last series of women's laughter, and thus had an inexplicable expectation. Fans of movies and comics were even more excited. As soon as the laughter came out, a name flashed in the minds of many fans: Harley Quinn. After the summer movie Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, the Joker played by River Phoenix left a very deep impression on the audience. In this Suicide Squad, careful fans also found that when Amanda Waller and Rick Flag were recruiting members of the Suicide Squad in Arkham Asylum, a dignified and slender figure had just given psychological counseling to a criminal. Now, in connection with the Easter egg and the comic plot, many viewers have reacted that it was Harley Quinn. Not long ago, it was regretted that Nicole Kidman's Poison Ivy would not be able to continue to play in the sequel. With the appearance of Harley Quinn, many fans' expectations for the sequel immediately rose to a new height. The lights came on. With a long-lasting applause, the film's main creators took the stage one after another and began the interactive session. The first reporter who was called directly asked the question that everyone was most concerned about: whether the last laugh in the movie Easter egg came from Harley Quinn, whether this DC supervillain will be the heroine of the next Suicide Squad, and which actress will play the role. Except for the well-known Harley Quinn, there was obviously no answer to the others. This is a routine. Everyone was not disappointed and asked other questions one after another. The scheduled 15-minute interactive session lasted for more than 20 minutes because the media and the audience were too enthusiastic. When the interactive session ended, the premiere ended smoothly. Important guests with invitations can go to nearby hotels to attend the after-party, and most of the audience returned on their own. Then, on the internet platform, a series of news about the premiere of Suicide Squad quickly became a hot news topic. Chapter 750 Visiting the set. The premiere ended at 8:30 p.m. West Coast time. In the following hours, official materials, press releases and fan discussions about Suicide Squad were released one after another. With the help of the Egret portal, the film became the hottest topic on the internet platform. The next morning, the reputation of this DC movie universe anti-hero masterpiece was lifted. According to preliminary statistics, the comprehensive media score of Suicide Squad reached 8.3 points. The Hollywood Reporter praised the film for continuing the usual surprise and popularity of the DC movie universe, and the anti-hero perspective and narrative structure innovation have sublimated the quality of the film again. After a full day of all-round public opinion bombardment on Thursday, the audience's expectations for Suicide Squad reached the highest level. On December 16, Friday, Suicide Squad was officially released in North America, and the number of screens for the opening reached 3,165. In addition to Suicide Squad, Disney's holiday comedy The Santa Claus was also released at the same time. Little Women, produced by Highgate Pictures and Warner Brothers documentary Bauhaus, also opened on a large scale after 2 weeks of previews. Disney's Santa Claus opened on 2,183 screens, with a media comprehensive score of 7.4 points, which is considered good. In the past, Disney's Santa Claus was released during Thanksgiving. Relying on good word of mouth and film themes that fit the festive atmosphere, the cumulative box office in North America exceeded $140 million, ranking fourth in the box office list of the year. This time, in order to avoid the Thanksgiving schedule of films such as Toy Story 2, Disney chose to postpone Santa Claus to the Christmas schedule, and chose the slightly less crowded December 16 schedule, trying to take a different approach. The idea is right, but neither Simon personally nor the industry media are optimistic about the box office prospects of Santa Claus. The reason why Santa Claus was able to achieve super high box office was mainly due to the fact that there were no phenomenal strong films in the same period. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king. Now, not to mention that Toy Story 2, which also fits the festive atmosphere very well, is still on the rise. The feast of Suicide Squad is not comparable to the appetizer of Santa Claus. The number of screens for Little Women, which was expanded in its first week of large-scale release, was 1,503. Gale-Man Films positioned Little Women as the box office hit Steel Magnolias a few years ago, and mainly targeted the female family group for precision marketing. Therefore, it abandoned the radial distribution model of gradually expanding the number of screenings for art films, and instead rolled out the film all at once. Unlike the Santa Claus, which had to compete directly with Suicide Squad and Toy Story 2 for audiences, Little Women faced much less pressure because of its audience. Warner Brothers Pictures documentary Bauhaus did not receive the same treatment as Little Women, and only had 379 screens after the expansion. In addition, another Orion-produced biographical film, The Poet and His Lover, which opened with Little Women and Bauhaus on December 2, simply gave up its large-scale release due to poor market feedback. With the opening of the Christmas season, many films in the two major seasons of Halloween and Thanksgiving are entering the final stage. In the box office week from December 9 to December 15, only Toy Story 2 still strongly reaped $28.86 million in box office revenue, bringing the total North American box office of this 3D animated film with a total investment of $130 million to $215.17 million. The second and third place in the weekly box office list, The Mask and Interview with a Vampire, had very similar results, at $8.28 million and $8.26 million respectively. The two-week unpopular schedule has brought the cumulative box office of the two films to $97.29 million and $86.9 million respectively. Obviously, The Mask will soon break the 100 million mark. Interview with a Vampire, which was not expected to enter the 100 million box office club before, has also accumulated nearly $90 million in box office revenue without knowing it. If nothing unexpected happens, it will successfully cross the 100 million threshold in the next few weeks. Other new and old films such as The Haunting of the Morgue, The Fear Zone, and Hard Times in Paradise have already fallen below $5 million in single-week box office revenue, and generally began to reduce the canvas on a large scale. It is worth mentioning that after the box office week from December 2 to December 8, the domestic box office of The Haunting of the Mortuary successfully exceeded 100 million, becoming another movie in the 100 million box office club in 1994. The film continued to earn $3.24 million in the box office week from December 9 to December 15, and the cumulative box office reached $106.96 million. After handling the settlement of the three companies Cisco AOL Egret and the antitrust investigation of the Ministry of Justice, Simon flew to New York again, mainly to discuss the next stage of the layout of the Westeros system in the two major fields of media and technology with James Raybould, Joseph Scrapp and others. The midterm elections have settled. If nothing unexpected happens, a series of bills that were shelved at the beginning will be passed one after another next year. Among them, after the lifting of the more important media integration ban, Deanery's Entertainment Group will start another large-scale expansion next year, which is a long-determined plan. In addition, there is a capital gains tax reform bill. The Reagan tax reform unified the capital gains tax to a high 28%, which greatly hindered the capital circulation of the stock and bond markets. After Reagan left office, George H.W. Bush, who inherited Reagan's political legacy, tried to reclassify capital gains tax, but he left the White House before he succeeded. After Bill Clinton came to power, although this moderate Democratic president was inclined to reform capital gains tax, he could not reverse the overall tax increase tendency of the Democratic Party. Now, with the Democratic Party's disastrous defeat in the midterm elections, both houses of Congress are controlled by Republicans who support tax cuts, and the biggest obstacle to the capital gains tax reform bill has been removed. It's just a matter of time. In the past 2 years, not only Simon has spent money like water, but the entire Westeros system has been like this. In the case of insufficient funds, it can only borrow heavily. Simon has always been a person who doesn't like debt. Even if the debt ratio of the Westeros family is only about 10% according to his personal asset scale, which is a very low level among most wealthy people, Simon still doesn't like it. As long as the capital gains tax is reformed, Simon can repay the debt by selling some stocks in exchange for funds. It is expected that the lowest capital gains tax rate of 15% after the reform will be much easier to accept than the high tax rate of 28%. Finally, the most important one is the Telecommunications Act that the Clinton administration has been brewing. Unlike the rather targeted media integration ban, the Telecommunications Act promulgated in 1996 will be a comprehensive loosening of the two major industries of the U.S. media and technology. At that time, the Westeros system can smoothly promote the three-network integration plan, Integrating America Online, which is now focusing on broadband services, with Verizon Telecom, which is mainly engaged in local fixed-line and mobile communications business under the name of Westeros Company. At the same time, it can also enter the field of cable TV operators to make up for the shortcomings of Deanery's Entertainment's lack of its own cable TV platform. Since this bill is so beneficial to the Westeros system, of course, the sooner it is promulgated, the better, and the Westeros system must quietly push it. Because of things in New York, Simon did not attend the premiere of Suicide Squad. In fact, it was intentional. Simon intends to completely make himself an invisible man at the level of behind-the-scenes mastermind in the future, and it would be best if the public can forget the existence of Simon Westeros. Therefore, the project of this man from Earth is actually a bit out of place. Since it has already started, Simon has no intention of cutting it off. Moreover, it is not bad to give the public some other fantasies about Simon's identity beyond ordinary people through this movie. After booking the schedule in advance and finishing his work in New York, Simon rushed to Toronto to visit the set on the afternoon of December 16th, and planned to spend the weekend here. Toronto in December is a few degrees colder than New York. It snowed a few days ago, and many areas are covered with white. In the eastern suburbs of Toronto, Scarborough is close to the wealthy area of Crest near Lake Ontario. The time is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Two young girls who are obviously of Slavic descent walked out of a community luxury cinema arm in arm. Although their faces are a little immature, both girls are over 1.7 meters tall and have delicate looks like snow elves. Even if they are slightly covered by windbreakers and knitted hats on their heads, they still cannot prevent the gazes of passers-by around them. Because they were too eye-catching, the two girls just arrived at the parking lot, and two local youths who just got off their Ferrari sports cars came over and blocked the way of the two girls. One of them posed in a self-proclaimed handsome posture, and also showed the Ferrari car keys in his hand inconspicuously. "Hey, girl, my name is Peter, how about getting to know each other?" The two girls stopped talking and looked at the two youths who blocked the way. Then, one of them blinked her beautiful light-colored eyes with an innocent expression, and said clumsily, "We know English." The two youths were stunned. "However, it's better if you don't know English. It just happens that we can teach you." Just when this thought came up, before I could speak further, a black Mercedes-Benz that had moved out of a parking space not far away had stopped next to it. A woman wearing a black suit, leather boots and sunglasses got out of the car. She was also obviously of Slavic descent, with fair skin and flaxen hair neatly tied into a ponytail. What the two young men were most afraid of was that the girl was over 185 centimeters tall. Perhaps it was because she was wearing high-heeled leather boots, but the cold temperament that could not be concealed even with sunglasses made them feel that the two of them together might not be enough for the other party to deal with. The other girl who had not spoken just now smiled with a prank, pointed at the woman in black in fluent English, and said to the two dazed young men, "This is Eve, do you want to get to know her?" Hearing the teasing in the girl's tone, the two young men didn't understand what was going on. The Crest district near the lake is a typical wealthy area. The two young men came from a wealthy family, but they also understood that a girl who had a full-time bodyguard as a driver was not something that could be provoked. The female bodyguard, whose aura was as cold as the winter in Toronto, ignored the two young men who approached her, but walked over to open the car door for the two girls and waited respectfully. The two girls no longer paid attention to the road blockers, bypassed them and got into the Mercedes-Benz. When the Mercedes started, one of the girls turned her head and glanced at the two young men who were still as stupid as geese, and immediately hugged the girl next to her and laughed. Eve, who was driving in the front seat, waited for the two girls to play for a while, and said, "Miss Joplin just called and said that Mr. Westeros has arrived in Toronto and will come tonight." The two girls immediately quieted down after hearing this. They looked at each other, and one of them took off the knitted hat on her head, gently shook her beautiful blonde hair, and asked her companion, "Nana, how do I look?" The two girls were Ekaterina Noskova and Natalia Lyudaeva, who were arranged by Simon to travel. Since becoming Simon's women, in the past 6 months, the status of the 6 girls in Riven City is like 6 little princesses, living the best life, enjoying the best education, and everyone is polite to them. Unconsciously, the girls have also developed a sense of pride. However, even though they are not old, they have never forgotten who gave them all this. As they got to know each other more privately, and with the influence of the people around them, the status of a certain man in the hearts of the girls became higher and higher, almost like a god. It was completely natural for such a man, the richest, most powerful and most talented man in the world, to possess the 6 of them. It was an honor for them to be his women. Even if they hadn't seen each other for half a year, their obedience and offer a certain man became more and more deeply rooted in their hearts without them realizing it. Seeing Natalia asking, Ekaterina looked at her carefully and said, "You seem to have gained a lot of weight." Ah. Natalia opened her mouth. She was really a little panicked, raised her hand to touch her face, looked at Ekaterina again, noticed a little cunning in her eyes, suddenly understood, rushed over and tickled her. "I asked you to lie to me. I asked you to lie to me." "Haha, ha ha ha, don't, you are obviously fat. You are fat, fat." After laughing and playing for a while, the two women soon quieted down, each took out a makeup mirror from their bag to check their makeup and clothes. The man said he would come over in the evening. It was almost evening now. If he arrived early and happened to run into him when he returned, he would definitely face it in the best condition. The Mercedes-Benz returned to a mansion on the shore of Lake Ontario in Crest District in less than 10 minutes. The mansion is located at the end of a block, with its back against a cliff and a dense maple forest nearby. The neatly trimmed 2-meter-high junipers surround the interior of the mansion tightly. The only gate leading to the interior of the mansion is equipped with probes and sentries. Although it is winter and lacks the bustling summer, this mansion covering more than 6 acres still has an imposing manner of no one is allowed to enter. The black Mercedes-Benz passed through the corridor of the manor and came to the villa built on the edge of the cliff. Before getting off the car, the two girls had already noticed that several strange cars were parked in the yard. They thought Simon had arrived, and they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in their expectation. However, after entering the door, they found that Simon did not appear. Instead, another girl with a look and temperament that was not inferior to Emily Joplin, who had been with them as a tour guide and translator, took over everything in the villa. At this time, some men and women who looked like bodyguards like Eve were checking the interior of the villa. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.